Hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to Uncivil Law. As always, I hope you're having the greatest of days. And for today, we are going to watch some of the Afroman Defamation trial, which recently concluded in Afroman's favor, with all counts dismissed by the jury because it was dumb. Afroman is a rapper, famous for his song Because I Got High. He had his property searched for reasons that remain unclear. They were searching for drugs and kidnapping, according to the warrant. Didn't really find much of either. However, they did find some lemon pound cake. Afroman, as a singer-songwriter artiste, decided to make some lemonade out of these lemons and made many, many musics and videos regarding this, which were hilarious. The cops got their fifis hurt. They said they got some defamation. Well, no, they didn't get some defamation. What they got was some mocking and some ribbing. And then the entire trial just turned into the Streisand effect on steroids, because it turned out that, that there was actually nothing to this, and it just brought attention to it, which is also just hilarious. You got to love the cell phone in every way. So we are going to watch this trial, or at least parts of it, together, because that sounds hilarious. So let's start at the beginning, as one does, with opening statements. All right, let's see what we got. This should be good.
All of these posts, Mr. Foreman knew they were untrue. And that's the actual malice that you heard about. He doesn't have to hate people. He doesn't have to anything else. If he knows they weren't true, that's actual malice. For public officials, he can't do that, and he did. Now, these deputies asked the defendant years ago to stop these posts, to take them down.
We're not doing that. No.
He ramped them up.
He sure did.
Freedom of speech. I can say what I want.
Yeah, pretty much.
Worse and worse.
Yeah.
You'll see what they are before the trial's over. Now, I'm going to ask you to come back with me to the summer of 2022. Adams County, here in West Union, here in this courthouse, the sheriff's office downstairs. There's a group of deputy sheriffs, several of them. A lot of them were raised here in Adams County, lived almost all their lives here. A lot of them have had their whole law enforcement careers here in Adams County. Some of them left Adams County for a while but came back home here to be with the people that they know and know them. Some of them could have gone to the city or Cincinnati or Columbus or somewhere else and made more money, but they stayed here in Adams County to be law enforcement officers, deputy sheriffs. They have wives, spouses, husbands, children, go to Adams County schools. This is where their lives are. 7 of those deputy sheriffs are here today. There's Randy Walters there on the left, Mike Eastep beside him, Lisa Phillips beside him, Shawn Grooms beside him, Justin Culie beside him, Detective Brian Nuland beside him, and Shawn Culie, Justin's father, beside him. What brought them together was some information that Brian Nuland came across in the summer of 2022. Some information that caused him to have to do something. So he typed up a search warrant, and he took it to a local judge. The local judge looked at it, approved it, signed the search warrant, and Detective Nuland started gathering deputy sheriffs to help execute this search warrant, and it was a search of defendant Foreman's property out on Russellville Road here in Adams County. Detective Nuland will tell you that any search like this is potentially dangerous, so you like to have as many people as you can. The deputies had guns, of course. A couple of them had rifles, which is normal protocol in a situation like this. And there were about 10 of them altogether who were gathered to execute this search warrant in August of 2022. And these 7 were some of those deputies. The evidence is going to show that they approached, the evidence will show, first of all, none of these deputies had any idea when they woke up that morning that they were going to be executing a search warrant. None of them had any idea that by doing their duties that day, their lives would be turned upside down. That evening, they approached the premises, spread out the way they had it planned. They knocked on the door, no answer. Tried the doors were locked, doors were secured. They ended up gaining entry with a battering ram, had to knock the door down. Again, that's procedure that happens in executing warrants when that's the way you need to get in. Nobody was home. Nobody was home. Mr. Foreman wasn't home. He was away in Chicago doing a show. The deputies searched the house. They found a small amount of marijuana. They found a significant amount of cash. They seized the marijuana. They seized the cash. That's what they do.
Cash is
And
legal.
that was pretty much it. No evidence of a major crime was found. And so what happened was, after a while, the local sheriff ordered that, decided there's not going to be any charges filed here, and so he ordered the cash to be returned. It was over $4,000 total cash found in some of Mr. Foreman's clothing and another place in his house. Shortly after that, shortly after the cash was returned to Mr. Foreman, he began claiming on the internet and every place he could that the sheriff's deputies had stolen $400 from his money, hadn't returned it. You're going to hear the evidence about that, and we're going to demonstrate to you that that's not true and that he knew it wasn't true. There was an independent investigation done by Claremont County, but that didn't keep him from continuing to declare that Brian Nuland in particular and the rest of these deputies are thieves. Okay, that's just the beginning of it. Then he went beyond calling these deputies thieves. As I've indicated to you, he called Brian Nuland a pedophile. Not called him, he posted it, published it all over the internet in various posts. He found a photo of Detective Nuland from a Shop with a Cop event that Mr. Nuland attended with little kids, disadvantaged kids, kids in the community, Shop with a Cop, get them to know law enforcement. Mr. Foreman found a photo of Brian Nuland holding one of these children that he worked with. And Mr. Foreman blocked out the face and put a smiley face on it and posted this picture of Brian Nuland, and it says, Brian Nuland is a pedophile. Watch your kids around this man. He likes to fondle little boys' testicles. Posted it all over the internet, not once, not twice, many, many times, seen thousands of times by people. People in the community.
I guess since the jury didn't find defamation, I guess that must be true or something. Lol.
He started making comments to Detective Nuland. His daughter came home from school crying because some kids had called their dad a pedophile. He used to coach cross-country teams. Some of the kids on his cross-country team started calling him a thief and a pedophile. He'll testify, he'll tell you that his daughters used to have kids over all the time. They like to hang out at his house and do things. After all this started, that stopped happening. Like,
I bet it did.
Kids didn't come over.
I wonder why.
Finally, Detective Nuland felt like he couldn't continue to work in Adams County anymore. Adams County was his dream job. He started here as a deputy, worked his way up to detective. This is where he wanted to spend his career, but things soured out. He couldn't stand working here anymore. He resigned his job from the Adams County Sheriff's Department and went to Cincinnati and now works for the Norwood Police Department. He commutes, drives every day because he felt like he can't work here anymore. Now, Mr. Foreman, as I indicated a moment ago, saved his most severe attacks for Lisa Phillips. Lisa Phillips worked as a resource officer in the Adams County schools for 18 years. She used to greet the children, including Mr. Foreman's children, when they were dropped off at school in the morning. Said hello to them, made them feel welcome. Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating, blah, 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 over and over, thousands of times on the internet. People saw it, people laughed, people from out of state, but people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickumlow Phillips, that was his nickname for her. Over and over. Lisa Lickumlow, this has been going on for like almost 3 years now, folks. And it's taken a heavy toll on her. Her child came home from school crying, saying, because the kids were saying, did your mom have a sex change? Because of what they saw that he had posted.
Wow, this is great.
We asked him to stop.
My only question to my moderators, and even more so myself, is how did I not cover this case live? That's the only thing I want to know. This is a collective fail by Team Uncivil. And of course, as leader of Uncivil, I take the blame. The buck stops here. But how did we not cover this case live? How did we miss out on that collectively? What a mess. This is the most uncivil trial ever, man. This trial had my name written all over it. This is great.
He doubled down. Thank you, Judge. She's out on call doing her duty. Someone yells at her, hey, Lisa Lickumlow, calls her a thief. She's had to miss days of work because of the emotional upset. Her doctor has her on medication. Because of this, because of lies. Just Friday, on the eve of trial, he published the most egregious thing you can imagine. I don't know if any of you have seen it. I think you will in this trial. It's basically pornography about Lisa Phillips. Mr. Foreman also targeted Deputy Randy Walters for special treatment. In several videos seen by thousands of people, Mr. Foreman declares, I used to fuck his wife. I used to fuck his wife doggy style.
Nice.
His daughter came home upset because the kids at school were saying, hey, is Afroman your father?
Great.
We asked him to stop. He didn't. He's still published. There's new videos today coming out. In your face, I'm going to do what I want. Justin Culie was targeted by Mr. Foreman as a thief. Shawn Culie, Mike Eastep, and Sean Grooms all suffered by being called a thief. They're sheriffs. They go to people's houses to do things. Hey, you're going to steal my money too? Their reputations have been damaged. It's harder for them to do their jobs. You'll hear all the evidence. That's what this case is about in terms of the facts. At the end of the case, you'll have to decide if Mr. Foreman should be held responsible for what he's done. That's what the case is about. Should he be held responsible? I indicated during our jury selection process the kind of damages we're going to be asking for, the non-economic, the value damages. You'll hear all the evidence. You'll have to decide, how bad was this? I think you're going to decide it wasn't just a little minor, said something bad about you. It was about as bad as you can imagine for these deputies. Reputation, pain and suffering, humiliation, personal embarrassment, loss of reputation, all that stuff, you're going to have to put a value on it. And I will tell you this, as I said earlier, I'll try to help give some guidance. You can reject it or not, because it's your choice. But at the end of the day, I'm going to be asking you for a number for all these people that is in the 7 figures.
It turns out the jury likes 0 figures. Their favorite figure is 0, it turns out. Not so much with 7 as how about 0? Well,
that's how serious.
Yeah, no, not so much. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And there's also a punitive damages element that may go to you depending on what the judge decides. And that's going to be another decision you'll have to make based on how bad you think this is and what this conduct
turns out the jury thinks
deserves.
jury likes 0
to these people.
Jury really likes 0. It's their favorite number.
At the end of the day, it's about what's legal, what's moral, what needs to be done to make up in some way for what's been done to these deputies that have spent their careers defending this community and living in this community.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Great.
Mr. Osborne.
Super duper. This guy with this beard, man. I mean, I'm not sure 100% what look we're going for. I mean, we're going for militiaman, man of the woods, turned attorney, I guess. Is this guy the leader of a local militia or is he an attorney? I can't tell. Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is David Osborne, Jr. I represent Joseph Foreman. He does go by the stage name Afroman. And I want to thank you for your service today. This is not going to be an easy case. This is going to take a week of dedication of you to go through. Not an easy thing to ask, but something that we appreciate you are willing to do. This case is about the freedom of speech protections contained within the First Amendment of the United States and the Ohio Constitution. It is about an American citizen's right to make public comments about the actions of public officials, actions that took place in his own home, actions that took place within his home were part of his artistic, creative expressions. And Americans maintain a right to criticize, to mock public officials. And that includes law enforcement officers. On August 21st of 2022, Detective Brian Nuland drafted a search warrant. That search warrant was based upon an interview conducted with a confidential informant. That confidential informant gave Mr. Nuland information. He put it in a search warrant, and then he went and he saw Judge Roy Gabbard, and Roy signed it. From there, they went to execute it that very same day. Officers from the Adams County Sheriff's Office, 7 of the 10, descended upon Mr. Foreman's residence with a hastily prepared search warrant. For a man who's famous for a song that said, "I got high," the amount of force used was excessive, to say the least. After all, based on the song, a bag of Doritos would have been enough to take him out. But they deemed it necessary to not only go to his residence with assault rifles, body armor, and even a riot.
I don't really understand the Doritos thing. I don't know if I'm missing a trick or if I'm just missing like I'm missing a linguistic. Just can't quite. Yeah, it doesn't quite work for me. I don't know what he's going for the Doritos, but is it like a high reference? Is it a drug thing? I'm just not quite sure what we're doing with Doritos. I like Doritos. I don't know, man. I'm not sure.
Shield to execute their search warrant. And all that led to a destructive search of Mr. Foreman's residence.
Yeah.
Deputies searched Mr. Foreman's home, every one of his outbuildings, behind the couch, under the hood of a car. And you know what they found? A couple little joints, which, let's face it, because I got high, that was expected. And then they found cash. His cash, not theirs. His. They seized all that. It was cataloged, returned to the office by Brian Nuland. Nuland then does what's required by law. After you search, you have to return a thing to the court that says every single thing you seized, a return on your search warrant to tell the court what you took. In that, he puts a number for the amount of cash that was there. Now, Mr. Foreman, well, let me back up, because there's something I forgot during the search. For a search for marijuana, or whatever was in the search warrant, we'll introduce that later, they disconnected his security camera system. He has a security camera system in the house. He's had break-ins before. Most Americans, he has a security camera system. Yet in the middle of their search, they disconnect it. They say it's going to be because they wanted to take it for evidence. But you know where that evidence ended up? On the couch over there. Just disconnect it and leave it there. Now, what precipitated next is the primary focus of the lawsuit. Mr. Foreman did what he's done through his entire career. He took his life experiences and turned them into music, social commentary, and artistic expression. After all, one only need to look at the song, Because I Got High. The lyrics are there. I was going to clean my room because I got high. He was rapping about his life then, and his posts are talking about his life and his experiences. During the search of Mr. Foreman's home, deputies' actions during the search was captured in two places. One, the security system of Mr. Foreman. Joe's security system was active until they cut it. You also have body camera footage. Now, we don't have body camera footage for all 10. Not everybody was wearing body cam. But the officers that did, there is body cam footage. And he used this footage from both those locations to make his music videos. He posts them on social media, like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and even TikTok. The plaintiffs decided they did not like what Joe had to say about him, or how they portrayed him, or how he used the footage of their behavior as their job as law enforcement officers, as public officials. Their response was to sue him in order to silence his freedom of speech, threaten his livelihood. After all, have you ever heard of a law enforcement officer suing a person for making a social commentary on him? Or have you ever heard of an officer suing anybody because someone said they didn't like what they had to say? Officers deal with it all the time. I dealt with it during my election. You don't sue people. You respect the freedom of this country and move on. Because, let's face it, if we don't have freedom of speech, what else is there? 250 years ago, the founders of this great country wanted to limit the government's involvement and what government officials had power over to say. And that's why we have the freedom of speech we have today.
Yeah.
Before we get to the evidence, I want you to understand this case started with a number of claims. Of them, 2 were dismissed by the court.
Do not go there. Do not go there. You know and I know the jury doesn't need to know what's not there. I'm not hiding the ball. Claims filter out like they should. I gave the instructions, and you don't need to get distracted about what's not in front of you.
Judge has every right to be irritated by that. I'm 100% on Team Judge with that. That was a completely inappropriate comment by the lawyer. That was totally inappropriate. Yep. That is not how we play. That was a wrong comment by the lawyer, and whacking the lawyer across the backside. Yeah, no.
Mr. Klingler talked about punitive damages, maybe, but you don't need to know that because we're not there. I'll tell you that if you need to know it later. There's a lot of things this case is not about. So he doesn't get to talk about what it's not about. It's only what it is about. Go ahead.
Forgive me. I have to readjust my opening slightly.
Well, you could refer to things that are not before the jury. That'd be great. How about you don't do that? How about you only refer to things that are before this jury to consider, and don't refer to things that are not before this jury to consider? How about that? That'd be really great. You have to readjust for that? Like you didn't know until just now those counts were dismissed? Whatever. Yeah, that was sloppy as shit, man. Bad lawyering. Bad.
It should be noted that public officials, such as these gentlemen and Ms. Phillips over here, are held to a higher standard than an ordinary person. They're public officials. They are expected to be criticized and mocked. The evidence will indicate that Mr. Foreman created songs with titles like "Will You Repair My Door?" "Lemon Pound Cake." These songs went viral, yes. People connected with the message and understood what Joe was trying to say.
I did. I liked
The videos and songs resonated with the public because they addressed something that people care deeply about as Americans, and that is how law enforcement officers conduct themselves.
That's right, baby.
Joe also made statements on social media about the search and the officers involved. Some of these statements were openly critical and expressed Joe's opinions about what happened. Statements about missing money. And
I've definitely heard tell from other reporting that this judge might have his fingers on the scales. And as that occurs, I will criticize the judge as I do. You know, I try to just analyze things as they come. But that particular ruling from the judge was perfectly fair. That was completely improper argument by defense counsel. And at least for that one, defense counsel deserved to be whacked up the backside. So 1 point judge, we'll see if it gets worse. But for the moment, team judge, because the judge was right. So he's 1 for 1. We'll see how it goes.
There's some strong language, some exaggerated language. We call it hyperbolic language, to present his message and his opinion. But all these statements were a matter of public concern as well as statements about his personal opinions. The experience of law enforcement officers executing a destructive search warrant is well beyond question, as it is a matter of public concern. The plaintiffs are going to point to specific statements that Joe made. They're going to claim these statements are defamatory. They are going to attempt to remove them from their context. Statements aren't in a vacuum. There's context.
Sure is.
If you get called a name, if my wife yells at me, there's probably context to it. That context is what we're going to show you. Because if you look at those statements in isolation and simply ignore the conduct that sparked them, you can't understand really what was going on. You'll be asked to forget much of that context of the statements. At least not the least of it is that the plaintiffs are public officials and the public has a right to criticize them. The evidence will show that Mr. Foreman's statements fall into 3 categories. The first, many of these statements are his opinions. Opinions are not assertions of fact. They are Joe's subjective views about his encounter with these public officials and the execution of their duties. The First Amendment protects the right to express those opinions, even if they're harsh, even if they're mean, even if the person who is the subject of them hates them. They are protected.
Yep. Opinions are protected.
Many of the statements are exaggerated, rhetorical exaggeration, as you might expect from a musician. After all, if you didn't have Because You Got High, if I said I just didn't want to clean my room, no one would have bought that song. You have to exaggerate something. You'll see he used
You're
colorful
assuming it's
language,
exaggeration. I don't
sarcasm, and
know, man.
satire. No reasonable person would have understood these statements to be literal assertions of fact. For example,
That too, ma'am. Right? If a reasonable person cannot understand it as a statement of fact, then you can say a statement of fact. For example, I believe, no, I know for an absolute certainty, for a fact, that this attorney is in fact the Zodiac killer. See? Because no reasonable person could understand that I actually mean that. So, although, with that beard though, I don't know, ma'am. But probably not. Moving on.
Mr. Foreman created nicknames and made comparisons to cartoon characters. No reasonable person would understand those as a literal assertion of fact. That is a rhetorical satire flourish. That has always been part of our social and political commentary in this country. After all, pick up the newspaper, you're going to see a political cartoon making fun of somebody. Watch Saturday Night Live. They make fun of people all the time. They made fun of Joe. It just happens. It's part of our freedom of speech and also Mr. Foreman's artistic expression. The third is the extent that any of the statements assert facts. They relate to matters of public concern. Matters of public concern are exempted. These statements address how the search was conducted, what actions were taken, and how Mr. Foreman experienced this as a homeowner with these people executing their hasty search warrant. Indeed, the public's concern for such issues is reflected in the viral response that his content got. The plaintiffs bear the burden of proof in this matter, not Joe. They must carry the day. They must prove every element of their claim. Looking at the invasion of privacy due to false light, it's one of the claims that they're claiming. The plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman portrayed them in a false light that would be highly offensive to a reasonable person. The evidence will show that he did not. He used real actual footage of them performing their duties, stuff in the public domain. Joe's statements were based entirely on his personal experience and within his county of residence, which that is something I do want to clear up. Mr. Foreman lives in Adams County, not Hamilton County. Mr. Klingler was wrong about that, so he is a resident of this county. Regarding the defamation claim, plaintiffs must prove that Mr. Foreman made false statements of fact, not his opinions. That's very important, because we all have opinions as Americans. It's one of the great things about this country is we can share our opinions whether we like them or not. Whether they like them or not, they can hear my opinions. But they must prove those statements were not opinions. Because public officials, they must prove that Joe acted with actual malice rather than just simply exercising his First Amendment right. The evidence will show they cannot meet this burden. Plaintiffs claim that Joe portrayed them in a false light, but evidence will show Joe used direct footage from the security cameras. We can see what they did. They executed the search warrant. It's all on camera. There's nothing false about showing them that way. There's nothing false about Mr. Foreman having opinions about how they did and them. However, when they executed that search warrant, that became a matter of public scrutiny. People could watch it. People could see what was done and form their own opinions. And they can share those opinions. And he has a right to create artistic expression based on those opinions, based on that content. The plaintiffs, it goes without saying that they don't like what Mr. Foreman said about him.
We picked up on
They
that.
don't have to. That's part of our right in this country. They don't like his commentary. They don't like his art. But the First Amendment does not protect speech that we like. It protects all speech within it. It protects commentary, criticism.
I would go one step more because, the First Amendment doesn't protect speech we like. It specifically protects speech we don't like. We don't need freedom of speech to protect speech we agree with. It only has value to protect speech we don't agree with. That's the entire point. So I would have stated it more emphatically, but I'm here for it still.
especially on occasions such as this. It protects speech that I would not like, speech I've suffered. It protects it. You may not like the speech you hear, but it's protected. Throughout this trial, you'll hear testimony and see evidence that demonstrates several key points. You will see the actual videos and social media posts Mr. Foreman created. You'll be able to judge for yourselves whether they are false, whether they're his opinions, whether they're artistic expression that is all protected. It's about the right to comment on criticized public officials without fear of retribution, without fear of getting sued. It is about the right to create artistic expressions that are matters of public concern. The plaintiffs are law enforcement officers. They perform a cardinal public function. But with that public role comes public accountability. It also comes a certain standard that you have to understand. And as public officials, they can be criticized. They may not like it, but it's allowed. Plaintiffs have the burden of proving their claims. The evidence will show they cannot meet that burden. The evidence will show that Joe's videos, posts, and commentary were artistic expression for matters of legitimate public concern, his opinions on the law enforcement officers, and how they were performing their duties. If the plaintiffs prevail in this case, what message will that send to this country if they prevail? It sends the message that if you criticize law enforcement, if you comment on how they conduct themselves, if you mock them, if you create art with them in it, they can sue you. That's not the America we live in. That's not why we have a Constitution and the First Amendment. That's not why the First Amendment is in the Constitution of the state of Ohio. Ladies and gentlemen, upon the examination of the evidence at the end of this trial, I'm confident you'll conclude that Joe did nothing wrong. While the plaintiffs are unhappy, upset with what was said, he exercised a right he had, a right that every American has. He commented on matters of public concern. He created art. He did what any stand-up citizen would do. He made his voice heard to the people. At the end of this trial, I'm going to ask you to return a verdict in favor of Mr. Foreman on every one of their claims. I'll ask that you vindicate his First Amendment rights. And I'll ask that you send a message to the American people that you can criticize public officials and that we are not living in a dictatorship where if you don't like what is said, you just sue someone to shut them up. Thank you.
I'm going to start calling witnesses, but I'm going to tell you what this case is not. This case is not going to be an analysis of why the magistrate issued a search warrant, or what the facts were leading to the search warrant, or the backstory of the warrant. That's the subject for criminal cases.
Fair?
So the fact that there's a search warrant is what this case is about, not the backstory of it. So we hear people talk about criticism of the why, the whole deal. That's not relevant testimony. We're living with.
I mean, I don't necessarily object to what the judge is saying, although it's a little odd that we're giving the instructions this way. Normally, we would give instructions at the beginning and then would do instructions at the end. I don't know why the judge feels the need to necessarily do this in the middle of the thing, but he's completely correct. The issue is not the search warrant. Kiska. Lol. The issue is a lot of what happened after the search warrant. Specifically, in this particular case, the defamation. So we are going to focus on that and go from there.
There was a search warrant, nothing backstory. This case is not about excessive force in entering. The court's already determined as a matter of law that it was not excessive. You'll see testimony of damage, but that's a legal standard about whether it's more than customary or expected in the realm of a search warrant. Search warrants are lawful forced entry. So you won't get, was that too much force? That's outside the realm of testimony. And I call these the third thing. This is not about vindication of the defendant or messaging to the public. That's things that happen from the political branches of government, the legislature, or the executive offices. Messaging is not what you're concerned with. It's the message the jury's sending. You're not messaging. It's all about how these facts affect these people. So when these little distractions and diversions...
The judge just likes hearing himself talk, doesn't he? Okay.
come at you, I'm going to try to continue to narrow and keep you focused, not on the distractions, but on the issues in the law. Otherwise, you're going to ask later on, why didn't the judge give us instructions on messaging? Because that's not how this comes out. So I'll do this periodically along the way when things start going astray. Ready to go, Mr. Klingler?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tee it up.
Plaintiff calls Detective Brian Nuland.
Brian looks like a right honorable prick. Yeah, he looks like a smug ass prick. And this should be going good.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can be seated.
Okay, I've never heard the oath administered that way. That last phrase. That's a new one. Okay. All right.
Since you're a public official, you won't expect to have your private residence address. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
My name is Brian Nuland.
And Mr. Nuland, where do you live? No street address, just generally.
I live in Adams County.
Oh yeah, no, Rose. I definitely agree that the defamation lawsuit itself is bullshit, as I've made clear repeatedly. And I think the jury got it 100% right. I think this lawsuit was a bunch of bullshit, and I think that the cops got their fifis hurt, and I think that they should suffer, and they should suffer. I think all those things. Yeah, I 100% think all those things. But we try to adjudicate every issue unto itself, as we do, right? So we try to adjudicate what we think. We try to adjudicate what the judge does or arguments as they go. We try to critique. It's a criticism channel. Yeah, this is I feel the need to apparently explain this to some people, because I've seen this YouTube comment a number of times where they're like, why do you talk over the video so much? It's a commentary channel. I'm commenting and critiquing. So we look to everything and try to comment it from a legal perspective, as well as other perspectives. So the judge is correct. These are legally correct things to say. It's a little weird that he's saying them in this way. Judge likes to hear himself talk a little bit, and so forth and so on. Also, I think that the case is bullshit, but the judge so far has been legally correct. So all those things at once. Yeah, we do multiple things in multiple different threads. So it's, yeah.
Yeah,
And how long have you lived in Adams County?
from 1995 to 2010, and then from 2015 to current.
What were you doing between 2010 and 2015?
I was in the United States Army.
Honorable discharge?
Yes,
What do you do for a living?
I'm a police officer.
And when did you start in law enforcement?
I originally started in law enforcement in 2014
And what position was that?
as a deputy sheriff
Where?
with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
And then how long were you a deputy in the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
The Adams County Sheriff's Office was my first full-time job in law enforcement, and that was from 2014 until 2023.
All right. And why did you become a deputy sheriff?
After I got out of the military, I just wanted a job that I thought would be exciting, something different, so I chose law enforcement.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes.
Can you tell us who?
All my family's here, my kids, my grandparents, my mom, my brothers,
Good.
cousins, aunts, uncles.
Great. Good for you.
Did your children go to school in Adams County, or do they?
Yes.
You were involved in the execution of a search warrant back in August of 2022.
Yes, I was.
And I want to take you back to the night of August 21st, 2022. Were you part of a team that searched Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
What was your role in obtaining that warrant?
I prepared the search warrant based off information I was provided, and then I met with the judge and the prosecutor at the time prior to serving the search warrant.
And was a warrant approved?
Yes.
Can you tell us where what the subject of the search was? The property of the search.
It was the residence of Mr. Foreman. I believe the address is 1699 Russellville Road.
Okay, that's here at Adams County, correct?
Yes.
Now, were the other plaintiffs here in the courtroom, were they also deputy sheriffs or part-time deputy sheriffs that participated in that search?
Yes, they were.
And was Mr. Foreman at home during the search?
No.
Were Mr. Foreman's children present during the warrant execution?
No.
Was anyone present other than you and your fellow officers?
At the time of arrival, no.
Was anything seized or taken from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes, there was some money and a small amount of marijuana and some miscellaneous drug paraphernalia.
Why was the cash taken?
It's common with any type of drug seizure. We seize the money in cases proceeds from drug-related sales or drug trafficking activity.
Was the money potential evidence?
Correct.
What was your role in seizing this cash, Detective?
I'm sorry.
Well, maybe I got ahead of myself. Was cash located in the property?
Yes.
Do you remember how much approximately?
Approximately $4,000.
Why approximately? Why not exactly? I think the issue of approximately is part of the issue because Afroman accused him of theft. So the exact amount is okay.
And did you play a role in taking that cash?
Yes.
What was your role?
I was provided the cash, or provided the money that was located by another deputy. I counted out the money, put it in an evidence bag, and then at the end of the search, I transported it back to the sheriff's office.
All right. Did you take any of the money?
No.
Did you ever take any money from the evidence bags?
No.
Did you ever take any of Mr. Foreman's money?
No.
Was your counting of the cash recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And have you had a chance to review that?
I have.
Has Mr. Foreman accused you of taking his money?
Yes.
Are you aware that the cash was ultimately returned to Mr. Foreman?
Yes.
And can you tell us why that was?
The prosecutor at the time decided we're not going to pursue any current criminal charges, and the property was released back to him.
Okay. Were you present when Mr. Foreman picked up the cash that had been seized?
No.
Do you know whether any press was invited to attend the return of this cash?
I learned that there was later.
Okay, but you weren't there.
Correct.
Can you tell us what happened when the money was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Your Honor, I would object to that. He's already testified he wasn't there.
Okay, let me rephrase it. That's fair. Was an allegation made that there was less cash than there should have been?
Yes.
And who made that allegation?
I believe Mr. Foreman.
How did you learn about this discrepancy?
The evidence technician that releases property had called me and told me that the account was short.
Tell us what you mean by that. The account was short.
Just that there was more money listed than what there was inside, and that was less money was returned than what was indicated
And where was this amount indicated?
on the bag.
On evidence bag?
Correct.
So I'm understanding you correctly. The amount of money that was indicated on the evidence bag was more than what was actually returned to Mr. Foreman.
Correct.
All right. And were you able to account for that discrepancy?
I wasn't. No.
What happened?
Once the
Didn't he just say no? Didn't he just say he wasn't able to account for the discrepancy? Now he's asking what was the discrepancy? Okay, that's great.
was made, the sheriff contacted Claremont County Sheriff's Office to conduct an independent investigation.
Do you know whether an independent investigation was conducted by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And do you know the results of that investigation?
They were to determine that I miscounted the money during my original count.
All right. Did they conclude that any money had been taken?
They said there was not any money taken.
Did that stop Mr. Foreman from continuing to claim you had stolen $400?
No.
Did he accuse anyone other than you of stealing money?
Multiple times he accuses all of being thieves.
Do you know where he made these allegations?
Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, social media.
How did you learn about these accusations on the internet that you were a thief?
Friends and family were sending them to me.
Were the accusations true?
No.
I think you said you've reviewed your body-worn camera from that night?
Yes.
And were you able to tell what happened?
From what it appeared as if I began counting money, I stopped to reshuffle money that was in my hand and then began counting again after putting money down. And that was, at some point, there was a discrepancy in the amount that there was and the amount that I counted.
Was it a miscount?
Yes.
Now, were any charges ever brought against Mr. Foreman as a result of this warrant execution? I may have asked you that. I'm sorry.
No.
Sometime after the execution of this warrant, Detective Nuland, did you become aware that Mr. Foreman had posted certain things other than being a thief about you on social media?
Yes.
And how did you learn about these posts?
Friends and family were also sending them to me.
Ms. Gratzer, could we see Exhibit 16?
Yes. We need to switch it to the HDMI. I'm right. Record. So it can be.
What is she wanting its card on?
She needs to switch to left law, I believe.
It's loud.
All right. We'll bring the laptop up here.
Okay.
You're gonna go to card.
Yes.
Okay, can we blow that up some? All right. Detective Nuland, we're showing Exhibit 16. Can you tell us what this is?
It's one of the posts from Mr. Foreman that I was sent about me being a pedophile.
And am I reading the date right? September 2nd, 2023?
Yes.
And I'm not going to ask you to read it, but I will read part of it just to make sure it's in the record and that people are clear on what it said. This is the uneducated can't count pedophile police officer that stole my money. His name is baby-making Brian, child molesting, newborn baby mama, newborn Nuland, Detective Brian Nuland. I have a song coming out about him. The chorus goes like this. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Nuland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys.
Nice.
Watch your little boys around Brian Nuland. He's very bold. He will fondle little boys' testicles and butt cheeks right in front of you in broad daylight. This is a public...
This is the greatest trial of all time. How did we miss this? This is epic.
public service announcement. Stay safe. Did I read that correctly?
Yes.
Can we see exhibit 17, please?
Oh, Lord. This is great.
Can you just scroll down so we can see the whole thing?
Okay, wait. No. That's okay. I mean, we're going to hear them recite it, but I'm sure they're going to hear them say it, but nothing is better than uncivil reading, right? So we'll do my best uncivil audiobook. From Foreman Joseph. Good morning, baby making Brian, child molesting new baby. Mama new baby Nuland. Brian Nuland, if you pay me back the money you stole from me, I won't tell the world about your pedophile Pilgrim family, you know, like your brother. That's named Will You Stop? Sending dice, pick Williams, aka William Nuland. If you get arrested in Adams County, all you got to do is lie on me, and Brian will let you go. Just like they let the unconfidential informant Tasty Taisha Chamberlain go after she attempted murder by lying to the police and sending them to my house, looking for a fake dungeon and fake kidnapping victims. Tell these uneducated, no-counting douchebags anything, and they'll grab their guns, kick down your doors, and try to kill you in front of your kids. Oh yeah, no charges against her, or you, by the way, for giving false information to the police and attempting to have me murdered. Brian wants me in jail, so I don't expose his stealing pedophile family. Bring me my money, Brian, and this can all go away. You want to be Eminem? Whack-ass rapper. Outstanding.
Thing for a second. All right. So I'm not going to read this whole thing, but
I did. That's okay. I got it covered. Yes. Now how do we protect ourselves legally for reading this? Well, we got a couple actually ideas. This is offered in court and it's part of an official court proceeding. So we've now got the benefit of privilege from a governmental report, right? So because we are quoting a governmental proceeding, we got fair report privilege, right? Because we are quoting documents that were entered into exhibits in court. So we have privilege fair report privilege because we're quoting court proceedings. This little add-on to defamation law education is brought to you by Uncivil Law.
It says, in part,
Hey,
if
he
you
introduced
pay me
it as an
back the
exhibit,
money you
man.
stole from me,
He
I
put
won't
it
tell
on the
the world
screen
about
as
your
an official
pedophile
exhibit,
Pilgrim
man. I'm just
family,
quoting
like
what's
your
there.
brother. That's named Will You Stop Sending Dick Pic Williams, a.k.a. William Nuland. If you get arrested in Adams County, all you got to do is lie on me, and Brian will let you go.
Now he's saying it.
And is that a picture of...
Yeah, no. Yeah, he's protected by litigation privilege because he's offering it in court proceedings, but I am not a party to the litigation. So my privilege isn't litigation privilege. His privilege is litigation privilege. My privilege is fair report privilege because I'm reporting on an official governmental proceeding. So you got to have these little nuances in your mind. These little nuances. Fair report privilege because it was offered as an official exhibit. I'm just quoting the exhibit, man. You know, just saying what the governmental proceeding said, man. It's great. Your privileges in you. I'm here to bring you some education on defamation law.
your brother against beside your picture?
Yes.
Yeah.
And was your brother convicted of a misdemeanor?
Yes.
What was that?
I don't recall what the charge was.
It was a misdemeanor charge.
It was a misdemeanor, correct?
Did you have anything to do with that crime?
No, I did not.
Have you ever been accused or convicted of pedophilia?
No.
Let's look at, let's see, number 18.
Was there another
Is that a
exhibit I can
video?
read in fair report
All right.
privilege?
Shall we play the whole thing? Or what, do we have a clip?
Yes.
Oh, this one's a movie. Okay.
Oh, yes. Baby making Brian newborn Nuland. Yeah, the serial statutory rapist with the pedophile brother fired from the People's Police Station. Will you stop sending Dick Pic Williams?
See, this is great because this is the stupidest. This is how stupid the cell phone is, right? Because assuming it was defamation in the first place, it has been transformed into non-defamation because he offered it himself as the plaintiff. He's the one representing the cops. He's the one representing the cops offering the exhibit. So he's protected by litigation privilege. Also, he's speaking to his own client, so it's not defamatory, but never mind. But he's protected by defamation. But now by introducing the entire exhibit in court, now it's fair report privilege because now you can just report on it and be like, this is now a court exhibit. So you can just replay it endlessly because it's now fair report privilege. This is great. This is the Barbara Streisand effect and you. It's fantastic, man. Don't be this dumb.
All right, and let's take a look at number 10.
This is great. No, we got some more text. Excuse me. From OG Afroman. Baby making Brian newborn Nuland couldn't make it in hip hop. He used to do hard drugs. He snitched on all his friends. Then he joined the sheriff's department. Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from the Adams County Sheriff's evidence room under camouflage of law enforcement. He can't write his own raps. That's why he became an Adams County sheriff, so he could steal money from a real rapper. Baby making Brian newborn Nuland T-search on sale at www.ogafroman.com. Is this a video of this cop attempting to rap? Is that where this is about to go? God help us all.
Is this a, yeah. Let's see. He used to do hard drugs. It says there in the third or fourth line. Did you ever do hard drugs, Detective Nuland?
No.
He snitched on all his friends. Do you have any idea what that's all about?
No.
Now he steals money from traffic stops, bogus raids, and from Adams KK County Sheriff Evidence Room under the camouflage of law enforcement. Did you ever steal money from a traffic stop?
No.
Did you ever steal money from anybody?
No.
Then down below it says, baby making Brian Nuland t-shirts on sale. You see that?
Yes.
Let's look at Exhibit 15, please.
From OG Afroman, baby making Brian Newborn Nuland, thief, cheater, and brother of pedophile. I hope this post doesn't bring him any humiliation, ridicule, mental stress, and loss of reputation. Hashtag defund the police, apologize, at Mr. Checkpoint, hashtag police, hashtag police brutality.
And can you tell, Detective, is this a picture of you at the entering the or somewhere in the property of Mr. Foreman during the search?
Yes.
And let's take a look at 14.
Hashtag, apologize, at OG Afroman. When I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian Newborn Nuland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money, baby making Brian Newborn Nuland t-shirts are now on sale at www.ogafroman.com. Buy one of these shirts and help me get my $400 back. Prayer hands, blue heart, and peace sign.
And do you know where this was taken? I guess you weren't there.
It appears to be the inside of the interview room at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
Would that have been where his money was returned to him?
Yes.
And part of what it says is, when I went to get my money and we realized baby making Brian Newborn Nuland had stolen $400 out of the evidence money. Again, did you ever steal any of his money?
No.
Let's take a look at Exhibit 15, please. Did we do 15?
Yes.
Sorry. Number 2.
Telling the truth and the truth.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Objection.
Yes, Your Honor, I would have an objection to this video.
Tell me what it is.
Your Honor, this objection is video because this video, if I'm not mistaken, was published within the last 2 weeks. The law on this has changed. Ohio has actually passed what's called an anti-SLAPP law, which therefore extends immunity to things, actually, in a way, increasing a person's freedom of speech rights in Ohio. Thus, this evidence to be tried here would be tried under a completely different standard than when this case was started.
Comments?
That's
The
fair.
law doesn't apply to this case, Judge, or this evidence.
Your Honor, it would apply clearly. He has no analysis other than say that I submitted a written brief to the court on this matter.
I think that was submitted Sunday.
So, I'll note the objection, overrule it, and allow it to be played. Got your objection down. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Can you expand?
I don't know if it's correct on the law, but it's better for us because we get to enjoy those Afroman wraps, which are now Very, very extremely fair use. Seeing as their official evidence. This is great.
A little bit or not?
I
That,
cannot.
that makes the
see
fair
the
use
sign.
analysis super easy.
Detective Nuland, can you see what that sign says?
Yes.
What is it? Could you read it?
Okay. This post says at OG Afroman. FRO Budget Films, in conjunction with Pistols Production, proudly presents music video on YouTube called Freedom of Speech. Link in bio on Instagram. Link in comments on Facebook. Join me March 16th at Adams County Court, 7 a.m. as we fight for freedom of speech, ending immunity for criminals stealing money disguised as law enforcement. I'm feeling it.
For us?
They stole my money.
Okay. Go ahead and play it.
Videos selling my proof. How can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property, and you filed a lawsuit, properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. Videos I expose my cause.
So what does that say? Sorry. What did you read?
I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the beats, baby.
Could you read what that said?
Yeah, Brian Nuland stole my money.
Brian Nuland stole
from
my
me.
money. And that was just published in the last few days, as far as you know?
Yes.
Can we look at number 3, please?
In suit for telling the truth and the truth. Posting videos, selling my proof.
Same basis?
Same basis on it, yes.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Can you take me to court when you stole my money and it's $400 short? You vandalized my property.
I think that's enough.
A lawsuit, properly. I'm a rapper, so I'm rapping. What? I can't talk about what happened. Videos I expose my causes.
And that was the same video, obviously. Does it tell where that was posted?
It looks like this one is on YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram?
Yes.
So 2 different platforms, same video.
Yes.
And can we look at Exhibit 9, please? And I'm looking specifically about halfway, a little more than halfway down. Do you see, Detective, where it's posted, not only did he steal my money from my house, he stole money out of the evidence room at the Adams County Sheriff's Department away from my house, making the Adams County Sheriff's Department a new crime scene. I'll just stop there. Again, did you ever steal any money from his house or from the Sheriff's Department evidence room?
No.
What's the platform?
Can you see what that one was, Detective?
I can't see on here.
Is that Facebook? No. It's Facebook? I'll represent that it's Facebook, Your Honor.
You go ahead.
So, and we can take that down or whatever. We don't need to keep it up. I don't care. But I'm done with the exhibits right now. Detective, I just want to ask you, the first one we saw with you holding, it looks like a child with a smiley face.
Yeah.
What was that originally a photo of?
That was from one of the shop with the cop events at the sheriff's office.
What's a shop with a cop event?
It's where the community donates money, and then local law enforcement will take lower income children to Walmart and let them shop for Christmas.
And did you participate in that event regularly?
Yes.
And do you know what year that picture was taken from?
I don't recall.
All right. And the little boy you were holding there, can you tell us anything about who that was? Not his name, of course, but who it was?
I was just a cool little boy that got picked for Shop the Cop and chose me to be his officer.
Chose you to be what?
His officer.
And what did you do? Did you do something with him, shop with him, or what?
We put him in the cruisers, turn the lights and sirens on, parade through town, and we go to Walmart and help him shop. And we come back to the fire department or wherever and help them get their toys ready or play or, and feed them pizza, stuff like that.
And you did that more than 1 year?
Yes.
And that was a photo that Mr. Foreman or somebody on his behalf took and used in that pedophile posting?
Yes.
So, Detective, what effect did it have on you when you saw these posts that you're a pedophile?
I was angry, sad, depressed, upset.
Why were you sad or upset? Isn't it just somebody exaggerating or making jokes or making a comment?
I didn't find it funny at all. I work in law enforcement, have kids, have friends, family. I was involved in the schools, and then I'm being blasted all over social media for the entire United States to see that I'm a pedophile.
Did you ever have any evidence that other people were seeing these things, other than the fact that it's on social media? Did anybody ever say anything or do anything to indicate they'd seen it?
I've had comments made to me since day one.
Like what?
If you want the most recent example, yesterday there was a cheer competition in North Adams. I walked my 3-year-old son in to watch his sister cheer, and somebody asked me if that was another little boy I'm touching.
Yesterday?
Yesterday.
Where? What competition?
At the North Adams cheerleading competition.
What other examples?
Every time you go to an event, another comment's made or somebody says something. Another one I can recall was meet the team night for my daughters. We was in line to get slushies and people were making comments behind me.
What comments?
Just called me a thief and a pedophile and why was I there? And then started playing music, playing some of his songs on their phones.
Some of Mr. Foreman's Afroman songs?
Yes.
This case isn't about your kids. They're not plaintiffs, but did this have any effect on your kids that affected you in turn?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this. We had a motion, I filed, and never responded.
He knows better than to ask a question because I don't care about the kids because he didn't bring the kids in, so sustained.
What other indications have you had, Detective, that people are seeing and responding to this accusation that you're a pedophile?
Just what's been said to me. It's been shared, been sent to me. I've had people make comments at games, while in the store. It's just, there's so much stuff's happened, I don't even remember half of it.
So you were a Hamilton County deputy sheriff. Sorry, I said that earlier. You were an Adams County deputy sheriff, and you're not anymore?
Correct.
Why?
I ended up leaving the sheriff's office just because of this, because of being called a pedophile and a thief.
Explain to us just a little more about why that was so upsetting that you actually left your job.
Because the sheriff's office, so I'm from Adams County, is where all my family and friends are from. The sheriff's office was my dream job, my position. I was friends with everybody, and it was where I planned to stay. It's been my career. I dedicated a lot of time, over 10 years, to Adams County. Whether it was a call in at 1 o'clock in the morning or working 14 hours, I dedicated a lot of my time to Adams County, and I loved working at the sheriff's office. But it just got to be so much. If you go to a call or take a phone call or you make a traffic stop, something said. You go to Walmart, something said. I stopped going to my kids' games for a little bit because every time I would show up, everybody would be looking at me or something would be said to me, and just spared their embarrassment.
So when did you leave the sheriff's office?
I ended up leaving in October 2023.
You have Do your kids' friends come to your house and hang out?
They don't anymore.
Did they used to?
They used to have huge slumber parties, especially on their birthdays. They'd have 10 or 11 kids over, and essentially once this started, it stopped. I don't recall the last time my daughters have had a friend over, if they've had one ever since then.
Detective, did you ask Mr. Foreman to take down these posts?
I didn't personally.
Did you through your attorney?
Yes.
And have they been taken down?
No.
Are they still there?
Yes.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Is this a good time for a 10-minute break?
Yes.
Then we'll do that. Just go off the record, take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess that's the end of that video. So we have to find the next video in the sequence because they broke it up into parts. So give me 1 second. I don't know why they did it this way, but they did, so that's fine. Okay, let's see. So then it's this video, which is now 26 minutes long. Okay.
So, Brian, you're still employed as a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're employed in Norwood, correct?
Yes.
When you went to Norwood, you got a pay raise, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked questions about a search warrant. Is it correct to say you were the chief in charge of executing that search warrant?
Correct.
Okay. And you counted all the money?
I did.
You had full control of it the whole time?
Not the entire time, no.
Okay. So, walk me through the process by which you cataloged the money.
So while we were conducting a search of the residence, another deputy located the money, I believe, in a jacket pocket from a suit.
Okay.
He handed me the money, explained to me where he found it. At that point, I start to count it in the same room. Once I count it, I collect it, put it in Evan's bag, and take it downstairs.
Okay. So let's back up. That was very general. So when you counted it, where did you count it?
I counted it in the bedroom where it was located.
And you counted it on the floor?
Yes.
Okay. And you made specific piles?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's not all the money that was recovered is what was coming out of the suit, right?
Correct.
Where was the other money recovered?
There was more money covered from, I believe it was an office downstairs.
Okay. And where did you count that money at?
In that room.
On the floor?
I don't recall if it was on the floor or maybe on a desk that was there.
Okay, and you were wearing your body cam the whole time?
Yes.
What was the time difference between the suit jacket money and the money downstairs?
I don't recall.
You reviewed your body camera.
Yeah, it's been I reviewed it over a year ago. I don't recall what the time frame was.
Now, Mr. Nuland, let's ask that question. You were deposed, correct?
Yes.
You were deposed on August 8th of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Have you watched the body cam since then?
I haven't. Well, I take that back. I've watched pieces of it. Haven't watched the entire thing.
What pieces have you watched?
Just of me counting the money from the bedroom.
You watched only the part of your body cam where you recounted the money in the bedroom only.
Correct.
You never watched the part for downstairs.
I did not.
You never watched the part where you sealed the evidence bag?
No.
Did you seal the evidence bag?
The evidence bag was not initially sealed, no.
What do you mean by initially sealed?
So it's not a self-sealing bag. It has to be taped. So it was placed in an evidence bag and then brought downstairs to a central location until it was transported to the sheriff's office.
And the central location, where was that?
In the kitchen?
And you left it there alone?
No.
Who did you leave it with?
When I first brought it downstairs, Officer Culie was sitting at a counter and I asked him to keep an eye on it while I continued the search.
Okay, and did he keep an eye on it?
As far as I know, yes.
What do you mean, as far as you know?
I mean, I wasn't there the entire time. I went on to continue searching the residence and come back down.
But wouldn't he be in the chain of custody?
Yeah.
So did he sign the evidence bag?
No, I didn't. He wasn't in charge of the custody in that sense of signing or sealing the evidence bag. I just brought the cash down while we was still conducting a search and asked for him to keep an eye on it.
So the cash was never left alone?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Were you interviewed by a Mr. Robinson in relation to this matter?
No.
Okay. Did you make a report about the missing money?
I didn't know.
So there was this question about a return on a search warrant. Can you explain what that is?
The return?
Yes.
It's just an itemized list of property that's seized from a location during a search warrant service.
Did it include an amount of money seized on it?
Yes.
Does that amount of money match what was written on the evidence bag?
Yes.
So as far as the court knows, there was more money taken than what was returned?
I'm sorry.
So as far as the court knows with the return, more money was taken than what was returned?
That's the way it appeared, yes.
Did you put in an amended search warrant return?
I don't believe so.
So you never corrected your statement to the court?
Correct.
Okay.
Nice. So yeah, that leads to the very reasonable conclusion that the money was stolen, right? Because he never bothered to correct the official filing. So on an official filing, he said it was this, and the amount actually was this. So there's a discrepancy. So, you know, whoops. Probably should have filed that amended then, shouldn't you have?
Does the Adams County Sheriff's Office have a policy and procedure pertaining to the counting of money as evidence?
I believe so.
What do you mean you believe so?
I haven't worked there in almost 3 years.
Well, before you worked there, did they have one?
It was, I don't necessarily know that it was a written policy, but it was to have 2 people count the money.
Did 2 people count the money?
No.
Oh, man, I'm confused on that. Can you tell me why?
So explain to me why it matters. Like where you're going in this case's context. Tell me why it's relevant.
Your Honor, this is relevant because if the evidence of Mr. Robinson is admitted, which...
It's relevant because it would lead to the conclusion that he stole it, right? If he's the only person that counts it and there's a discrepancy, then it leads to the conclusion that he stole the money. It is some evidence that could support that conclusion, right? It doesn't make it certain. It makes it relevant. What is relevant evidence? Let's start with that. What is relevant evidence fundamentally? Relevant evidence fundamentally is any evidence that makes any fact in dispute more or less likely to any degree. That's what makes it relevant. So you ask the question, okay, so Afroman said, I think he stole the money in so many words. He said it in more colorful words, but neither here nor there. He said, I think this guy stole the money. He says that's not true. Okay, so there's a dispute, therefore, on the truth of whether or not he stole the money. That is now an issue that's in dispute. Okay, so is it relevant? Well, if he's the only one that counted, and there's a discrepancy in the return versus the amount, then that could provide some support that he pocketed the money, or at least a jury could think that. So that's how it's relevant, Your Honor. But, you know, okay, I'm glad I could help explain that to you and the audience at large.
He has not been here yet, but if it is admitted, this would be direct evidence since he did not interview the person who counted the money. This would go to counter Mr. Robinson's report. And actually, in my motion in limine, I talked about it in the...
Oh, no, there was no objection. The judge just sua sponte objected. Yeah, there was no objection. The judge just did a sua sponte. Yeah, so... yeah, okay. That too.
idea that we did not have time to depose Mr. Robinson and determine what his investigation was or who he interviewed. As such, I'm asking a leading question of Mr. Nuland because he didn't follow the policies and procedures. This was not taken into account by Mr. Robinson, and Mr. Robinson has made certain conclusions in his report that this would tend to cause issue with.
I like my answer better, but okay.
Mr. Robinson is listed on Mr. Klingler's witness list.
Is he going to be followed?
Depending on what happens, you might be.
Like, my concern is going to be hearsay and everything you're asking the wrong witness.
No, it's not hearsay. He didn't ask a hearsay question. He asked what? He didn't ask a hearsay question. And even if it was hearsay, it would go to the effect on the mind of the listener, because he did or didn't do a thing based on what someone said, not because of the truth of it. So just know.
Witness is in that category. I get what you're doing. I just try to follow the trail of breadcrumbs.
I'm afraid I'm not understanding the hearsay argument, Your Honor.
He's going to say what another person said and observe.
The question didn't ask for that. The question didn't ask for what a statement was. And even if someone else said it, it would go to the effect on the mind of the listener.
Didn't see it, but read about it, or doesn't have it firsthand. He already said he wasn't involved in that part of it. I'm going to give you some room to work.
I have moved past that. That's where I was talking about the policies and procedures, which would not be hearsay in the idea he should know
I
what they
get
are.
that. Again, I'm just trying to track where you're going, so I don't.
Also, is that like a little globe that he has, a little black globe on his bench? Because you know what it looks like? You know what it looks like a little bit? It looks a little bit like the gavel that the Klingon judge used to condemn Kirk and McCoy in Star Trek VI. Tell me I'm wrong. Does he have a Klingon gavel? What's up with this?
Missed the ship sailing. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Nuland, you worked at the Adams County Sheriff's Office from, what was the date on that? 2014 to 2023.
Yes.
During that time, when you started the Sheriff's Office in 2014, you reviewed the policies and procedures?
Yes.
So you would have seen the policy on counting cash?
If there was one at the time, yes. I don't recall.
So you don't know if there was a policy at the time?
Correct.
Okay. So how do you know it was supposed to be counted by two people?
That was the practice that we normally adhered to. It would be counted by one and then recounted by a second.
Okay. And the second person would initial the evidence bag?
No, it was just kind of like almost like a system of checks and balances. And then the seizing officer would still instill the evidence.
This may sound an extremely stupid question. How many times did you count the money?
I counted it one time.
Why only once?
At the time, there was so much going on, I counted the one time, put it in the bag, and until we got done.
Okay.
As opposed to every other search ever where there's not a lot happening.
So when you retrieved the bag, you never counted it again?
Correct.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag before you left?
I did not.
Okay. Did you seal the evidence bag at the Adams County Sheriff's Department?
Yes, it was sealed at the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
I didn't ask if it was sealed. I asked if you sealed it.
Yes, I would have sealed the bag.
I would have, or you did seal. That's still not the same
Back
thing.
to the deposition of August 8th, 2025. Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Do you remember I asked you about the money?
I remember that.
Maybe Afroman will make some songs about the judge. That could be fun. Is there a new Afroman single about to drop about the judge? Because I'm here for it. Maybe we could ask Suno to write a song in the style of Afroman about the crooked-ass judge who oversaw his case. Okay, we need to come up with some lyrics for the song, for the crooked-ass cop song. If you guys want to chat to pitch some lyrics, I'll see what I like, and we'll see if we can get Suno to write a song in the style of Afroman.
A conversation about the money, yes.
Oh. Do you remember I asked you if you sealed the evidence bag at that time?
I don't recall you asking that.
Really? Okay. Did you ask the sheriff to do an investigation on the missing money?
I didn't, no.
Okay. So I just want to get something clear here because my notes are a little fuzzy. You were in the Army at the same time you were a deputy, right?
So, yes, I was in the reserves at the time.
Okay. So that's why you would have been a full-time deputy in 2014 and then discharged honorably from the military in 2015?
Correct.
Okay. You said this job was exciting.
Yeah.
What do you mean by exciting?
So, like I said, when I left the military, I wanted a career that would be not mundane, but kind of like an exciting, something new type of career. So I chose law enforcement.
Okay. And you've been called derogatory names before, correct?
Yes.
Significant derogatory names, correct?
Yes.
And that's by members of the public, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to 2022, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you mentioned you have some brothers. Do you have a brother that worked in law enforcement?
Yes.
Was he the chief of People's
He was.
Police? Why did he leave?
Why does it matter?
Your Honor, it has been brought up because one of the images has William Nuland, and as you read through the post actually talks about Mr. Nuland leaving the police department, so therefore I am building a foundation to show the truth of what statements are in there.
Is that the reference to the plaintiff's picture you're talking about?
It's a reference to one of his exhibits, yes. Give me a second, I'll tell you which exhibit.
As long as it refers to that exhibit, I get where you're going, so you can keep going.
I'll re-ask the question. Why did your brother leave the People's Police Department?
He was charged with some kind of crime through the Adams County Prosecutor's Office. He was subsequently convicted, and he resigned or quit sometime during the process.
And it is a fair statement to say it involved minor children?
I really don't know anything about the investigation.
You don't know anything about your brother's crime he was charged with?
Just what I've seen on Jail Tracker in the past.
So you're not close to your brother?
I'm not, no.
Okay. Are you close to your family then?
Yeah, most of my family.
Then why not your brother who's in law enforcement?
Well, we were both in the Army at the same time, separate parts of the world. We kind of got close again, and then once this, his issues happened, we kind of just drifted apart again.
So you drifted apart once he had a criminal problem?
Correct.
Well, let's talk about that. Has anybody asked you about that prior to 2022 when he was charged?
No.
No one asked you about your brother?
I'm sorry. Like before he was charged and it came out to everybody? No.
So no one asked you about your brother being charged with a crime?
Yeah, after the fact. I've been asked about.
When was the first time you were asked about it then?
It would have been shortly after he was charged or arrested.
Okay.
It was all a complete surprise to me.
And that was prior to Mr. Foreman's video and post, correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So now you've said people have treated you differently since Mr. Foreman's post.
Yes.
So people come and ask you about your brother. Did they treat you differently because of that?
It was just on a smaller scale. I was asked about it, and then that was it. It wasn't shared, and I wasn't put in music videos and everything else because of that reason.
But your brother's criminal charge and everything was in the front page of the local newspaper, correct?
Yeah.
So everybody in Adams County knew that your brother was charged?
Correct.
And so did people treat you differently at that time?
No.
Not at all?
No.
Why didn't they treat you differently?
That'd be a question for them.
Okay. Would it be because they knew you?
Since he said he doesn't know, you shouldn't ask that question. Strike
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. It's not a fair question. +1 for the judge on that one.
See, that would be a classic example of testimony from the lawyer, not the witness who said he doesn't know.
I don't know the commentaries necessarily, Your Honor, but
If you don't know if they treated you differently when your brother's was on the front page of the paper, how do you know that your treatment today, or as you've testified to, was due solely to Mr. Foreman?
Well, prior to this, nobody called me a pedophile. Prior to this, there was nothing published about me being a pedophile. Prior to this, nobody asked me if I was molesting my own 3-year-old son.
What about the officer?
Okay, and then the video just jumps to something else for a second for
Let
no
me rephrase
reason.
the question.
Back to the trial.
Did the officers that you work with at Norwood put up a picture or an image of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did you ask them to take it down?
No.
Did they think it was funny?
Yes.
And they're in law enforcement?
Yes.
Do they think any different of you because of this?
I don't know.
They don't treat you differently?
I don't really, I mean, I work with them, but I don't really associate with them. I go there and I do my job and I come home.
When you interviewed for the Norwood Police Department, they never held anything Mr. Foreman said against you?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would it be fair to say it did not?
Goes right to damages, right? So it didn't harm him in his trade or profession. His colleagues didn't hold it against him, and since then he's taken a new job and gotten even more money. So it didn't harm him in his trade or profession. So yep, there you go. That's good.
Not affect your professional career then?
Oh, it absolutely did.
How so?
Good question.
Even if I move locations from Adams County to Cincinnati or to Los Angeles, people still ask if I'm a pedophile. People still ask me what it's about. People still ask me if I'm a thief.
But the people you work with do not ask that, correct?
They don't ask me, I know.
Yeah, so it doesn't harm you in your
interviewed,
profession.
Your future employer never asked you that question.
No.
Yeah.
So then when you say it damaged your reputation, you're only referring to people in the public, correct?
No. That's just what people in the public is what I know. Maybe people do have bias against me, in law enforcement. I don't know.
Okay. Were you ever passed up for promotion because of this?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined because of this?
No.
And you agree while you're out in the public, people are seeing you perform your law enforcement duties?
Yes.
And based upon what they see, they will make comments about you, correct?
Yes.
So how you perform your duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
And you've testified in the courtroom before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever testified in a civil case before?
No.
Have you ever testified in a civil case that involved the duties of a police officer before?
No.
Okay. You've had citizens comment on your execution of your duties before, correct?
Yes.
Not all those comments have been positive, have they?
Correct.
And so you would agree that as a police officer, you are subject to public scrutiny?
Yes.
And you've never sought to keep your status as a law enforcement officer secret?
No.
Have you ever been in a local newspaper?
Yes.
Was it positive or negative?
Positive.
Okay. But not everything they write is positive, is it?
Correct.
As you've said that people can comment on your execution of your duties as a police officer, did you follow the procedure correctly in execution of the search warrant?
In the execution of the search warrant itself, yes.
Okay. So you knocked on the door as required by law?
Correct.
Okay. And then you decided to kick it in?
Correct.
And then when you couldn't kick it in, you went to the side door with a battering ram?
Correct.
Why did you try to kick the door in with your foot?
Is this what we're not trying?
Your Honor, he has opened the door and saying that his...
No, I closed the door. So I don't think we're trying the search warrant case.
Your Honor, he is claiming that his reputation is linked to how he performs his official duties. I am merely introducing that he has not followed procedures, and therefore a person can criticize him on that, and therefore he would have that as part of his reputation that everybody would have to consider.
Fair point. It's a fair point.
Well, we don't have any standard against which to measure that.
Sure we
Which is
do.
the whole point. So how are we going to get a standard against which?
We do have a standard. The procedures he was supposed to follow is the standard. What do you mean we don't have a standard? Of course we have a standard. He asked him if he followed the procedures, and now he's walking him through the procedures he did or did not follow. The standard is the procedures. What do you mean we don't have a standard? What?
To measure that, otherwise you get a dance in the pea patch. I said we're not dancing it.
If we can...
How'd dancing enter the equation? Don't know.
Can't present that he hasn't done his job correctly and that would reflect negative on his reputation, then I don't understand what we would be presenting that, because his reputation is exactly what he is claiming is damaged. It is the very issue that they're going to ask for money damages about.
Do you have an expert that's going to say there was a violation of a search warrant process?
He is. He's going to say it or not. He would know, because he knows the procedures, and he can be like, yes, I did these things, or no, I didn't do these things. So this guy's available. He knows.
No, we're just going to introduce the policies and procedures in place at that time.
Yeah, works for me.
There are, yes.
Well, then put the foundation out there first. Like my prior decision, like made that clear. I'm trying to work with it, don't get me wrong. But I'm pretty good about staying laser focused.
I'm trying to ask the questions now so I don't have to recall Mr. Nuland after the Sheriff Kenny Dick is called, so he can tell us what the policies were at that time. But I can save this line of questioning and recall him later for it if that would be more amenable to the court.
You could be basically like, yeah, I proffer that the way that I would do this in a courtroom is you say, Your Honor, I proffer that at a later time we're going to call so-and-so, which can testify to the procedures. Also, he knows what they are. So we'll have some, yeah, but I don't even think you need the expert, to be honest. This guy should be fine.
I don't see policies and procedures on your witness list.
Witness list or exhibit list, Your Honor?
It's all together, so exhibit list. Like I might have an old one.
There is an amended one, if I may, Your
Do
Honor.
you have one, Mr. Plaintiff?
Yes.
Amended when? Mine dated March 12th, so if you amended it on Friday, I might be out of date.
March 12th.
I have an amended witness list. I don't see Sheriff's Office policy and procedure.
Policies and procedures for Adams County Sheriff's Office.
So that's the whole policy procedure manual?
Yes, Your Honor, although we're going to try to tailor it to just what's relevant so we don't have an entire manual. And Judge, we've stipulated to the authenticity of
So that comes in.
that document, so that we can be used as a witness to authenticate it.
Keep her going then, Mr. Osborne.
I would note I would need one.
I also like this guy's pen game. Does he have enough pens and enough pockets? I mean, what's all that about? But okay. I mean, at least they're red and blue, so he's got color coordinated. That's nice.
I need Mr. Dick to come in and say they were in place at the time, as Mr. Nuland can't remember that they were in place at the time.
We might be able to stipulate that.
Now, it's not every time you're in public that people yell and scream thief or pedophile, correct?
Correct.
There's quite a few times you can have a peaceful meal with your kids and never have any problems.
Correct.
It's only at certain times this occurs.
Less
correct?
likely now that everyone's seen your face from this trial. That's not going to help.
Have you ever been accused before of stealing money from traffic stops?
Yes.
It was not Mr. Foreman that accused you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Have you seen a copy of Mr. Robinson's report?
I may have seen, I don't believe I've seen the whole report. When he first conducted the report, or conducted the investigation, I was provided a copy of the report, or a partial copy.
But you never sent that to Mr. Foreman, did you?
I didn't know.
Okay. You would agree if someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration?
I'm sorry.
If someone called someone a baby killer, that would be an exaggeration, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Ooh. Ooh, that was the wrong answer. No, no, no. Because if it's an exaggeration, if it's hyperbole, you can't sue over it. Oh, no, that was the wrong answer. No. No.
Nobody would take that seriously, correct?
I'm sure somebody would.
So when you talk about your reputation, are you talking about your reputation only in Adams County, or are you talking about it in the whole world?
My reputation in general. Adams
In what?
County, Hamilton County, the entire world.
The entire world. So you care what people think about you in Australia?
When it affects me and my job, yes.
How does Australia affect your job?
I'm not saying that it does. I'm just using it as a generalization. If it affects me and my personal life and my job, yes, it matters to me.
Now you're claiming that by being called a thief, you were painted in a false light.
Yes.
And what exactly does that mean?
That I was being painted in a false light.
You've been accused of stealing from traffic stops before.
So being accused of stealing in traffic stops before was when money was seized and forfeited by the courts and no longer returned, and I was unquote, quote unquote, called a thief. Okay. Never to this extent.
Okay.
Never to this broad, you know.
But you would agree there is some similarity here. Money was seized here too.
Correct.
Okay, I think it's at the end of the video. Yes, it is. Okay, great. So that's the end of that segment. No problem. Let us transition to the new exciting statement. So, okay, let's go to segment 3. Again, why they broke it up this way, I don't know, but you know, we deal with the limitations we're given. All right, this segment is 34 minutes. Yes, okay.
Times as a law enforcement officer, did any of those cause you to quit your job and find a job in another place?
No.
You said, I think, that some officers in Norwood posted, was it a picture of Afroman, of Mr. Foreman on your computer?
Yes.
Did they post a picture of the accusation that you're a pedophile?
No.
As a public official, you're subject to scrutiny, I believe was Mr. Osborne's question, and you agree with that, correct? You're subject to scrutiny.
Yes.
And when you became a police officer, did you think you were signing up for being called a pedophile and having to lose your job?
No.
Do you think do you think being called a pedophile is just an exaggeration?
No, I don't.
You got asked a question about your emotions and whether or not you've seen a doctor, and I believe you said you haven't.
No.
Can you tell us anything about the atmosphere in law enforcement circles that, as you've experienced it, and the attitude toward therapy and emotions and that sort of thing?
There's a stigma on seeking medical help or seeing a doctor or taking therapy. You just expected to take it and move on, and it's all fun and games, kind of like, them posting that picture on my computer. I didn't find it funny at all, but they did. Like, it's just that stigma, around law enforcement in general.
So you've been dealing with this by yourself, as you say, without medical help?
Yes.
Those are all my questions, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a few more questions, Brian. You would agree that there was mistakes made during the search and counting the money and everything, correct?
Yes.
So it was not done perfectly, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned that as an officer, you're supposed to take it and move on. Is that part of having a thick skin as a police officer?
I guess you could word it that way, yeah.
Is it correct to say that the officers at Norwood found it funny, but you didn't?
Correct.
So some people find things funny that you don't find funny?
Yes.
Good question. Nice.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
We're going to step down. What do you got that's going to get me 30 or 40 minutes, Mr. Plaintiff?
Our next witness, Judge, is Lieutenant Lisa Phillips.
Can you get through your direct by 4:15 to 4:30?
That may be difficult.
Can you give me somebody you can get through?
I think I can get through my direct, Judge.
That's the goal. Thank you.
Let's go. This judge could use a little bit more polish. I don't know if it's bias as such. I think that this judge just lacks overall refinement and polish and professionalism. It's a much more, what would you say, much more sort of country, small town style, I guess. So this is not the formality we're used to, that's for sure. Okay. Does she have like a bodyguard or what the fuck is this? Who's this guy?
Do you solemnly swear the
That's the clerk? Or the bailiff, I guess? All right.
testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You be seated.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Lisa Phillips,
And Lisa, where do you live?
Adams County.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
At least 24 years or so.
How do I ask this question without being insensitive? Was Lisa Phillips born a girl?
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
When did you
Is this a guy? Seriously, I honestly, now I'm confused. Is it a guy named Lisa? I honestly don't know. I'm honestly to God confused right now. I don't know. It could go either way, man. Is it a boy named Sue? I don't know, man. I'm confused.
Start your career in law enforcement.
2001.
And what were you doing at that time?
I graduated high school in 2000 and went through the police academy.
Well, what academy did you go to?
Greenfield Police Academy in Hillsborough.
Yeah.
She has children? Okay.
And how long have you known you wanted to be a police officer?
Since I was a kid.
What was your first position then out of the academy?
Part-time at West Union Police Department.
And then when did you was your next job a deputy sheriff?
Yes, sir.
When did you start as a deputy sheriff?
September of 2002.
And do you have family here in Adams County?
Yeah. Yes.
Do you have a husband?
Yes, sir.
You have a child?
Yes, sir.
How old is your child?
She's 21.
What?
And did she go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir.
Do you have other family in the area?
I got grandma and cousins and family like that.
And did you ever serve as a school resource officer?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us about that.
I took the job full-time at the sheriff's office as a school resource officer. That's what I started off as, deputy sheriff, school resource officer. Then was there for the kids, keep the kids safe, out of any kind of danger. I also was there for the kids, as far as, bonding.
I know I'm not necessarily anyone to look at. I'm not necessarily in the greatest shape, and I'm certainly not as young as I used to be. And there is that whole expression about, people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw stones, but woof.
To kids, keeping them, as far as like way of life, just somebody else to be there, Sometimes they need somebody to talk to. I do that quite a bit.
And did you sometimes greet the kids when they got dropped off at school?
In the morning, I directed traffic at the school.
And did you have occasion to know any of Mr. Foreman's children?
I don't know him by name, but I have let him out of the vehicle before, or not let him out, but greeted him. Yes, sir.
That home was located here in Adams County on Russellville Road.
Yes, sir.
And how did you come to be a part of that warrant team?
I was called in. I wasn't actually working.
You weren't on duty?
No, sir.
And is that part of your job? Even if you're off duty, if you need to be called in for something, you drop everything and go do it?
Yes.
Was Mr. Foreman home during the warrant execution?
No, sir.
Were any of his children present?
Not initially.
Did you see any of his children that night?
In the vehicle with their mother.
Just to clear that up, can you tell us what happened?
Come in the driveway, and I was on the outer post of the house as far as like the perimeter area, and she pulled up with the kids, and I went over and spoke with her, and I told her we probably wouldn't be good for the kids to see us, so they wouldn't be there to be upset or anything.
Excuse me. Do you know whether the children live there or do they live somewhere else?
They live up the road. Up down the road from there.
With their mother?
Yes.
So then did they leave, or did the children never went into the house or anything?
No, sir.
Did you take any money that night?
Yes, sir.
Sometime after this warrant was executed, did you start becoming aware of things Mr. Foreman was posting about you on the internet?
Yes, sir, I did.
We have some exhibits that we want to show you. Do you have them lined? Do you have them lined up, Natalie?
I have them pulled up.
Okay.
Not, they won't play.
Yeah. Let's go to the first one. Is that the order that we put them in?
I have the order.
Which number is this?
This is number 19.
Thank you. So Lisa, we're showing you what we've marked as Exhibit 19.
You know, I never quite knew what King Missile was trying to say when they sung their song Detachable Penis, but as I feel like my dick is about to fall off by watching this woman, I'm feeling like I start to understand the troubles of that author.
This looks like a post from September 17th, 2022. Was that shortly after the execution of the warrant?
Yes, sir.
Can we blow it up just a little bit?
From OG Afroman. Good morning, ladies. Here she is, the condescending cunt, Adams County Sheriff Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa, to serve and disconnect your home video surveillance system so you won't have proof of Adams County Sheriff's Department stealing money and other things around your house, even possibly planting false kidnapping evidence. I used to speak to this lady when I dropped my kids off to school. I always wondered why she never spoke back, just looked at me with the same condescending cunt look you see in the picture. Okay, carrying on.
Okay, down. Near the bottom of that first paragraph, just go down a little bit more, right there. Has anybody...
You see in the picture. I spoke to her again at the metal detector in the Adams County Courthouse. Her voice was 3 octaves lower than mine. Has anyone in Adams County verified her vagina? If you haven't, you should, or she might.
In Adams County verified her vagina. If you haven't, you should, or she might.
Might what? Might what?
Whoop out something bigger than yours. If this lady is your friend, I wouldn't leave her alone in my house. Or I'll put it this way, if you leave and your video system is messed up, etc., etc. And then down below a little further, my name for this particular officer is Lieutenant Mona Lickum Low Lisa.
Rose, I'm definitely sensing some antagonism in the speech, to be sure. To be fair to Mr. Afroman, he has cause for some antagonism related to this specific woman and others involved in this case. So he's expressing his thoughts with strong language, which I appreciate. Yeah.
When did you first see this posting, if you recall?
Shortly after the warrant.
That was over three and a half years ago. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
From OG Afroman. Good morning, ladies. Lieutenant Mana Lickumlow Lisa, full of shit Phillips, to serve and disconnect after stealing my money and disconnecting my cameras. Lieutenant Mana Lickumlow Lisa, full of shit Phillips, is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and loss of reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mana Lickumlow Lisa, full of shit Phillips, but she loves stealing money and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding taxpayer citizens. Yeah, no, I'm sure Afroman meant the word cunt in the Australian friend sense. I'm definitely sure that's what he meant. He meant it in the Australian sense of the word. I'm quite, yeah, that's definitely what's going on here. Sure. Okay, great.
You see here, it says disconnect after stealing my money.
What's the number?
Sorry,
20.
Exhibit Plaintiff's 20, Your Honor, thank you. Is suing me for humiliating her, giving her mental stress, ridicule, and the loss of her reputation. She doesn't like being called Lieutenant Mona Lickumlow Lisa, full of shit Phillips, but she loves stealing money and disconnecting cameras of law-abiding, tax-paying citizens. That's March 25th of 2023, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Go to the next one. Which number is this?
Number 21, and it's a video.
Lieutenant Lickumlow Lisa, stop looking at pussy back there. That's your problem. You're always looking pussy and you don't even know how many pussies you've licked. You don't even know how many video cameras you've disconnected.
Afroman seems to have some strong thoughts he'd like to share with the class. You know, he has some strong. I'm gathering a negative sentiment. Just some subtle clues.
What number? That was 21?
Yes.
Did you see that video when it was posted?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
Lieutenant Mona Lickumlow Lisa, ex-wife just like pizza. She jealous of me.
22.
I don't need to know as much as the record needs to know. I work with me here. Go with it. 22.
22.
Lieutenant Mona Lickumlow Lisa, ex-wife just like pizza. She jealous of me and my love chill. That's why she disconnected my camera.
Was that the same one over again, or was that a different one?
That is number 22.
That's
the
22.
same- Yes.
Same one, all right. Lieutenant Lickumlow Lisa ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Is that what you understood that to say?
Yes, sir.
Let's go to the next one.
I suppose I need the lesbians in the audience to comment whether eating a woman's pussy like pizza makes sense, is a compliment. How do the lesbians in the audience interpret that phrase? I guess I don't know what to think about that one.
This is 23.
Mona Lickumlow Lisa, ex-wife just like pizza. She jealous of me and my love chill. That's why she disconnected my camera.
That's the same thing on a different platform. Do you know what? Can you tell what platform that is?
Search YouTube.
And the other one was Instagram. But don't play it. Just pull it up. See if we can.
Number 22.
It's number 22. Yeah.
That's 22 again.
That's YouTube.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out which two platforms. Were they both the same platform?
Do you want me to go to the next, or both of those are both YouTube.
Oh, okay.
And then there's more exhibits of this.
Yes, I don't know why we had two of the same one, but I'm sorry. Let's go,
Can we stop here? So for the record, are we saying that Exhibit 22 and Exhibit 23 are duplicates?
They are not duplicates. They are postings of the same video. One was posted on October 4th, 2022. One was posted on October 23rd, 2022. They were posted on his YouTube account on two separate occasions. One is like that.
Can we clear that up for the record, Your Honor?
I think we just did.
I don't know which one was posted when.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
You're thinking like I'm thinking. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Let's play the next exhibit.
24?
Yes. Exhibit 24.
Lisa, it's white just like Lisa. She jealous of me and my love. That's why she just connected my camera.
When was that post? Can you see a date? Is that a different date? Should have the witness testify, probably ideally. if we can,
September
but-
25th of 2022.
Okay. And is that a different? That's a different date from
This is my first time hearing the Lick 'em Low Lisa song. So I am enjoying it apparently on repeat for the first time ever. So that's definitely a thing that's happening in my day. I heard Lemon Pound Cake and I heard Will You Fix My Door. Missed out on Lick 'em Low Lisa. Glad I'm getting this deep cut track brought to me by the court system. That's great. This technically qualifies as legal education now. Yeah. Great.
the other two?
Yes.
Thank you. Next exhibit,
Sure.
number
25.
25.
Lisa, it's white just like Lisa. She jealous of me and my love. That's why
my
she
God.
just connected my camera.
And is that a different date? Whoops. Was that a different date? Well, it's not up there anymore, is it? Or
It is up there.
okay. Can you tell, Lisa? Sorry.
Yes, sir. It's October 4th of 2022.
Thank you. Different date. Okay. Next exhibit. Is that it?
Please don't be the same exact song again.
All right.
I've already heard it 4 times. I got it.
We have another video.
Oh, Lord.
We're ready to do that?
Okay.
Yes.
I'm just assuming I'm going to object.
Yes, you're going to object to
This
this.
is the one I'm going to renew my objection on.
So don't play it. Just tell me what it is first. What is this?
This is a video that was posted, I believe, last Friday.
I will enter an objection on this. The law has changed. As I said, in April of 2025, a new law was passed, an anti-SLAPP law, which would apply to this, and therefore would have a completely different standard of evidence, and we would renew our objection to it being admitted, or even posted at this point.
Mr. Klinger?
That law does not apply to this video or to this case, Judge.
Your Honor, that pertains to matters of public, for the press. It also covers artistic expression.
Is it eat 'em like pizza because pussy triangle? Is that what it is? Because I just made the connection. Yeah, I just made the connection because the pussy is sometimes represented by the triangle and boob circles, right? So therefore pizza. Okay, I figured it out. All right, great. I'm glad I figured that one out mentally. That was definitely what I needed to figure out in my day. But glad my brain made that connection. That's fantastic. Moving on.
Expression and stuff, just to have no analysis is not an answer to the question. But I will renew it.
It's a really good objection, and I'll be consistent and overrule it. We'll play it, and you might be right. But if we overrule it, I think I'm right. Number 26.
And this is not 26. I apologize, Your Honor. It's 34. Sorry, we're out of order because of the way that they.
34.
Pizza also kind of rhymes with Lisa. That's true.
Exhibit 34, just for the record.
Oh my God, he made a music video. He made a music video. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. Okay. This will be good.
Did you see this already, Mr. Osborne?
Your Honor, when they listed it, I did find it and take a look at it. I was never supplied a copy, but I did find a copy on YouTube.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Holy shit. Okay. I didn't expect that in my day. Please, YouTube, do not flag my video. Holy shit. Look, I hate to break this to you, but just because it's on YouTube does not in any sense mean that I am safe. Okay, look, that is just unfortunately not how it works. It should, but it's not. Just because, yeah, okay, it is a non-trivial concern. Oh, Lord, I understand. I understand all these things. Okay, okay. The fact that we're roasting her in a courthouse that's being broadcast, this is like, I don't even know what this is at this point. Does this technically qualify as ironic that we're playing the music she's suing for defamation for, or playing it to her face, and then broadcasting the whole thing and basically just making, is that qualify as irony? I'm going to go with it qualifies as irony. This is very ironic, don't you think? Yeah, no, it's not just irony or just satire. You've got it right, Evan. The problem is it's like multiple levels. That's why this is hard to properly categorize, because, well, there's the initial thing, which is the satire, and then we're suing for defamation, and so now we've got irony of the satire, and there's probably another level or two in there somewhere too. Yeah, I need like an English professor to break this one down. I'm not even sure how many levels. I've counted at least two, and there's probably more in that too. And then, of course, there's my video now bringing and reacting to it. So that's, what am I doing relative to this? That is, I am, it's ridiculing the ironic satire. Yeah, I think I got that right. Okay, yeah, it's okay.
Join the Adams County Sheriff's Department. Husband was complaining because she was munching on their wife's carpet.
Shawn had you rolling. Shawn's reactions were probably pretty good. We may have to watch Shawn reacting, and then that's another level on top of everything. This is getting very hard to diagram out the levels that we're at. This is multi-layer, and it's getting increasingly hard to chart them accurately. Wow. Yeah, this is like Shawn's thing. This is him, and his chat must have been having so much fun with this. Yeah, I'm a little bit envious now of Shawn and his chat, because yeah, I'm imagining Shawn's reaction and the chat's reaction in my head. It's like, I know Shawn pretty well, spoken to him a lot, speak to him on the phone. We're actually reasonable friends. We talk on the phone from time to time. And I've watched a fair amount of his content. So now I'm trying to anticipate how Shawn would react to this and how his chat would react to it. And I'm amusing myself in that imagination. Yeah. I'm having some pictures in my head. Yeah. What would that look like, Kurt? Yeah. Yeah. I can't sing along because I never heard the song before. I guess Shawn must have heard the song. I don't know the song. I don't know the lyrics. So I can't sing along because I don't have the lyrics. I don't know what they are. I've never heard the song before. This is a first on several levels. Jeff would have had fun with this. Parody? No, it's not parodic, because there's nothing we're parodying. Yeah, because to be parody, we'd have to be making fun of a reference material, which we're not really doing. I mean, we did have some clips to our deposition, but I don't really think this qualifies as a parody. Yeah, this is a satire. It's an ironic. Okay, it's a satire, not a parody. Shawn may have played it on 1.5 or something. There probably is a German word for this. Yeah, there's got to be a German word for it. Schadenfreude isn't quite right. Schadenfreude is close, but that's not quite correct. There's definitely a German word for this, 100%. That's what I need. I need the Germans in here. Anyone speak German? Any Germans in here can help? Well, what exactly is this? I don't think it's quite Schadenfreude. What is it? I watched the video. I watched a lot of it. Okay, now we got Rose. Yeah. Shamaid, mocking soon lampoon. Yeah, it's a lampoon. It's definitely a lampoon for sure. Yeah. It's definitely a lampoon. Mm-hmm. I know it's her deposition with her attorney. I picked up on that. There's just no way around this. I just have to. How fucking long is this video? This video is this is a long video, man. Isn't a music video supposed to be like 3 minutes? This is a long video. we're going to have to invent a new German word for this, I think. Yeah, I think the Germans might have to create a new word for this level of inception. It's like, because you have the thing just eating it's now self-referentially mocking meta lampooning, ironic lampooning, because she's suing over it. So it's meta. I don't even know, man. I'm having a hard time on this one.
Shoot you, or I would never try to punch you. I thought I cracked some musical jokes that I didn't know they hurt you that bad. I'm sorry. I think you're a nice little lady. I didn't know you was a wild. I'm sorry. I was just having fun with the man. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. Oh, man, Jesus. Hang on, let's take a little break, everybody.
This video is too long. You're telling me it's 10 minutes? I've been here longer than 10 minutes. You guys lied to me. This is not a 10-minute video. I have been here longer than 10 minutes. Does this video ever end? It's 13 minutes? Oh, Lord. The song's still going!
What the fuck? Oh, this. I did a show one night, and this girl said, hey, Afroman, I want to give you some pussy.
Oh, good. This is her own lawyer that's subjecting her to this. So I don't know if it's necessary, but her own lawyer is doing this. So, okay. that it's her own lawyer doing it has got to add another level to the irony or whatever we're doing, because, you know, her own lawyer should be advocating for her and is basically just causing cruelty to his own client. So that's another word in this increasingly complex German nightmare that we're trying to assemble. That's like, okay, so it's a self-own, I guess, but it's being done by the advocate. So it's like unaware self-own. So it's a meta, unaware self-own, ridiculing, ironic satire, I think.
Okay. Is this part of it?
I used to put kids in the car and mess with kids in the car.
Is that it?
I'll give you 15 minutes tomorrow to start. We're done. She's still.
Oh, they finished for the day on that? They finished for the day on that? So the jury has that playing in their head overnight?
Still under direct. You're directed not to coach her testimony. You can talk about other matters, but not her direct.
Understood, Judge. Thank you.
We'll start at 8:15 tomorrow, and you can have your 15 or so then.
Thank you.
Thank you for good work today, ladies.
Okay. Well, that happened. I'm blue screening a little bit over here because it's too many layers. It's too many layers. I can't, my brain, I'm a pretty smart guy, but I'd like to think, maybe it's flattery, I'd like to think I'm a smart guy, but I'm trying to, I don't even know how many layers deep I'm into this at this point. I'm drowning a little bit trying to unpack all that, and I'm struggling. Maybe it's because I'm 45 and not as sharp as I used to be, or I don't know, man, but that's a lot, man. I'm having a tough time unpacking whatever that was. Well, not that I want to at this point, because I'd really like to continue with the trial, but I'm not allowed to do that because I'm a sadist or a masochist. I'm a sadist, right? That's the one that causes pain to themselves, sadism. I can't remember. Anyways, I'm one of those things, and I'm going to watch Potentially Criminal cover it. Was Shawn on screen for this or what?
In April of 2025, a new law was passed, an anti-SLAPP law, which would apply to this, and therefore would have a completely different standard of evidence, and we would renew our objection.
So a
to
masochist.
being admitted.
Okay, I'm a masochist. I always have trouble remembering which is which.
That law does not apply to this video or to this case, Judge.
Yeah,
Your Honor, that
masochist
pertains to
then.
matters of public, for the press.
Although I'm also doing it to you, but I'm not enjoying it, so I'm not a sadist. I'm causing you pain, but I don't enjoy it, so therefore I'm not a sadist. I don't really enjoy it on myself either, though, but I'm still doing it anyway. I don't even know what I am at this point.
Also, it covers artistic expression and stuff. Just to have no analysis is not an answer to the question. But I will renew it.
It's a really good objection, and I'll be consistent and overrule it. We'll play.
Because of the way they.
Oh, and the fact that Afroman's attorney objected to playing this. Oh God, that's another layer, isn't it? Too. I forgot. Yeah, Afroman's lawyer didn't want this presented. So not only is it not that Afroman's lawyer is doing this to her. Her own lawyer is doing this to her over Afroman's objection. Afroman doesn't want to do this. It's her idea, and she's making them.
And then for the record, Your Honor, my objection would pertain to Exhibit 34, just for the record.
This fucking slaps. This fucking slaps, Chad. I'm fucking into this. Fucking some R&B vibes.
Came to town, she left the all around. From Adams County to the 275. Look at every pussy alive. Lisa, look you really don't know her. I noticed her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine. But she's like about something that's bigger than mine. Lick 'em low. Lisa, lick 'em low. Pussy high.
Well, that's definitely a thing that happened in a court proceeding, apparently. This is a lot. Maybe some college. This would be good for an English lit class on a college level. Please unpack the levels and write an essay for each. Write an essay describing how many levels of whatever there is in this. Yeah, that could be an interesting college essay. Wow. So we have one of two choices at this chat, and I'll leave it to your good judgment because this is definitely not going to backfire. We can either A, move on to day 2 of the proceedings, or B, we can just watch the music video for 13 minutes because we didn't get the experience of watching the whole thing. So how do you guys want to watch 13? Do you want to watch 13 minutes of music video together? Trying to figure out what the hell this is doing? Yeah. Option B, no. 2, no. Saw enough? Okay, thank you, chat. You made the right decision. You made the right decision, chat. Okay. Let's go on to day 2. Lord have mercy.
Mr. Foreman, that caused you to leave the sheriff's department?
It had to do with the handling of this case.
Let's see if I can find. Hold on. Is that where they picked up? They didn't pick up with her? No, someone's watching Cross. So where's the cross? The young jerks have it? They might. No, they pick up with the guy on day 2. So where's her cross? It was put out oddly. So there's missing footage. Yeah. So we don't have it. Okay. So they do Justin, but where's the cross of the lady? They didn't seem to film the cross in court. Yeah, but Kat's apparently reacting to it. So Kat apparently found it somewhere because she's watching it right now. So she found it. Watchdog Wire apparently had the official. Okay, let's see if Watchdog. Hold on. Let's see if Watchdog Wire posted it. No, but Kat says that's where she got it, but Watchdog Wire themselves didn't post it. Trial TV? Okay. Okay, that's days 1 and 2. Okay. So does this have what I need? All right.
Hello and welcome to Trial.
All right. Well, okay, so that's... No, that's still her direct. They don't do a cross of her. Trial TV doesn't have it. At least not on the videos I'm seeing. Because they skip right to day 2 with the guy after the direct. All right. I don't know where it is. I can't find it. Yeah, they just pick up with the guy on day 2. All right. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just pick up where we were then. That's not the right video. I did my best, guys.
Can you tell me what fact about you that receding hairline or dipshit refers to, please?
I'm sorry?
What private fact of yours does that refer to?
I mean, there's a picture of me, and let's see here, talking about let's see, I wouldn't trust him with methamphetamine crack ass alone in my house.
So
I find that pretty insulting.
So that statement is what you're suing on?
Well, no. I told you this is one of many.
Well, and that's why we're trying to find.
You keep trying to make it singular. I'm telling you it's not singular, it's plural.
Okay, and so one of them is dipshit, one is receding hairline,
Yep.
and the other is meth heads.
Yes.
Is there any more?
Well, when he's sitting there making accusations against the organization that I, at that time, was working for, destroying community trust, all based off of a lie, that's what ultimately stopped.
And that's community trust in the Adams County Sheriff's Department, correct?
Yes.
Let's go back to what was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
Okay.
I unfortunately don't do technology very well. But this was Plaintiff's Exhibit 5. You said this was referring to you. Where's your picture in this?
I said, you asked me earlier.
Where's your picture?
No, and you asked me earlier.
Your Honor, I'd ask the witness to answer the question.
Okay.
You can clarify it as read.
Okay. Okay.
Answer that.
Is your picture in this post?
No.
Is that a picture of your father?
Yes.
So this actually pertains more to your father than you?
Correct.
I'd like to look at what was Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Can you turn a little bit?
Well, here, I'll do that.
Just turn a slide there. Right. Yep, perfect. Okay.
So there's no Plaintiff's Exhibit A.
Oh, sorry, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
So this would have been Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. It says, in court early. Were you at that hearing?
No.
So this is a post about a legitimate hearing that we have in this case?
Right.
But you weren't present there?
No, no, sir.
Do you know if your attorney was present?
I don't know.
This kind of goes without saying, you're not a judge.
Nope.
You're not.
Exhibit number?
Oh, are you not?
Thank you.
This would be Plaintiff's Exhibit number 6, the one about Roy Gabbard. You're not a judge?
Nope.
You're not Roy Gabbard?
Nope.
And other than this referring to the Adams County Sheriff's Department somewhere towards the end, that is the only thing in it that you believe is the claim?
I'm sorry. It kicked on right when you were talking. I couldn't hear you. The AC kicked on.
Strike the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Poor timing.
This would be Plaintiff's Exhibit number 8. You said you saw this sometime after?
Yeah, it wasn't the day of. It was sometime after. I don't recall.
How long after?
Within a week, I'd say, probably.
But you're not identified in here?
No.
And it just talks about the department in general?
Correct.
It just talks about a guy that hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox?
Correct.
And you didn't hit Mr. Foreman's mailbox?
No.
Were you ever disciplined because of what happened in the raid?
No.
Were you ever disciplined for anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Other than your voluntary resignation, have you lost any other income?
I've been employed in a year. I've been living off savings. You know, I can't keep gainful employment because I'm going to VA appointments 5 days a week sometimes.
Well, you said that you went to surgery. When did you go into surgery?
I don't remember. That's been so long ago. It was
It was a nice time at home. You didn't have any duties.
Oh, yes.
Was it a long time ago?
I don't recall. I'd say it's been over a year, but the dates I'm sorry, I can't recall it.
So, is the allegations of you being a thief come out of the handling of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
During depositions, I asked you some questions about how money should be counted and cataloged as evidence. Can you explain the process to me of how you count and catalog money as evidence?
Yeah, I mean, as far as like what the policy is, or because I don't that policy has changed since then, and we had, but usually what you do is we have a special type of evidence bag. That evidence bag, it'll have denominations of bills. Okay. On that, you count it and you mark it. You know, I got 3 20s, I have 1 10. You know, you put that money in the bag and seal it up. Does that answer your question?
So you have these evidence bags, you would count out the money, you'd have it recounted, you would then like put a stack of 20s, 10s, 5s, and then down the denomination?
Yeah, it's not counted by the total on the bag, it's counted by each individual bill and the amount of each bill. So you have 3 20s. Mm-hmm. You don't put the total amount of currency, you put the number of bills.
So you
on that type of evidence bag, yes, sir.
Okay. So let me rephrase my question as we're talking at the same time. So if I look at the evidence bag, I can know exactly how many 5s are in it, 10s, 20s, 100s?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence is sealed when it leaves the scene?
Most of the time, yes, but as long as it stays in your care and custody, as long as it's not something, if this was something that had a fingerprint, of course you have to protect that fingerprint until you can get it to a lab. I'm not going to say that every time you leave somewhere something is sealed, because sometimes, I mean, that's an unrealistic expectation. You know, if I got a gun but I don't have a gun box to put it in, well, that's going in the trunk of my car until I get a gun box to put it in. I mean, that's the reality of law enforcement.
But if that gun changed hands by 3 or 4 people, they would all sign the box when they got it to show the chain of evidence?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So anybody in possession, that must be in the chain of evidence? Correct. And that's put on the bag? Or the box in that case?
Well, there's a little thing right on the front. It'll have an evidence chain right below the denominations. It has an evidence chain.
So if you collect a gun, you would sign first. If I hold it, I'd sign second, and so forth and so forth?
Correct.
Okay. Now, what happens if you don't have these special evidence bags and you just have a clear bag?
Well, then you just use a solo cup, man. That's what we know. You use the solo cup and you put it in a Stop and Shop bag. That's what you do.
Tell me where you're going with this and why it matters.
This matters, Your Honor, because there is a question about the policies and procedures. And as I said, Mr. Robinson is going to testify, if he's admitted to testify, about an investigation he did. His investigation is very limited, at least from his report would indicate. He only watched video footage, never interviewed anybody. So one of the things I have to counteract that is the fact that the evidence was not handled correctly. And that is what I'm building here. Mr. Culie is testifying about the exact way in which you would put that in.
What does that have to do with any issue in this case?
Your Honor, the issue of money and missing money is at the very issue of, they say they're being called thieves. They're trying to prove it's not a fact. I'm trying to prove that from the evidence and how things were done, you cannot even make that conclusion.
You said to call Mr. Robinson?
Yes, we do, Judge. That's him to be here a long time.
It's your time to spend. I look at this as marginally relevant, but we can spend the time.
Thank you.
Have at it.
So if you had a plain evidence bag that did not have the place for 5s and 10s, would you handwrite in that information with a permanent marker?
Yes.
So even if the bag was plain, you could write 10 5s, 2 20s, and such?
You can.
But that's the way it should be done, though, correct?
Well, I'm not going to say that's the way it happens every time. I mean, it's as long as you can protect that evidence to display in court, that's the purpose. You know, I mean, there's a little bit of flexibility in evidence handling based off the situation, but in general, if cash is seized, then yes, you know, you can put the amount. The amount is always going to be on the outside of the bag. Anybody that took exclusive possession of that, yes, they're going to sign that.
Okay. And so, and the money's always counted twice, correct?
Correct.
At least twice, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even the officer himself probably counted twice, correct?
10 times, honestly. Personal choice there it is.
You would count it, though, twice, correct?
Yeah, but...
Did you ever have possession of the money during the search of Mr. Foreman's home?
To be honest with you, I don't recall. I don't believe so, but I don't recall.
Forgive me. Sir. Your Honor, I have no further questions for Mr. Culie at this, or Justin Culie at this time.
Thank you.
No redirection. I just call Mike and stuff.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you.
Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Michael Eastep,
And Mr. Eastep, how are you currently employed?
Adams County Sheriff's Office,
How long have you been with the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
over 24 years.
What's your current position with that office?
Road Patrol Supervisor.
How did you get started in law enforcement?
Through the fire service. Actually, some friends in law enforcement were in the fire service and kind of hung out with them, and that's how I began to take an interest in law enforcement.
You live here in Adams County?
I do.
How long have you been in Adams County?
All my life.
Do you have family here?
I do.
You married?
Yes.
Children?
Yes.
The children go to school here, did they?
Yes.
You were part of the team that executed the search warrant on Mr. Foreman's home, is that right?
Yes.
Did you steal any money from Mr. Foreman's home?
No.
We've seen, you've been here the whole trial so far, the last day and a half, right?
Yes.
You've seen all the exhibits?
Yes.
You saw the exhibits that were just shown to Justin Culie?
Yes.
Did the posts that we've been talking about here in this trial have any effect on you?
Yes.
Explain what you mean, please.
People that we deal with in providing services into the community has called us out, called me a thief. We assisted with a search warrant service here with another agency, and the people who was inside the residence looked at us and says, why are they allowed to do what they're doing? And then they look at us and say, well, you done it to Afroman, they can get by with it, they can do it to us.
Did you ever receive any calls having to do with this case?
Not directly.
Are you aware of calls that were received by dispatch?
Lots of them.
Tell us about that.
My daughter actually works in the dispatch center, along with all the dispatchers that I'm very familiar with, that I work with as co-workers on a day-to-day basis, called, and anything from why did you do this to why did you tear down the door, why don't you pay the guy back, you guys are thieves, and on and on and on.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. It's hearsay. He was not there. He did not have the phone calls. He's hearing them actually third hand the way he's describing it. He's hearing them from the idea of, from the dispatchers telling him what another person said, so hearsay upon hearsay upon hearsay.
What's the purpose?
The purpose, Judge, is to, my next question was going to be, what effect hearing about these calls to dispatch had on Mr. Eastep?
Wait. Just for the jury's benefit, if the content of the calls was an important issue, then we wouldn't let it come in. The speaker here would have to testify. But the nature of the call and how it affected him is probative, relevant in this case. So the general description of the calls in the context of how it affected him is the reason you're allowed to hear it. Not the accuracy of the call, but the effect on the person. Something else, Mr. Osborne?
No, thank you, Your Honor. Just for the record.
No, you're good. Thank you.
Thank you. So Mr. Estep, tell us what effect it had on you hearing about these calls that dispatch was receiving about this warrant execution. And
it developed a serious concern of safety to not only to me, but the people working with me on those shifts. The days that I was working, basically overwhelming of calls that came through, and they were hardly able to keep up with what we have going on in the services that we're providing with nonsense phone calls.
Are you aware of any effect that these that these posts had on the sheriff's website?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. That is beyond the scope and not even relevant to this. The Sheriff's Department is a government agency. You cannot defame a government agency.
Okay.
For the record.
It's true, you can't defame the government as a whole.
Mr. Estep, did you, through your attorney, ask Mr. Foreman to take these posts down?
I did.
Have they been taken down to your knowledge?
No.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Mr. Estep, do you mind if I call you Mike?
That's fine.
You've been an officer for a very long time, over 21 years.
Actually, over 24 full-time years and over 38 and a half as a certified peace officer, state of Ohio.
Okay. And during that time, you've never hid your identity as an officer?
No.
Everybody's seen you out in public?
Yes.
Seen you with your wife and kids?
Yes.
And your wife... Strike that question. And so you wear a uniform while you're on duty?
I do.
And you were a sheriff's deputy in 8/21 of 22?
I was.
Okay. And people have criticized your duties before, correct?
Yes.
And you've been called a lot of names by people in 24 years, correct?
Oh, yeah.
Things worse than a thief, correct?
Name-wise, but not not as detrimental how people look at you. I mean, you're seeing, people calling you names directly, but not put out there to be detrimental in something that is criminally related.
So people have come up to you and asked you if you were a thief?
I've had phone calls, and I've had it happen.
When was the first time that happened? To you personally during your career?
In my entire career?
Yes.
I never had anything until this came about.
You never had anybody ask you about being a thief and when your wife was charged with theft?
No.
When your wife pled guilty to stealing from her employer?
Tell me why you would do that to the jury.
Your Honor, I would ask this. Your Honor, I'm asking a question that builds on his reputation. He says he has never been called a thief before, yet he keeps saying that everybody treats him differently. This goes to his reputation. He is used to this. This has happened before. To say that this is the only thing causing the problem has ever hurt his reputation, he's opening up the door so that I can ask the question about what's affecting his reputation.
Thank you. Mr. Kramer?
We're not going to, I assume, have a trial about every family member and what every family member of these plaintiffs might have done in their lives. This is a case about these deputies and about Mr. Estep. It's not about his wife. It's not about his family. We're going to try a case here about what somebody else might or might have done or whether they might or might have not been guilty. It's about what he experienced as a result of these.
And how it affected his reputation, which is exactly at issue. He is talking about his reputation, how it's been affected. He's opened it up.
Your reputation is your entire life. Everything you do in the community. Your family affects your reputation. You can't say that you have... If my brother gets in trouble and people ask me about that...
This case is about what he did to his reputation, not about what
was his reputation like before this started then?
This is completely improper too. They're talking to each other instead of talking to the judge. This is not a real court. This is not a real judge. This is not My Beautiful Life. I say, how did we get here?
So I let you play this out in front of the jury so they can understand how to separate the evidence. There's no claims here for your benefit, ladies and gentlemen, for family member injury. But how family members' reactions to claims affect a person's relevant. So you get to hear that my daughter was upset when I was called a derogative term for the benefit, for the relevance of how it's me. Right? Now, take that to this step. If we allow, and we will, testimony about the wife's prior experience, it only goes not to the character of that person, but how it affects the witness. So, like, we're not here to try to decide whether or not the spouse has a character flaw or not, but how the whole thief reference should play into his claim for damages, right? Their law school example, arguing with each other, is what lawyers do, but you need to understand how to see it. So I'm going to allow this so you can see how it does or does not affect him alone. Just don't get caught up that your spouse's character is your character, because it's not. Enough said. Overrule the objection, and then you can renew them as you feel appropriate. Go. Re-ask the question.
He answered the question, Your Honor.
Then re-ask it because he shouldn't have.
Okay. So restating the question, Mr. Eastep, your wife did steal from her employer, correct?
Yes.
And it was a felony sum of money, correct?
Yes.
Which is over $1,000.
Yes.
Nice.
And you were part of the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever have any contact with the money?
I noticed some money in a coat pocket, and I pointed it out to Detective Nuland.
And is that the money that Mr. Nuland testified earlier that was upstairs?
That should have been some of it, yes. I didn't do the collection of it.
You just pointed it out in the pocket?
Yes.
Another officer took it out of the pocket?
I assume.
Okay. Do you remember which officer you pointed it out to?
I told Detective Nuland.
You realize that during that search, everything you said was captured on your body cam, correct?
Absolutely.
Did you ever make derogatory remarks during the search warrant about Mr. Foreman?
Not that I can recall.
But we're going to lay the foundation.
He did. Of course you did.
Step, on October 21st, 2022, did you have body cam on during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
Okay. Was that body cam active the entire time?
Yes.
Does it have audio and video recording capabilities?
Yes.
If I show you a clip of that body cam, can you identify it?
Sure.
Okay.
For the benefit of the record, this would be marked Defense Exhibit B. And for the sake of the record, the file will be ACSO3_OK0019_21252.mp4. This is a clip of that file.
Is there a way to know what portion is there time, a clock? Or when you plug it in, if there's a clock time?
It should have the date, time, and the timestamp it goes through on it.
So the Court of Appeals should know that you didn't play the whole thing, you just played X amount of time.
Yes, Your Honor.
That's what I'm looking for.
As there's over 8 hours of body cam footage, we have to.
We just have to make a note. Tell me where you're starting it when you're starting the time clock.
Is this? Yes. Okay. Your Honor, this will be marked body cam in the upper left-hand corner, in the bottom left-hand corner. It has 8/21/2022. Sorry, 8/21/2022, starting at 20:56:02.
That's where you're going to start playing.
Actually, Your Honor, hold on a second here. It would be starting at 20:56:00.
Thank you.
Mr. Estep, I would ask you a few questions before I play this. Can you see what's been marked Exhibit B?
Yes.
So, when your body cam is recording, does it record in color?
Yes.
Does it also record in black and white?
Yes.
Okay. Now, looking at this, does this appear, as you can recall it, to be the inside of Mr. Foreman's bedroom?
Yes.
And is the... I don't know why I did that. Did you happen to see the date in the bottom corner of it?
Yes.
Is that the correct date for when you searched?
Yes.
So this would be a copy, a segment of your body cam taken that day?
Yes.
I love technology.
Your Honor, maybe approach.
What's it have to do with?
It has to do with what I think might be coming up. I wasn't aware that this was going to be shown, but I'm concerned about something.
Sure. Stand up, don't leave, just stretch in front of your chair. But it's a great factory. Okay, go ahead. Thank you.
I asked for the... Just to refresh, Mr. Estep, this is your body cam from that date and time we talked about earlier?
It's a body cam. I mean, I can't identify the person. I mean, the number, let's see. I'm not sure.
When you say number, there is a number there? ACS?
Okay, yes.
So that is your body?
Yes.
And this is of 8/21/22?
Yes.
So you see you want to flip something? You're probably amazed. CDs.
I'm going to stop it for a second, just for the sake of context, as there is things happening sort of below the camera.
Mm-hmm.
Were you searching through CDs
Yes.
and DVDs?
I looked at them. I didn't like really search through them.
But that's what you're looking at right now.
Yeah.
Oh, I looked at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denying
On your body cam during an official search, you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
I couldn't clarify her addict. I couldn't clarify.
Would you like me to replay it?
Yeah.
Mr. Vite, can we turn up the volume? For the sake of the record, since this is roughly about a little under 3 minutes long, we're going to just back up and play something. We really shouldn't let me touch anything technology. I shouldn't break it by touching it. For the sake of the record, I'm going to start the playback at 33 seconds in.
I'm at Bronco and looked at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denied it when he comes to sex.
Mr. Eastham, do I need to play it again?
I still can't decipher it. I mean, it's. I mean, whatever.
Can we get the hearing aids from Mr. Eastep? Mike, we're going to give you a hearing here. This
That could be
should have a
good.
better thing. Can you hear me, Mr. Eastep? Is it too loud for you? For the sake of the record, I'll start at 31 seconds in.
Yeah, turn that down.
There's a dial on your
Right here in the,
Center?
right. Can you try that?
Would you be ready, Mr. Eastep? Okay, we're starting at 38 seconds in after stopping.
I'm at Bronco to look at that stuff because some of the stuff I think was mentioned in there. Well, he's just denied it with those sets.
Were you able to hear at that time, Mr.
Yeah.
Eastep? Would you agree that you called Mr. Foreman a sex addict?
Yeah.
Okay. You would agree that this is a public record?
Yes.
So the body cam is available to the public?
Upon request.
Okay. And Mr. Foreman cannot edit any of it, can he?
No.
Do you believe how you do your job duties reflects on your reputation?
Yes.
So someone seeing this could reflect badly on your reputation based on what you did?
Possibly.
Now, this is going to be very stupid questions, but Mr. Klingler referred to previous posts when he was asking you about how they affected you. Did any of those posts name you by name?
No.
They just referred generally to the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
So you're just seeking damages based upon what he said about the Sheriff's Department?
No. It's what's been directed to me.
What was directed to you?
Being called a thief.
Okay. Other than that, anything else?
No.
Was there a direct post of you being called a thief?
No. Just directed by the people in the community.
Can't hear me. I know. It's depressing. I was just saying that if it was only members of the community that said it and not Afroman himself that said it, you can't get to Afroman because Afroman is not responsible for what someone else writes. Now, is he? Unless he directs it, orders it, solicits it directly, right? If it's just members of the community saying it, then that's not Afroman. You can't sue Afroman for what other people said. Maybe you can sue those people for their statements, maybe, but you can't sue Afroman because he didn't say it. So that's the death of your legal theory right there. You have no cause of action. Well, that was exciting.
I'm going to get your steps in today, Mr. Banks. Mr. Eastep, I'd like to take a look at the screen in front of you. You're going to see what's been marked Defense Exhibit C.
I mean, I can think of less flattering comparisons than a major, wrestler. I that's not so bad. King Kong Bundy. I mean, hey, I'm feeling it a little bit.
Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And that is the singular post that Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
Where you were called, and I quote, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Yes.
I mean, compared to Lick'em Low Lisa Mona, compared to Lick'em Low, it's not so bad. I'm feeling, it's all right. It's not so bad.
King Kong Bundy was a wrestler, correct?
Yes.
Damn good one, correct?
I don't know about that. I can't answer that.
What wrestler is uncivil law most like? I'm not a big WWE fan, though. I don't know if there's a wrestler that's really like me. Maybe they need to create one.
There was a T-shirt made calling you King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
You told me about an incident where a friend of yours made a joke about that, correct?
It wasn't a friend. It was one of the fire department that I was chief of.
One of them wore a shirt to the Christmas party?
Mm-hmm.
They thought it was a joke, correct?
I don't know if they thought it was a joke. I mean, I don't know what the true intent of it was, but they wore it. I saw it.
Have you ever had jokes made at your expense?
Oh, yeah.
Made jokes at other people's expense?
Yeah.
So it's a reasonable assumption they bought it as a joke against you?
I would hope.
Okay.
But it's not a good joke.
Jokes don't have to be good to be protected.
I'll wrap up that day. So after the search, you went home, correct?
Yes.
And you left directly from the search to go home?
Yes.
After a 19-hour shift?
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mike, what's your wife's name?
Renee.
How long have you been married to Renee?
Since 2000. I think 2000.
Since 2000?
Yes.
26 years?
Yes.
Did this felony that Mr. Osborne brought up occur before or after this search?
Long before.
Long before?
Yep.
Did you stay married to Renee in spite of this? Do you think her problems with this felony hurt your reputation?
No. I never got no backlash. I wasn't a part of it. I didn't support it. She paid the consequences, and she moved on with life.
And you're still with her?
I'm still with her.
This body cam footage that we saw, did you ever publish that body cam to the world?
No.
Did you ever post that body cam on the internet?
No.
Did you ever share that body cam, and specifically that part of the body cam where you refer to Mr. Foreman as a sex addict? Did you ever share that with anybody?
No.
We saw Mr. Osborne just showed you a post of you being called hunchback or something.
King Kong Bundy.
Defense would like, we can put it back up so he gets the term correct.
Hunchback or something. You might want to get that detail right. I mean, yeah. Yeah.
correct. There is going to be specific names for specific people, and we need to keep things as orderly as possible as to who's called what.
What did he call you in that?
Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Thank you, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Was that post made in the context of all these other posts that call the sheriff's department thieves?
Yes.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Three cross.
Yeah, no cause of action.
Mr. Estep, look at what's been marked.
This is the post where you're called King Kong Bundy, correct?
Yes.
Does it call you a liar? Strike that. Would you read the entire post?
It says, "Good morning, ladies. This guy was easy. Introducing Colonel King Kong Bundy. LOL. Let me know if you have a nickname better than mine. What you got?" And
So, well, you don't need to read the rest. I'm just worried about Mr. Foreman's statement.
Okay.
So he didn't call you a liar in this post?
No.
Didn't call you a thief?
No.
No cause of action.
So all the other posts that you would refer to are solely about the sheriff's department being called thieves?
Yes.
No cause of action. Yeah, no cause of action. You can't defame the government. And as the comments to him, didn't say it about him. No cause of action. How is this case still ongoing? He has no claim.
Your Honor, if I may have a sidebar.
Yep.
He has no claim. There's no cause of action. What the fuck? We didn't say anything about it. Yeah, no, it's a dismiss. Straight dismiss. I'm glad, however, the judge didn't dismiss it, because if the judge had dismissed the entire case, then we wouldn't get this excitement and joy in our lives. And I would not have gotten the joy question mark that is the music video of Lick 'em Low Lisa, so which will now haunt my dreams. So it's good that the judge didn't dismiss, I guess. Afroman's going to get some additional traction out of this. So I'm not sure it's bad for anybody. I guess slightly bad for the rule of law, but the jury came to the right system. So it's not really bad for Afroman. I guess it's bad for the people that brought it because they're humiliated. So the only people it's bad for is the plaintiffs, and they brought it upon themselves. So I guess it's a win. Everyone wins except those who are supposed to lose. Justice was done after all.
So, Mr. Osborne finished. This witness is going to step down. We're going to take like a morning break. Thanks for good work so far. Enjoy yourself. We'll be back in about 10 minutes.
To the general ones that talked about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as thieves?
Them and some of the posts that was on about me personally. Pardon me?
What kind of posts?
Ones that was just been posted.
Okay.
Been the last few days.
So, and you've been in law enforcement between the West Union and Adams County Sheriff's Department for 21 years.
Correct.
And you've arrested a lot of people.
Yep.
Okay, you have to verbally, because a shaking of the head doesn't get recorded. And you've been criticized before for your job duties?
Yeah.
And you've been called names before?
Yeah, but not a thief.
No person ever before has called you a thief in 21 years?
No, they have not.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I mean, my answer to any question, has anyone ever called you blank, is just basically yes. I think I've been called everything at this point. This is what happens when you put yourself in the public space. People say shit.
And you were employed with the Sheriff's Department on 8/21/22?
Correct.
And you took part in the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Correct.
Did you ever encounter the money?
No.
Did you ever see it?
No.
You were never present in any room when it was being counted?
Not when it was being counted.
But when it was maybe sitting on a table or something?
No.
Okay. Do you ever remember seeing the money during the search?
I seen some when they pulled it out of some of the pockets.
Okay. So you were there when they pulled the money out of the pockets?
Yeah.
And that's all you saw in reference to the money? Okay. So your job duties were other places during the search?
Yes.
Have you ever been disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Reprimanded in any way?
No.
Were you ever interviewed as part of this investigation into the missing money?
No.
Is it true that Mr. Foreman called you a hunchback?
Yes.
And specifically compared you to Quasimodo?
Yes.
The Disney hero?
I'm assuming that's who it is.
Quasimodo from the Disney movie, The Hunchback of Notre Dame?
I've never...
There was a book. Not... Yeah.
Watched it, so I don't know.
So you would agree that when a person says that someone's a crooked defense attorney, they're not meaning that I'm like a vine, they're meaning that as a opinion, correct?
Correct.
Would you agree that when someone calls you a thief, it might be an opinion of theirs?
Can be, yeah.
Same as if when people say crooked cops, it's just an opinion?
Yeah.
Yep, that kind of kills that cause of action.
Is your entire claim for false light that you were called a thief?
Yes.
And you would agree that Mr. Foreman is an artist subject to exaggeration?
I guess so, yeah.
And just for the sake of question, nobody would ever think you're Quasimodo from the book, correct?
I don't guess. People think different things.
Have you ever taken a chance to talk with the local newspaper, the People's Defender or Informer, to tell them your side of the story?
No.
So how long before you filed the lawsuit through your attorney did you send the cease and desist letter to Mr. Foreman?
It was whenever he sent it, when my attorney sent it to him.
So you never sent a cease and desist letter before the lawsuit was filed?
No.
And you're seeking damages due to your reputation, correct?
Correct.
Your reputation in the community locally.
Correct.
Okay. So you don't care what people think of you in Australia?
Not really.
Would you agree that everything you do as an officer reflects on your reputation?
Yeah.
All the good and the bad?
Yeah.
Anything wrong you would have done would be a stain on it?
Yeah.
And you mentioned that people had came up to you in public and called you a thief, correct?
Yes.
You've been criticized for your job duties before, correct? By the public?
Kind of, yeah.
People have said they didn't think you did things right?
Yeah.
And they have a right to criticize you for how you do your job?
Pardon me?
They have a right to comment on how you do your job?
Yeah.
Did you wear a body cam during the search?
Yes.
Second, Your Honor.
Yes, go ahead.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Go ahead, step down. Thank you.
Name's called Shawn Culie.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Shawn Culie,
How is Shawn spelled?
S-H-A-W-N.
Thank you.
And Mr. Culie, are you currently employed?
No, sir, I'm retired from the sheriff's office.
When did you retire from the sheriff's office?
I originally retired in 2014. The sheriff, then Kimmy Rogers, asked me to come back a couple times. So eventually I did, and I worked up until about 2 months ago.
So up until 2 months ago, you were back as a deputy sheriff?
Yeah, I started out as a part-time deputy, and then as their manpower dropped, I went ahead and took a full-time position to help them for a while.
And that's here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
When did you begin with the sheriff's department? Sheriff's office?
It would have been late 80s, early 90s.
Okay, long time ago.
Long time ago, yes.
Do you have family here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you lived in Adams County?
Over 40 years.
And one of your family members is Justin?
Yes, sir, that's my youngest son.
And he's another plaintiff in this case?
Yes, sir, he is.
You worked with him for a while in the Adams County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, some I did. Most of the time we were different shifts.
Okay, but I meant you worked for the same sheriff's department for a while?
Absolutely, yes.
Are you married?
Yes, I am.
How many children?
4, 2 girls and 2 boys.
Did they go to school here in Adams County?
Yes, sir, they did.
Shawn, do you remember giving me a call back in late 2022?
Your Honor, I'm going to object here. I do believe he's starting to move into the realm of attorney-client privilege and opening that. If he opens that door, we do intend to exploit it. And so we would just give the court notice that's what we believe is happening at this time.
Thank you for the heads up. See where it goes.
Thank you, Judge. Let me ask the question this way. Were you looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022?
Yes, sir, we all were.
And just in a nutshell, what were you trying to accomplish by contacting a lawyer?
The posts and the things that were put on the internet about us, as far as us being thieves and different things with our image. We had went to the sheriff when this originally started. Mr. Foreman had an attorney. Well, he's had 2 attorneys prior to this one. We had the sheriff contacted, try to get it stopped. Then again with the next one, then again with this one. So our only other alternative was to try to file some kind of suit.
And that's why you ultimately decided to file suit to get it to stop?
Yeah, that was our last alternative.
Has it stopped?
It's gotten much worse.
I don't think it's going to get any better in the near future either.
Part of the team.
I think it might get a little bit worse still.
Executed the warrant on
Just
Mr.
guessing.
Foreman's property?
Yes, sir, I was.
Did you steal any money?
No, I did not.
Did you have anything to do with the money that evening?
The only thing I had to do with the money, I sat in the kitchen and talked to Mr. Foreman's wife.
Mr. Foreman's wife, Angela?
Yes.
Now, let me just stop you
Or
there.
ex-wife.
Oh, thank you. Ex-wife. Let me stop you there for just a second. How did Angela Foreman end up being in the kitchen of the home that evening?
I don't know which supervisor it was that let her come in.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. If the search warrant is not going to be an issue, if we want to open that door, then I will ask to present that evidence and make that case. But Mr. Klingler now wants to bring up who everybody is there. So if he wants to open that door, I'm going to ask for the same latitude upon my presentation of the case. And I think the court has already made it clear we are not litigating a search warrant.
I'll withdraw the question. I don't need to know how she got there, Judge.
Just for everybody's benefits, they both pushed beyond what I was willing to do, so let's try to keep it focused. Thank you for withdrawing the question.
Thank you, Judge.
Take it again.
You were explaining what you had to do with the money that evening, so go ahead.
I was sitting in the kitchen on a stool, I believe. Brian Nuland brought in a package that he said contained money, laid it there, and asked me to keep an eye on it.
Okay.
And
who was in the kitchen? Sorry, who was in the kitchen with you?
Mr. Foreman's wife.
Okay.
Or ex-wife, I'm not sure.
Just the two of you at the time?
Oh, there was people in and out.
Other deputies?
Other deputies coming in and out, going back and forth to their cars to get different items. I think Sergeant Walters came in at one time and talked to Mr. Foreman on the cell phone.
Okay. So back to the cash. You were asked by Detective Nuland to keep an eye on it, and what happened then?
Well, that's what I did, and then a short time later, Mr. Nuland came and got it and secured it somewhere.
And that was the extent of your...
Yeah, I never touched the money, never was even really close to it.
All right. Now, you mentioned earlier your reason for contacting a lawyer in this case. I want to just jump ahead right now to how these posts that referred to you and the other deputies as thieves, has that affected your reputation in the community, do you believe?
Absolutely, there's no doubt it has.
Well, tell us what makes you think that.
You know, to understand that, you got to go back before this happened. We would go on calls. You very seldom ever have any trouble at anybody. Very, very rarely. You might get a drunk that was smart off or something of this nature. Then he starts calling us thieves on the internet, starts selling merchandise with our photo on it. So now when you go into a bar for a call, you've got people in there screaming, hey, you gonna steal all of our money, you know, or you go on a call. I had one guy come out of a bedroom after me, call me a thief, and wanted to know why I sold after a man's money. It just went from being a nice, quiet community, a job you felt safe in, to a place where you had to look over your shoulder every second.
Do you, based on what you've explained and what you've been through, do you think some of these people who called you thieves really thought you were?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Did you receive any phone calls about this?
I would answer the phone at the sheriff's department because they were overwhelmed. I remember one day there was over 300 calls threatening us, calling us thieves. So we would have to go over and help dispatch because they were overwhelmed. There's only 2 dispatchers. So yeah, they didn't call me directly, but I answered the phone. They would cuss me, threaten to kill me, threaten to kill my kids, threaten to kill my wife. And it got to the point to where my wife and my children couldn't even go to Walmart. You couldn't go into a gas station around here. My youngest daughter would hear the dogs bark at night and come in my room, wake me up terrified that somebody was there to kill us. Because even though they were young, they're still on Facebook. They still see this.
This guy needs a hug. Does anyone have this guy's home address? I'd like to send him a pound cake from Uncivil Law. Sorry for your woes. It doesn't necessarily have to be lemon. He'd probably get lots of lemon pound cakes. I'll send him a different flavor. Strawberry. I'll send him a strawberry pound cake. That sounds nice. Sorry for your problems. Hope this makes you feel better.
And it was just one.
Also, I had to argue with someone while we were talking on the internet because someone was wrong. I was browsing X, and then someone was wrong on the internet about law. What a shocker. I know. I shouldn't be surprised, but slight diversion. So this person posted a video of this woman going onto a United flight, and she says, I have a peanut allergy. Can you announce a buffer zone? And United says, we're not permitted to do that. She says, you're not? Says, no. Even if it's medical? No. Okay. And then someone in the comment section to the video said, this is a violation of the Americans with Disability Act. To not post, to not make the announcement. Au contraire, says I, your friend, Uncivil Law. No, it is not a violation of the Americans with Disability Act. The Americans with Disability Act requires businesses to provide a reasonable accommodation. The passengers who are surrounding your seat paid for their tickets. They paid for the privilege to be in those particular seats, and they are not agents of the business. To announce a buffer zone, which incidentally, how large would this buffer zone even have to be to accommodate you is unclear, but a buffer zone of any description would impose on other passengers to modify their behavior, not the business's behavior, and thus it is not a reasonable accommodation. Sit down in your seat and hope for the best. I'm happy to help with these law facts. Hashtag law facts. Someone was wrong on the internet again. That's okay, I'm here to help.
After another. And when it would start to slow down, he would go back and do it all over again and get it all started again. Just like he did a couple days ago.
Are you aware of posts that are continuing to come out as recently as yesterday?
Some I are.
I'm going to put my objection in place here. It'll take a second. So Ohio law has changed since April of 2025, giving more protections under the anti-stalking. With that, we would have a 60-day notice.
So I sustained your objection. You can sit down. Thank you. Like at some point in time, we draw the line. I just drew the line of what's evolving in the public. Like we started this trial yesterday, so let's try to stay before yesterday. You're all doing a fine job.
Thank you, Judge.
Fluid.
Yep.
The trial can't be that fluid.
Are there any other examples that you can think of as you sit here today of ways that these posts about being a thief have affected you in a negative way?
One of the things that really...
We're probably going to have to do a Cooking with Kurt lemon pound cake edition in the near future. I haven't ever done baking on stream. But if we're going to do it, I want to do it right. So we're going to get raw ingredients, get some, raw lemon, and, you use lemon zest and all that shit. So we may have to do Cooking with Kurt lemon pound cake edition. We'll see how it goes. Could be rough.
Kind of upset me. I was doing an investigation as a detective, and I had to go all the way up to...
Yeah, you're in the UK. You guys would call it dollar cake. Did that joke work? Did everyone get the joke? Does that work? All right, moving on.
Eastern Ohio, on the Pennsylvania border.
Someone got the joke.
And when I walked into the deputy's room up there to talk to them, they all knew me, all knew that I'd been called a thief, lemon pound cake. It's everywhere. You can go anywhere, and if people recognize you, they start that stuff, whether they're being sarcastic or what. But
And has your image, your face been posted on some of these posts along with or in the context of the thief accusation?
Well, according to he has posted my image, yes, several times on the internet. He's sold merchandise, sweatshirts, T-shirts, things of that nature, at all of his venues. Matter of fact, they were for sale at a smoke shop here in town.
Okay. Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Cross-examination.
Shawn, for the sake of the record, we have to keep things straight because there is another plaintiff named Shawn.
Absolutely, right? Yes, sir.
So, do you mind if I call you Shawn or Shawn Culie during this time?
Whatever you'd like. Well, let's rephrase that. Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah, I was tempted to take him up on that offer real hard. I was already there by mine.
I like to pick right up with this visit to the Pennsylvania border. You said they knew you as Lemon Pound Cake.
The Pennsylvania border? We're about to have some drama at the Pennsylvania border? Okay. Crossing that DMZ. Let's go into Pennsylvania, baby. Woo!
Yeah, that was what they referred to me as, a person.
And they asked you for your autograph, correct?
One of them did, yes.
And so
Your Honor, if we could have a sidebar about the Exhibit D that defense intends to exhibit.
Okay, sounds good.
Afroman looks very, very comfortable in that chair with that shirt. I'd like to point out that he's violating the U.S. flag code right now. So, not that it matters, but just saying.
You can go ahead with Defense Exhibit D.
Yes, sir. I need technical support. I don't think we'll have to stop this one, so you can make
Let's eliminate all doubt.
There's another music video time.
So, Mr. Cooley, sorry, Shawn, you were called Officer Pound Cake?
by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created.
I like
correct?
this music
I don't know
video.
where he got it at, but
I know exactly where he got it. I know exactly where he got it. You don't know where he got it? I know where he got it. It's not that hard, man. It's not that much a mystery.
I'd like you to watch this.
okay.
Oh, you guys aren't doing this?
Would you help me repair my cage? Would you help me repair my door?
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just a £1,000,000 case. Mama's £1,000,000 case. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his line. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. Munchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He's a Adams County Sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed. Then he smelled another smell. What was that? Mama's
Lemon pound cake.
It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his line. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. Munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He sees my cake and my porno man call boom boom. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what?
Lemon pound cake.
He wanna put down his line.
Lemon pound cake.
Trending on TikTok.
Lemon pound cake.
He's a family guy.
Lemon pound cake.
Munchies because he got high.
Lemon pound cake. Pound cake.
Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his line. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. Munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake.
Now, not to be too contrarian to our friends in the chat, but I disagree that this legally qualifies as a parody. It is not a parody of the song. See, if it was to be a parody, it would have to be parodic of the original, but it's not, right? If he was making a song parodying, Down on the Boardwalk or parodying the artists who made it, right? If it was about the song or about the artist who made it, it would be a parody. It's not a parody, right? So it is satirical, not a parody. So yes, he would have to get permission to use the tune. So I don't know how that works. Or if the people who, maybe he owns the tune, or maybe it's his music label, or yeah, he would have to have permission to use the tune. So I'm not sure how that worked, but it's not a parody. So your copyright analysis would have to press on. This song is not a parody. It is legally not a parody. What's it a parody of? It's not a parody of the source material. So it is not parody. It's not. It's legally not a parody. For it to be parodic, it would have to poke fun at the original. It's not a parody. Barbie Girl is a parody. This is not. Sorry.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D, correct? Mm-hmm. You would admit that's you with the glasses walking by the lemon pound cake on the counter?
Yes.
And that is security footage from the search of Mr. Foreman's residence?
I assume, yes.
But there's no question that's you during the search?
Yes.
There is question? Or
No, that was me, yes, absolutely.
So during the search, Mr. Nuland asked you to watch the money.
Correct.
And you watched that money until he came back and got it.
Absolutely.
I'm going to play what's going to be Defense Exhibit E. Would you like a side block?
Yeah. The most likely conclusion is that it's owned by a record label that he works with and he asked nicely. That's probably what it was. He's a professional musician. He probably picked up the phone and be like, can I use this? And they're like, sure. That's probably it. Or he recorded it and be like, hey, do you guys mind? Or he's just on friendly terms with whoever owns the song and they don't want to sue him. Could be a lot of things. Yeah, Weird Al stuff is not parody. Yeah, there's been debates in legal circles for years. Well, some of it is parodic, some of it is not. Yeah, like Eat It is a parody. Well, maybe. Yeah, there's been huge debates in legal circles for years about whether or not like Weird Al's songs are fair use or not. But of course, he gets permission for everything, so it doesn't matter. So he got permission for literally every single parody he ever wrote or creative work he ever wrote. Yeah, so it's all good. So the only one he didn't get was from Amish Paradise because of a miscommunication between him and the staff. He thought he had permission, and then they reconciled afterwards. But yeah, he always gets permission. So yeah, but can he do it without getting permission? Yeah, the lawyers have been debating that one for a long time. There are legal articles written about it. You better bet your ass. Yeah, Weird Al always gets permission. I know he does. Okay, so based on parent information, there's no indication he obtained permission. He uses a parody. No, he didn't. Fair use. He used the tone which is directly mock law enforcement, which is considered parody. No, it's not. According to Vulture, Vulture's wrong. While deputies sued him for likeness, the legal battle focused on defamation. Outcome, yeah. It is not parody. I disagree with Vulture. I disagree with ABC 7 Los Angeles. I disagree with Paste Magazine. I disagree with their legal analysis. It is not parody and is not protected under fair use. So that's my legal opinion. If you want someone else's legal opinion, go get it from someone else, I guess.
Oh, you didn't? Huh?
No.
But you were caught on body cam that time, right?
What do you
mean? So,
Yes. Run it back just a second and let me see.
let me start it over.
Okay, that'd be fine.
So
So, know who the lady is?
Yeah, I believe that's Mr. Foreman's wife, ex-wife.
Who's the other gentleman in the doorway?
I can't tell, but I don't know.
Would it appear to be Kenneth Dick?
It could be. It's just not.
Actually, maybe look at this. I think this is a better image of it.
Yeah, it does appear to be Kenny, yes.
Because it is dark on my screen here. Okay, so on the extreme left, we see a gentleman there. Is that you?
Yes, it is.
And this would be during the search of Mr. Foreman's residence, correct?
Yes.
Let me rewind this a second. Looking at the table here in the bottom right-hand corner, is that the evidence bags with the money?
Yes, sir, it is.
Those were the evidence bags you were just testified to that you watched the entire time for Mr. Nuland?
It's a evidence bag, yes.
So it's not the money evidence bag?
It is the money evidence bag, yes.
Okay.
Also, Rose, your whatever you said, based on available information, there's no indication that he obtained formal permission. What does that mean? Based on available information, what based on other reporting, they obtained permission? How would they know if he obtained permission or not? I mean, the only way to know would be to get it from Afroman or from whoever owns the label, the song rights. So, or actually the music rights, the composition rights. So whoever owns the composition rights, and yeah, so I don't know that they would know that there is or is not an agreement anyway. This article that you quoted from, Rose, I'm just calling bullshit on every single line of this article. It's like, according to reporting, there's no indication. Well, what would that be? What would that look like? And it's parody, and no, it's not. So basically every single sentence of this article you sent me, Rose, is wrong. It just, every single sentence is wrong. That's great. It's not going great.
And you're watching it right now.
It was a Google search? Yes. Well, Google is wrong. What a surprise.
And you're walking outside now.
Okay.
The person's following you. Shawn, it would be a fair statement to say you didn't watch that money the entire time that Brian Nuland left it in your possession, correct?
No, you are correct. But you can also hear me telling the deputy, keep an eye on that money. If you want to play it back.
Which deputy was that?
I don't know. I have no idea, but you can hear me and see me talking to another deputy before I walked out.
The guy walking right behind you would have been the one?
No, I was looking. The guy behind me would have been behind me. Just play it back and you'll see it.
Okay, well, let's replay it.
Right there.
You said you're not worried, no one's here.
No.
Well, let's replay.
I believe I told him to keep an eye on the money before that.
Well, let's play it again. Let's start at...
My bet is on a phone call. My bet is Afroman made a call at some point before he released it and be like, would this be cool? Yeah, my bet is a 3-second phone call that occurred once. It's probably how it happened. And someone's like, sure. For you, what the hell? Yeah, that's probably what happened.
Well, let's go back to... Did you agree that 0.16 seconds in?
Yeah, that's fine.
After that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you hear it say, what's the money?
No.
Before it said, I'm not worried, there's no one in there.
Yeah, that's what you said.
That's why I said yes. Yes.
So the person asked you about washing money. You said you weren't worried because no one was in the place.
It does appear that way, yes.
Okay.
Does appear that way.
For the record, 35:27 to 36 minutes even. I got it.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
Now, I'm going to say this. I'm going to ask a question. I do not want you to tell me anything you have talked with any attorney with Mr. Klingler or his associate. I do not want to know that. But I do want to know, you said you were looking for an attorney in the fall of 2023, correct?
We all were.
Okay. And so you employed an attorney to send a cease and desist letter prior to sending a lawsuit, correct?
No.
Okay.
The testimony was fall of 2022. The litigation was filed in March of 2023, just to make it record.
Let me rephrase that then. So when I mistakenly referred to fall of 23, it was actually fall of 22, correct?
That was for the fall of 22. I'm not sure what
you started looking for an attorney in the fall of 2022.
I believe, I don't think I'm the one who made the original call for an attorney.
Okay.
It was one of the other deputies. We had discussed it. We had to have permission from the sheriff at that time to do anything.
You took some of the phone calls, the threatening phone calls, correct?
In dispatch.
Yeah. Did you make a report of those?
They were all documented, yes.
And they investigated and traced the calls?
Didn't trace them. They were all ghost numbers or showed up as no phone number at all.
So nobody was ever prosecuted? No one was called in to...
Well, they couldn't find them. They don't have any idea who they were.
So you're not saying that was Mr. Foreman making the call, correct?
I don't know whether he did or not. His rhetoric led up to it.
During your significant time as a law enforcement officer, the public has criticized your duties, correct?
No. Yeah, some, yes.
You've been called a lot of derogatory names?
Not really.
Okay. This may sound stupid, but I believe it applies to myself. We're not the thinnest people in the world, are we?
I'm going to call you fat, but okay.
I was calling myself fat. But you would agree that we're not thin people?
Absolutely.
And you would agree that how you conduct yourself during a search and everything reflects directly on your reputation?
Absolutely.
You don't believe everything you read on the internet, do you?
No.
You actually probably don't believe everything you read in the newspaper, do you?
No.
You would agree that Exhibit D that I played, the song Lemon Pound Cake, is a music video for entertainment?
There again, he made accusations that I smoke weed on there, which I don't. So that was a lie as well.
So you are suing based upon him saying you smoked weed in the song?
No, I'm just saying that
so that statement is not part of this lawsuit?
He's done.
Let's let him finish.
Okay.
I say that goes along with some of the other rhetoric that he's told about us, lies he's told about us.
Okay. Could that be exaggeration to make the song funny?
I don't think it's funny.
Would a reasonable person listening to that believe that Mr. Foreman is stating facts?
You don't know what somebody's thinking. You wouldn't think we'd get 300 calls a day threatening to kill us. Somebody's buying into it.
So when Jerry Reed sung the song, "When you're hot, and when you're not," and the judge said that to him right before he sentenced him to prison, that's an actual fact, or is that an exaggeration
So
for
we're going to
entertainment?
strike all that because we don't know anything about that case, and he's not going to become a witness. So until you establish a foundation that he knows what you're saying, you don't get to testify.
Fair point.
So set it up right, I'll let you do it.
Fair point.
Mr. Culie.
I mean, I haven't been like paying the utmost attention to everything the judge has been doing, and the judge is very informal. But when I've been like able to pay attention, like a lot of these judges' rulings are correct. And to the degree that they're not, I don't know that it's necessarily hostility to the defense. It just is more informal and less professional than we're used to, because his style is collegial, or no, it's just. His style is more good old boy. So I don't know if I necessarily find him to be unduly biased. I find a lot of his rulings to be correct. I don't know.
Billy, what is your favorite genre of music?
60s.
Give me an example of a song.
Free Bird, American Pie.
Let's take American Pie.
Leonard Skinner.
Is the song American Pie, you've listened to it, correct?
Multiple times, yes.
Is it literally about a pie?
I don't know what to do with that question. I don't think I like it.
No.
It's more about something else.
Yes.
It's for entertainment.
Yes.
And you were entertained by it.
I like the lyrics, yes.
And you don't, in that song, American Pie, do you believe that was fact?
That what was fact?
What was said in that song?
No.
I don't know. Some of it might be fact. I'm confused.
This may sound stupid, but when people talk about dirty defense attorneys, are they just saying I didn't wash my suit, or are they exaggerating?
I don't know what's on their mind.
It would probably be an opinion, though?
There again, I don't know. Maybe they know something on you.
Like I didn't take a shower that day?
Yeah, that, or you've done something you shouldn't be doing.
Oh. So when a person yells crooked cops, they may be just referring to cops in general doing bad things?
It could be.
Okay. Expressing their opinions about what they think?
They could be, yes.
Okay.
The judge doing the sua sponte thing is interesting. That's fair. The judge is doing sua sponte. He is doing his own objections at times. Not that he's necessarily wrong, incidentally, when he's been objecting or he's been inserting himself. He's not necessarily wrong on the law. I don't know. It's hard to judge in isolation. The whole trial's pit is stupid.
So I'm going to get this straight. So you're saying that being called Officer Pound Cake has colored you in a false light, correct?
No.
Okay, so being called Officer Pound Cake has nothing to do with this lawsuit.
No.
So the only thing that you're saying painted you in a negative light is the general comments calling the Adams County Sheriff's Department thieves.
No, calling me a thief.
So there is a specific post that calls you a thief.
There's photographs with me on it, and he's accusing all of us of being thieves, so that incorporates me as well.
So it refers to the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a group then, and you're part of that.
Just members of the Sheriff's Department, not the entire Sheriff's Office.
But it doesn't list your name.
Yeah, there's posts that list my name, I'm sure.
You mean you're sure?
I'm pretty sure that there was some that had my name on it. I mean, I don't recall which ones, but
We haven't introduced any to evidence by your attorney. What posts are you referring to? I need a date and time.
I don't know. I'm just saying that there could be. I don't know.
There could be, but you don't know.
Right.
Do you mind keeping your testimony to what you know, not what you're guessing at?
Yeah, I have done as far as I can.
As far as you can.
The evidence hasn't been introduced. Mystery posts, other posts that haven't been introduced to trial. Well, I can't analyze the nothing, so that's a problem for the case.
So in your defamation claim would be based solely on being called a thief as a group of people, and you're one of those groups.
I'm concerned about me being called a thief as well as my fellow officers.
They get their chance. Let's talk about you.
Right.
Okay. But that's the sole basis of your defamation claim?
Being called a thief?
Yes.
That's the majority of it, yes.
Okay. But not being called Officer Poundcake?
No.
And may I have a second? Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Redirect?
No redirect.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Next up?
Next up is Randy Walters.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
I'm Randy Walters.
And Mr. Walters, how are you currently employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Adams County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been a sergeant?
I'm not for sure the date that I was promoted to sergeant. I've been with the Sheriff's Office since 2010, I think it was.
Since 2010?
Yes,
How long have you lived in Adams County?
my entire life.
You went to school here?
Yes.
Do you have family here?
Yes, I do.
You have a wife and children?
I have a wife, 4 daughters, and 2 little boys, or 2 sons.
So 6 kids altogether?
Yes.
Are all of those your own kids?
We are a little bit of a mixed bag. I have 3 biological kids and 3 children that I adopted through foster care, yes.
What are the ages of your children?
My little boy, who's biological, is 10 years old. My next daughter is 14 years old, who is adopted, and I have a 17-year-old that's adopted, an 18-year-old that's adopted. My 22-year-old son is biologically mine, and my oldest daughter, who's 26, is mine. They're all mine, but biological and otherwise.
Yeah.
And I've had the girls since my 14-year-old was about 2 months old.
And this will become relevant, I think, just a little later, but I'm going to ask you about the race of your adopted kids.
So 2 of my adopted daughters are biracial Hispanic, and my youngest adopted daughter is biracial African American.
And your youngest is the 14-year-old?
Now she's 14, yes.
And in the fall of 2022, she would have been
around 11, I think.
Around 11 or so? How'd you get into law enforcement?
My father was a police officer, and it's just something that I've always worked towards doing.
And you're the rank of sergeant right now?
I am.
And you took part in this search of Mr. Foreman's home back in 2022, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us just a little bit about what your role was in that search, just generally?
I was called in to assist with the search, and you have what's called an entry team. I was asked to come in and help with the entry team on the search.
Did you have anything to do with counting or keeping the money that night?
No.
Have you been accused of stealing money from Mr. Foreman's home?
Yes.
Can we look at Exhibit 27, please? Before we, I don't know if we can do this, Natalie, but can we see the date and the number of views on this?
It's in the bottom. It's really hard to see with the way that the media playing system works because it's blocked by this gray bar, and the gray bar doesn't go away while it's paused.
All right, so well, let's just play it and see what happens. Thank you.
I pay taxes, I work daily, I get rated by Vito Bailey, Randy Walters, Private Eye, I used to look his wife, doggy style.
Could you see anywhere on there the date on this video?
It says 3 years ago, 727K on the views.
So it says 3 years ago. That would have been sometime in 2023, I guess. And did
Your
you?
Honor, I'm going to ask, is there a specific date and time on this?
This one, just with the way that it played on YouTube, it doesn't show the specific date, but I can represent that it was the 23rd of October 2022.
I would object to you representing your Honor.
Okay.
So we don't know the exact date from this image of when it was done?
From this image, no.
Okay.
2023.
3 years ago, and did you say 727,000 views?
Yes.
All right. Now, we have 3 other exhibits that show the same clip on different platforms and dates. Is that right, Natalie? I'm just trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Can you bring up Exhibit 28 and just show us the first slide?
I work daily, I get rated by Vito Bailey, Randy Walters, Private Eye, I used to look his wife, doggy style.
All right. Now, do we know when that one was posted? Can we see that?
I cannot make out when that one was posted, no.
Can you tell what platform that was posted on?
That's on YouTube, and it seems like 974,000 views.
All right. And is there any indication of a date that you can see?
Not with the words it's covering it up, no.
We'll have to figure out how to do that because it ought to be doable.
Well, yeah.
All right. Can we go?
October 4th, 2022.
You find it?
Yeah, when it was, it says down below it, October 24th, 2022.
October 4th? Or
whatever she did, it took the line down and you can actually see it.
It doesn't go away while the video is paused, so it has to be playing for the
you have to play the whole thing again, so let's don't do that. Well,
it didn't go away this time.
Let's see if it'll go. There we go.
October 4th, 2022, 512,574.
Thank you. October 4th, 2022. We've got a date on that. Let's go to Exhibit 29. And before we... do we know what... Can you tell what platform this is?
It says Instagram.
Instagram, and can we find a date?
I couldn't even tell you where to find one on Instagram on that.
All right.
So, well, October 4th, 2022, it says right here.
All right, so,
Your Honor, he says right here, could they please indicate where that is in this?
Yeah, you'll see a logo on the bottom corner. It says Afroman with a symbol in the middle of it. If you look just to the side of that, it says October 4th, 2022 with a heart with 1.1K and messages is 71.
okay.
I cannot read that from here.
Next question. Go ahead.
We got the date on that one. Let's go to Exhibit 30, please.
I work daily. I get rated by Vito Bailey, Randy Walters, Private Pound. I used to fuck his wife, doggy style.
Do we know the platform on that one, Mr. Walters?
Is this the same video right here? It's still up because it's Instagram.
Yes, same one that's still up.
Instagram.
Yes. Instagram, and can you see a date?
September 25th, I believe, of 2022.
All right, thank you. And can we look at Exhibit 26?
That's why our punches like they got to do rich.
All right. And I guess we should identify the platform for that one. Can you tell what platform that is?
I believe it's Facebook, August 26, 2023.
Thank you. All right. Did you become aware of these posts, Mr. Walters, at or about the time they were posted?
Yes.
How did you become aware of them?
Of my personal post, I found out from my children. When my daughter came home and advised me that she was getting messed with at school because apparently her mom is having sex with Afroman, and since she's biracial, that must be her daddy, along with being a thief.
And how did that affect you?
It's horrible. It's hard when your job that you're doing affects your family, which affects you. When you have a kid come home crying that's already been through a life, and now they're getting hazed and harassed because somebody thinks it's funny. Somebody knows it's not true. Been with my wife for 28 years. She didn't have an affair with Mr. Foreman. She didn't make my daughter with Mr. Foreman. But now my family has to be harmed because of straight up 100% lies. Where in the world is it okay to make something up for fun that's damaging to others when you know for sure it's an absolute lie? That's a problem.
Some of these posts that we've seen call you a thief.
Yes.
Did that affect you or your job in any way?
Yes. We as we've already heard, we can't go to calls, not figuratively every call, but the frequency of it, like people automatically, you're stealing Mr. Foreman's money. You illegally raided him. You've done all these things. You know, your wife's having sex with him. Is that why you stole his money? Never touched his money. It's been proven. He knows.
Did somebody say that to you?
Yes. You can't make these simple street arrests with people that are mouthy. I get that. But now there's just fuel to the rage. And then the fact that at the time I worked night shift, Adams County is a rural county. you do your work in your car a lot of the time. You do your paperwork in your car. Well, try to find someplace safe to sit when you're literally getting death threats because of lies. You're absolutely in fear for your safety to begin with as a police officer. But now intensify that because somebody is lying about a situation that they know the facts of. Now you have to worry about it because the calls, the comments, everything, all lying. It created a situation that was uncalled for, that was unsafe and unhealthy for the officers involved. The problem I have is the respect for my family wasn't near the respect.
This has gone to beyond a narrative. If Mr. Foreman could ask a question.
Thank you. It's responsive. Overruled.
Go ahead. The respect for my family, including my law enforcement family, wasn't nothing like the respect I gave to his children the night of the raid. I stopped what I was doing when his wife, who I know and have been friendly with for years as far as being associates, said, hey, somebody pulled, they were next door, somebody pulled in and they're scared. I stopped what I did, what I was doing, and went and checked on his kids to make sure they were safe, because that's a priority to me. But the same respect that was given to his family had no regard to mine or me. And that affects me, because to see my family in distress because of my job is distressful to me. To have the public send you death threats over lies is distressing. And it was easy. Stop. Stop with the lies. But that wasn't enough. It's happening today. My kids came home yesterday because of new posts, same thing.
I'm going to renew this objection again.
Yes.
It's beyond a narrative at this point, and further, this is not bringing in evidence that is beyond this.
We're not going to allow like videos from yesterday. I get that. Last Friday, we have a video. I get what you're saying about the evolving nature of the conduct. That testimony is consistent with other people's experiences of the harm, but we're not going to bring in the exhibits. We're not going to bring in the content.
But they can testify about stuff that's happening at this time.
Yeah, it's the effect.
Okay, I
not
would
the
register an
content.
objection for the record on that.
Got it. You're in. Next question.
Had you finished your answer?
Yes.
Any other ways you haven't mentioned that you want to share about how these accusations of a theft and your wife having sex with Mr. Foreman have affected you or your reputation?
It's affected all of our reputations, from a baseless lie till now, that we are not thieves. We didn't steal his money. I never touched his money, but I'm in the group of thieves. We stole his money. I spoke to him on the phone when he was concerned that he was going to be arrested that night. And apparently in some way on the phone, he didn't like my attitude towards not fixing his door. I'm sorry if you felt that I disrespected you in some way. I was explaining to him that we don't have the means to fix his door. We're leaving it in care of his wife. But I also cooled his fears that we're not coming to arrest you. Deputy or Sergeant Nuland would like to talk to you. Get your attorney and come and talk to us. There's not going to be an arrest warrant for you. If we need to talk to you, we can find you. We can call you. You can come in. If arrest warrant would occur, turn yourself in, go through the system, and do whatever. Nobody's chasing you through the woods, as reported. Nobody's doing any of that. The respect that was given to him, which I guess is not required in society, was not put forward to us.
Those are all of my questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
For the record, you stated previously your name was Randy Walters.
Randolph Lee Walters, Jr.
Okay.
I go
And
by
so
Randy.
you go by Randy.
Yes.
Do you mind if I call you Randy?
It's perfectly fine, sir.
I didn't say nothing. I was just drinking some water. I didn't say nothing. And I was just announcing in chat, although obviously I can't talk about it in detail because it relates to ongoing litigation. But I lost a motion against my client, which is lame. You know, it happens. You're not going to win every single motion every single time, but it's always a little disappointing. So, yeah, I don't want to talk about it in detail, obviously. The fact of my loss, however, is on the public record. So, you know, take note of that for whatever it is. And, you know, we'll move on to the next thing. It's, you know, you're not going to win every single motion. So, what you going to do? You move on to the next thing. Oh, well. Yeah. It's not the hugest of deals. It's annoying. It's annoying. You know, obviously I would prefer, but you know, it's not critical or crucial or, you know, just slightly annoying. Because you always want to win. You want to win every time. But you know, it's never going to happen. So you want the case number? It's case 725CV00245 in the Western District of Texas, federal court. Knock yourself out.
So you extended Mr. Foreman a significant amount of respect that night.
I felt that I did.
Okay. If I show you some of the surveillance footage, can you explain how that was showing respect?
Sure.
Do you want to sample one?
What's the exhibit number?
This will be Exhibit F, Defense Exhibit F. This will be an excerpt of the security camera footage of Mr. Foreman for the kitchen of his home. From the time in question of August 21st, 2022.
Make sure we get the counter time so we know what the court feels would know what the jury saw.
Pardon me, I'm sorry.
Make sure we get the counter time so the court feels knows what the jury saw.
So I'll ask a couple questions while I wait for this demo. So you took part in the search warrant execution.
Yes.
You were part of the breach team into Mr. Foreman's house.
Yes.
You had a riot shield-like thing?
No, a ballistic shield, sir.
Well, what's a ballistic shield?
It's a bulletproof shield. It's commonplace when doing raids that police officers get shot, and it's a safety device.
I need to step away for a minute and call my client.
A little window in it. So
If I step away, because there's like 20 minutes of testimony in this, if I step away, am I going to like miss something really critical? Because I really would like to have a conversation with my client. So am I going to like miss like fireworks if I step away for 20 minutes or anything? Is it going to be like the end of the world? It can technically wait. I just prefer to do it sooner rather than later.
You can carry it forward?
Yes.
Okay.
I'll miss something? Okay.
So, do you see what has been marked Defense Exhibit F?
Yes, I see something on the screen.
You guys don't mind me pausing for a minute and stepping away so I can call my client? All right, this might take 5 or 10 minutes, but I'm going to call my client and we'll come back and we'll talk some more. I'll see you guys in a minute. Sorry, but you know, client duties and such. I'll come back to you. Sorry about all that.
Okay, so on that screen, does that appear to be the kitchen of Mr. Foreman's residence?
Yes.
And you would agree that that gentleman there with the firearm is Mr. Brian Nuland?
Yes.
Okay. And so this would be the beginning after breaching the door?
From this, I can't tell what part of the entry it was.
Let me play some more. Okay, so this would be starting the security camera footage of 8/21/2022, starting at 8:13 and 4 seconds p.m. I've stopped it here because I'm going to ask a question. So you talked about a ballistic shield. Is that the ballistic shield you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
So putting this image in perspective, you're behind the riot shield.
Yes.
Officer Shawn Culie's behind you. Brian Nuland's in front of you. And Sean Grooms is going forward with the assault rifle.
Mm-hmm.
And you're flipping off the security camera.
No.
That's not your middle finger.
No. Do you know how to use a ballistic shield, or do you like me to tell you?
Let's watch it. Finger went down, right?
There's a light activation on that shield. It's 35 pounds.
The finger went down, correct?
If you think I was flipping him off, you can think that that's not what it was.
Okay.
There is a light activation on the handle of the shield.
Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead.
Wait for the question. So you were called a couple names by Mr. Foreman, one of those being, what was it, Beetle Bailey.
Yes, sir.
Does anyone believe you're Beetle Bailey?
Probably not. That's a drawn cartoon.
Beetle Bailey is a cartoon that's in the newspaper.
Sure.
Been there for years. Okay. So that would be an exaggeration. Okay. And when they call you a son of a bitch, that would be an opinion?
I'd assume that would be an opinion.
Okay. Because there's no way we can prove whether you're a son of a bitch or not.
Nah, she's been dead for years.
I'm sorry. I am sorry about your mother on that. I am. But you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of opinion or a description of a person.
Sure.
Okay. The same thing with being called, I think it's Gomer Pyle.
Yes.
Okay. No one would think you're Gomer Pyle from the movie?
Obviously, that's a character in a movie.
Yeah. But you're not that person?
No.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer for a long time, correct?
Yes.
You've been called many derogatory names, correct?
Over the years, yes.
You've been called a son of a bitch before, correct?
Not published, but yes.
Okay. You've been called other things even worse, correct?
I'm sure over the years I've been called many things.
It would be fair to say that during those years, people probably said bad things about you and your family also.
You know, I honestly can't remember bad things being said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Do you believe everything you read on the internet?
No.
Do you believe everything you read in the newspaper?
No.
You probably tell your kids, don't believe everything you hear, right?
Especially now.
So, are you testifying and claiming that because Mr. Foreman called you Gomer Pyle, you've been painted in a false light with the public? I'm taking it one at a time, so I'm going to get to
the Gomer Pyle?
Yes.
I'm not claiming that, sir.
Okay. You're not claiming that being called a son of a bitch is a claim you're pursuing that Mr. Foreman's called you?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Being called Beetle Bailey, you're not claiming that is part of defamation proceeding on that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And neither one of those three statements have painted you in a false light, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it depends. I mean, it paints you in a different light than what you are, but correct.
So you're solely being painted in a false light due to Mr. Walters saying he had sex with your wife?
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement, is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
Well, as has been pointed out by others, that's a pretty huge fuck up right there, people. That is a pretty big fuck up. On multiple levels. First of all, just legally, of course, defamation, it has to be false. And if you don't know whether it's true or false, well, that's a real fucking problem, because you don't know whether or not it's true or false. So you don't know. It could be true. It could be a true claim. So that's just dumb. Second of all, as we're going to experience very shortly, it opens you up to all kinds of fun questions that he isn't going to want to answer, because he just opened the door in a wide way. That is the stupidest thing ever. And third of all, you're not sure whether or not your wife is cheating or not with Mr. Afroman. I feel like that's going to be a bit of a conversation with the missus later. That's a little bit outside my domain. I'm not an expert in such things, but I would anticipate that could lead to potential marital issues. Again, non-expert, never been married, very sadly. I would like to be, but I'm not. But, so I think for stupidest answer to a question ever asked on the stand, that's pretty high up there. It's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty stupid. Lord have mercy in heaven.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
been with that woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
He's asking because he has to, because it's a legal element. He just stares back blankly. So it's something we can't verify the truth of, because it has to be capable of being verified as false or true, at least in principle. If it can't be proven true or false, it can't be defamation. And he just stands back. He just stares back because he doesn't understand why the question is being asked. He thinks he's just being insulted, but he's the one who started it. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. It makes me cringe inside and want to die inside. This just makes, I'm really sad that we didn't get to watch this moment live. How did Shawn from Potentially Criminal react to this moment? Did it go well? Let's find out, because I am curious. That was a huge cell phone, and he could have, backed off and, gotten somewhere, but he doesn't know. Yeah, he doesn't even understand. He could have, He could have probably dug himself out of the hole, but now he's just digging himself deeper into the hole. It's not going well. Did potentially criminal laugh like a madman? My prediction is potentially criminal laughed like a madman. So let's see if I'm right.
So yeah, had they taken that, had they done their job, good.
Jack, he's
Of 9.
We're in an open relationship.
Mr. Foreman, that because Mr. Foreman called you gun, what you're referring to?
Yes.
And you would be behind that ballistic shield?
Yes.
On. Now? Oh, fuck you, cocksucker.
What was it? And when they call you a son of a bitch, you would agree, though, that when someone calls someone a son of a bitch, it's not necessarily a statement of fact. It's more a statement of
Fucking. Just settle.
Obviously, that's a.
This may sound stupid, but you've been a law enforcement officer.
I'm sure over the years, I honestly can't remember
I
bad things
guarantee
being
you,
said to my family, but I can remember bad things being done to them.
Everything you read on
Real.
Mr. Walters does have sex with his wife. Mr. Foreman doesn't.
Good catch on that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
So you're claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife?
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light?
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
No, everybody in my town's fucking. You're right, officer. Everybody in Adams County, Ohio is so retarded. They don't know that your wife's not getting porked out by Afroman all the time. Oh my God. Bro.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
been with that woman since middle school.
You want to go there? You want to go there? You're the one here doing it, dude. You're the one who took your tampon and fucking ringed it out in front of the jury. You're the one who did this. So yes, we are going to have to go there, you fucking cunt of a human being.
Cool. I know. I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what? Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Oh, he wants to get mad. Oh, he's big mad, chat.
Thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for direct the witness to answer the question.
What a fucking idiot. He doesn't know. Dude, man. He let his temper get the better of him. And it's all because of him. The attorney didn't do anything. The attorney gave you a layup. We all know your wife doesn't cheat, right? I don't know. Oh my God. No. No. Shit, dude. Dude, man. Dude, I don't know about the IQ of cops right now, man. I don't know, man. Yeah, it's not going great.
Is it a thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask for direct the witness to answer the question, yes or no, please.
That you don't like his answer doesn't mean he didn't answer.
He didn't answer the question. He's told me to ask another person. That is not an answer to the question.
So ask him another question.
Okay.
That was his answer. You didn't like how it came out, but it was his answer. They can't make him say something else. You can ask him another question.
And so are you claiming that Mr. Foreman saying he had sex with your wife is a private fact about your life?
My family is a private part of my life.
About your wife?
Him having an affair with my wife would definitely be a private part of my life if that was occurring.
And
that has affected your reputation?
Yes.
Okay. And so, am I right in concluding that the other final statement that you are claiming that Mr. Foreman said about you that painted you in a false light is that you're a thief?
Yes.
Okay. And that stems from all the posts that and all the exhibits that Mr. Klingler referenced earlier?
That's what he showed.
The ones that talk about the police officers in general?
Yes.
Okay. Were you ever disciplined due to anything Mr. Foreman said?
No.
Ever passed up for promotion?
No.
This may be a stupid question. Were you a sergeant before or after the search? Okay. Because I know you couldn't remember when, so I was just curious on that.
It was from before.
Okay. Have you ever talked to the People's Defender or Informer about the statements?
We were not allowed.
So you were not allowed by the Sheriff of Adams County?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a cease and desist letter sent prior to January 1st of 2023?
I personally made no notification. Okay. Everything's been made through my attorney.
Okay. But that would be after January 1st, 2023, to your knowledge?
I'm not for sure the date.
Okay. If this lawsuit was filed after January 1st, 2023, you would agree then that it would have happened after that?
I don't know if they sent you guys a letter before or after they filed suit. Okay. I do not know that.
Okay. So that would be something I should ask another plaintiff?
Yeah, I didn't handle the paperwork. I don't know what date you got that, sir.
Okay. Do you agree that how you act during your job duties affects your reputation?
It does.
And I think I've asked this, but I'll ask again. The public has commented on your job duties in the past?
I'm sure they have.
They've been critical of you?
I'm sure they have.
Did you order Lisa Phillips to disconnect the security camera?
I don't, and I haven't reviewed the body cam since that event. I know that the intent, if I can, for the camera system is, in speaking with Detective Nuland, that they thought there was some type of operation of narcotics transfers there, so it would be obvious that if there's a surveillance system, that would be on it. That camera system was disconnected with my multi-tool by Sergeant Phillips. I will trust in the fact, because I have not reviewed it, that I said, hey, disconnect it. I don't know for sure that I did, but I know that she used the multi-tool to disconnect it, and it was placed in the central area in that room for evidence to be collected, because it was to be collected. Because obviously, if you thought something was going on in the residence, you collect the surveillance system, you go later and get another search warrant. I didn't find out until a couple days later that that was not actually collected.
It was left at the scene?
Yes.
But it was disconnected?
Yes.
And you were standing
to take
there?
his evidence.
To take his evidence?
Yes.
But it was not taken as evidence?
It was not.
So the only thing taken as evidence, significant evidence, was the cash?
There was a jar of marijuana that was found in like the ball cap room, some cash, and some vapes, as I remember.
No one was arrested for threatening you, correct?
Not our choice, but no.
That was a choice made by the sheriff?
I can't tell you whose choice it was. I know that the agency as a whole was very upset and very concerned, and between the powers that be, whoever that is, there was no charges filed.
Okay. This may sound stupid, but being a son of a bitch is not a crime, correct?
No.
You might have a second, Howard. Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Walters, I'm not going to put the body cam up again. I was frankly a little confused about what it was supposed to show, but explain to me what it was that Mr. Osborne said he thought he saw that you were explaining.
May I stand up, sir?
Yeah.
A ballistic shield weighs about 35 pounds. Okay, it's very big. One hand has your firearm, or if you're using it for something. The other hand, there's a bar like this. To activate the lights that's on the front of it, there is an activation switch on that shield. That's what occurred.
So so your finger moved or something?
Yes, that's how you activate the shield. And it's also 35 pounds. Once you're carrying it for a while, it takes a toll.
So were you trying to flip the bird to his security camera or something? Or
no.
Were you trying to make a disrespectful gesture in any way?
No.
You were asked a lot of questions by Mr. Osborne about things you might have been called before, criticisms you might have undergone before. Has anyone called you a thief before and published it?
No.
Has anyone ever published a statement that they fucked your wife?
No.
Have your kids come home upset because somebody said Afroman somebody else was their father at some point before this?
As recent as yesterday. Because everything is brought back up again.
Were you at Mr. Foreman's deposition?
I was not.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Recross.
Your Honor, I had no recross of Mr. Walters.
Okay, go ahead. Step down.
Thank you, sir.
You have a witness coming at 1 o'clock, right?
We do, Judge.
Okay, so we get lunch break till about 1 o'clock. Enjoy yourself. Don't talk about the case. Don't.
All right. That was fun. That was fun and stupid. The man's wife may or may not cheat on him. We have no idea. Even he doesn't know. Apparently. Okay, let's see. Where are we?
These people and you are the predators.
Well, you were assembled back there, so I think we're ready to go with the afternoon. We're still on the plaintiff's case, so Mr. Klingler's got another witness ready to go, right? Right. Where'd he go? There you are. Okay. Who's next?
The plaintiff's called Michael Robinson.
Your Honor, for the record, the defense would renew its objection contained in the motion limiting file stamped March 16th. That was certified at that date.
Thank you for filing the motion to limit. No question. Overrule the objection, and then have to reserve the original. Very good. Go ahead.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? As this, you shall answer unto God.
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Judge. Would you introduce yourself to the jury, please?
Certainly. My name is Mike Robinson. I'm a deputy sheriff with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office and been employed there for 35 years next month.
And can you tell us your current position and responsibilities with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office?
Sure. I'm assigned under the investigative section with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office. I'm an evidence technician. I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I am a certified
I'm going to object. He's testifying to stuff that was not contained in the report that was provided to us, nor anything about his background was provided. This is improper to ask this at this point. It was not disclosed.
Mr. Klingler?
His name and his purpose here were certainly disclosed. I'm simply giving background information so the jury knows who's talking to them. He can certainly be cross-examined by Mr. Osborne if Mr. Osborne finds anything that he wants to question him about. But
is there a written report?
There is.
Was that provided?
It was.
It was provided upon request. It's contained in my motion and limited email response to it and everything, noting the dates and times. There is no CV attached to it. He is asking stuff that would paint this gentleman as an expert. Expert requires at least 28 days notice prior to trial. It was never disclosed 28 days before, so it does not meet that. Asking him his training and everything, which we were not disclosed of, puts us at a disadvantage because we had no ability to research it, and we would object to that or paint him as an expert when it has not been followed per the rules.
He's going to be testifying as a fact witness, Judge, as to the investigation he conducted into the alleged missing cash in this case.
So the amended witness list is March 11. I don't remember the date of the first witness list. So as a fact witness, that's how I took him also. So his qualifications are relevant. I understand the objection and I overrule it. And you can go ahead.
Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, it is. Thank you.
Continue, please. And your title is detective. Is that how we should refer to you? Or
Yes.
Detective Robinson, you were talking about your certifications, I believe.
Yes, I'm a certified evidence technician through the Miami Valley Regional Crime Laboratory. I'm a certified CVSA examiner, computer voice stress analysis for the last 25 years. I'm also a certified Part 107 drone pilot through the FAA, where I head up our Claremont County Sheriff's Office drone unit and flight missions operations. I'm also...
I'm going to object again. What did the drone training have to do with this? Was there a drone flown? It was not in the report.
Maybe nothing.
It has to do with who he is, Judge.
Yeah. It's not right on point, but it doesn't hurt.
I'm also, I've been certified Cellbrite examiner, which is the conducting forensic cell phone data extractions. I also serve as a backup coroner investigator with the Claremont County Sheriff's Office, or a coroner's office.
Thank you, Detective Robinson. Did you have occasion to conduct an investigation into an alleged missing amount of cash at the Adams County Sheriff's Department, the evidence room in particular?
Yes.
And just tell us how you became involved in an investigation into that.
I was contacted by our administration, who was contacted by what I believe to be the former sheriff, Adams County Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, to conduct an investigation involving the alleged missing money.
And can you explain to us what your investigation consisted of? What did you do?
Well, I met with Sheriff Kimmy Rogers, and I wanted to conduct an audit, actually, of the property evidence room that consisted of monies that would be brought in or had been brought in by deputies, detectives, agents, and so forth. So we were given, when I say we, my partner and I, were given full access to that, where we counted monies that were brought in from other investigations and so forth.
And is it fair to say that your investigation really focused on an alleged cash discrepancy from a search warrant that had been executed not too long before your investigation?
That's correct.
And can you tell us any more about that investigation? For example, does the name Brian Nuland ring a bell to you?
Yes. We were forwarded video footage, body cam footage, of the search warrant that was conducted. and I focused attention to the body cam footage that involved the money count. And when I say money count, there were actually two money counts. There was, from the body cam video footage, there was money that was collected from one room of the home, and there was other monies that were collected from another, what appeared to be another room of the home. So you had a money count in this room that totaled a certain amount, and then you had a money count in another room that totaled a certain amount.
And do you remember what the alleged discrepancy was? Maybe not in terms of numbers right now, we'll get to that, but just in general, what was the problem? There was something, an amount was recorded that didn't actually comport with the amount of money that was there. Is that?
That's correct. So what was reported altogether was $400 missing, alleged to be missing. $390 from the first money count, from the one-room money count, and $10 from another money count from the other room. So that totaled to $400.
All right. And did you review, you mentioned you reviewed some body cam. Do you know whose body cam footage that was?
That was Detective Nuland's body cam.
Okay. And you reviewed that body cam?
I did.
And were you able to come to any conclusions after your review of that body cam?
So the body cam footage that I reviewed in the one room that was counted as $4,390, I reviewed that body cam footage, and it was clear to me that there was a miscount of $390.
And can you explain to us what it was about the body cam footage that led you to that conclusion?
Well, it's just also not the video footage. It also includes audio. So video and audio together assisted me to determine this, but it's clearly on video. If do you want me to explain?
Please do, yeah.
So what Detective Nuland does in counting this money was, you can see as he starts, he lays two $100 bills on the ground. You can clearly see that. And as he's counting the money, you can see it in body cam video, such as I'll demonstrate as I'm talking. And you can hear him count. With $200 on the ground, you can hear him count 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then he shuffles the money. And then when he lays down on the $200, he lays a single $100 bill down, and now he's counting 7, 8, 9, 10. So what he's counting as $1,000 is clearly that he only has $600 in the pile. And as he continue on with the body cam video footage, he makes piles of 100. And there's several piles of 100, hence over $4,000. But as he's collecting the money from the piles that he made, he collects, you can clearly see on body cam where he's collecting as $100. It actually contains $110. Now you can clearly see this on body cam video where there's a $50 bill underneath 3 20s. He picks that up and he collects it as 100, but it's clearly 110. He had a pile over to, in the video footage, you see it on his left side. He's got a pile over there and he counted of $90. So he has 3 piles of 100s now in front of him. He picks that up, and he picks up what he collected as $90, and he calls it $390. So he writes down on a piece of paper $4,390, when in fact the $390 doesn't really exist.
And your review of the body cam convinced you that that was the source of the discrepancy between the $4,000 that was actually in the bag and the $4,390 that was written on the bag?
Absolutely.
Now, you mentioned a second pile of money, or a second bunch of money that was collected from another floor or another room. Can you tell us about your investigation into that alleged discrepancy?
Yes. So in watching that body footage, now this is the monies, I guess, that were uncovered in another room of the home. I could not make a determination like I could on the other count. It just didn't provide me a clear. It was counted as $641 was what was written on the packaging material that was used, and counted as $641. When in essence, I believe when it was returned to the homeowner, I believe $631 was actually in the bag, a $10 discrepancy. I couldn't account for that on body video or the audio displayed, so I couldn't come to a conclusion to that amount.
So you, for this $10 discrepancy between 631 and 641, you were not able to determine one way or the other.
That's correct.
What happened to that money?
That's correct.
On the $390 discrepancy, you were able to conclude what happened?
Absolutely.
And did you draw any conclusions at all about the $10 discrepancy, even though you couldn't see anything on video?
Yeah, I didn't conduct an interview with Detective Nuland. I didn't find it necessary, but I couldn't come to a conclusion of the 10. And I don't think it would be so far forward for me to conclude that that might have been a miscount. But again, I couldn't come to that conclusion. I don't know.
Okay, fair enough. And did you know Detective Nuland before you started this investigation?
No.
Okay. Did you know anybody or have any relationship with anybody who was involved in this, in the cash that you were counting and investigating?
No.
Did you issue a report as a result of your investigation?
I did.
And is that report part of, kept in the public record as part of your normal duties as a detective?
Yes.
Could we have, what exhibit is that, Natalie?
31.
Thank you. Okay, we're showing you Exhibit 31, Detective Robinson, and it looks like, first of all, do you, from this little snippet we're looking at here from the first page, do you recognize this as part of the report you issued?
I do.
And it looks like the report date is December 8th of 2022. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can you go to the second page of the report, please? And then the third page of the report. And do you recognize this, Detective, as the beginning of your narrative report of your investigation and the results contained in it?
Yes.
And we don't need to take time right now to review everything, but down at the last sentence of the second paragraph, you wrote, "The monies returned did not equal to what was indicated that had been originally removed from the home." Did I read that correctly?
You read it correct.
And that's referring to this cash discrepancy that you just talked about.
Correct.
And then let's go down a little bit further, and there in your report, there's some numbers there on the left, 1 through 7, with various numbers. What are those and why are those there? Just give us a little snippet of what you're doing.
I mentioned that I wanted to conduct an audit of the monies coming in that were brought in to the sheriff's office by deputies, detectives, agents, what have you, from scenes, to see if there's a pattern or an issue. There were nearly 70 items, 60-something items that we counted. We actually broke open the packages, examined what was on the packaging, the amount, and then physically counted the money in each package. And almost those nearly 70 packages, we did find 7 discrepancies in those money counts by various deputies, detectives, agents, whoever brought those in. I don't have that list, but of the 7 discrepancies, 3 contained monies that were less than what was indicated on the package, with the highest amount being $5. 4 of those discrepancies, 4 of the 7, actually contained more money that was in the packaging that was listed on the packaging, and that highest amount being $2.40. And a lot of this involved some coin change, if you will.
Okay. And Detective, what did you conclude as a result, if anything, as a result of this investigation into the whole evidence room here at Adams County?
You know, this didn't cause any red flags to us that there was a huge issue or anything. That this is a common mistake of counting money and coin. It really didn't send us a red flag.
And then let's turn to the, no, hang on once, I'm sorry. Yeah, while we're still at this page at the very bottom, this is simply, I think, reciting what you've just testified to. Can you just read that for us, starting with while counting out? Can you see your computer monitor, or is it?
Can you see it on this one?
Is that easier or not?
Better.
Is it okay? Yeah. Feel free. No. We can blow it up a little too.
That's fine. While counting out 100 bills, 2 $100 bills was placed down on the ground and counted aloud by Detective Nuland as being 2. The counting continues, 3, 4, 5, 6. Though you don't have a clear view of these bills being counted, the audio suggests that he has counted to the number 6. There is a pause and then it goes on. What seemingly is the arranging of monies in hand while the 2 $100 bills remain on the floor. Next you hear 7, and a $100 bill is placed atop of the other 2 on the floor. This is followed by 8, 9, and 10. This completes the pile the detective has established and collects it as $1,000, when it appears that he actually has $600. The video audio continues, and after counting out piles of money totaling $100 each, he begins collecting these piles, making a pile of $1,000. He makes 4 piles that appear to be totaling $4,000. With 4 piles remaining, 3 piles were collected and totaled as $300, and the 3rd pile collects as $100. It is clear that it contains $110. This is what I was testifying earlier. A $50 bill and 3 $20 bills. The 4th pile he adds with the other 3 and states on audio $390 and records on a piece of paper $4,390. Though he records $4,390, the video audio suggests to me that he actually has $4,000. I believe this accounts for the alleged missing $390 associated with item number 1.
All right, thank you. And then you also describe your conclusion with the second bag, and I don't know that we need to read that. The jury will have it back in the jury room if they want to, but essentially you weren't able to account for the $10 from the second bag, is that right?
Yeah, in reviewing that video footage and watching and listening, I couldn't make a determination to that amount.
All right. And do you know, was this amount of $4,390 on the first bag, was that written on the bag? or somewhere in relation to the bag?
He writes it on a piece of paper. I don't recall if it was written on the bag.
And he puts it in the bag then? Is that your
I
understanding?
believe that's what was done, yes.
All right. And the video shows that?
Yes.
Detective Robinson, was your report available to the public if anyone asked for it?
I would believe it would be, yes.
Do you know if Mr. Foreman here or anyone else associated with him ever asked for a copy of your report?
I wouldn't know that. I don't know that.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
We have to trust examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So Detective Robinson, you did an investigation at the request of the Adams County Sheriff at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you actually went farther than he asked for. You actually went and did a complete audit of all 66 money bags in evidence.
I wouldn't say that that was farther. It was part of the investigation.
So he asked for you to audit.
That was my idea.
Okay, that's what I'm getting at. And out of those 66 exhibits, did you attach to your report a itemization of them?
Correct.
Okay. And each one you say the amount stated and the amount counted and whether it matched or not?
Correct.
You also indicate if the bag was sealed or not?
I did not indicate that, but they were all sealed when we examined them.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm putting, this is a further amount of Exhibit 31 of the plaintiff. And so this would be the spreadsheet that you attached to your report?
Yeah, and actually, yeah, that's correct. And it awfully states that there were some found what we indicated to be open.
And that would be unsealed?
Yes.
Okay. So when it says open on here, it means unsealed?
That's what we put in there, yeah.
Did you note whether each evidence bag actually had like the number of denominations, like 7 $5 bills, 10 $10 bills? Did you note that?
Uncivil stretch time. Still needs to stand. Legs are cramping a little bit.
Did you get a chance to observe the packaging that the original money was in that was returned to Mr. Foreman?
Stretching is good.
I believe so. I don't recall what that looked like, but I believe we had that ability, yes.
So you don't remember if there was the bills written on it, so many 5s, so many 10s and such?
I don't.
Okay. But if you had noted that, that would be in your report?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
I'm concerned with the total amount, really.
You guys think I've got any more definition in my chest?
Denominations, but I don't
I
recall
think there's a
if
little
that was
bit.
on the
I
packaging.
mean, not exactly like
You would agree if you
Arnold
took the
over
number
here,
of
but
denominations of each series of bill that was in there on the front of the bag, you could determine whether you miscounted or not just by doing
I think there's a little bit more
multiplication.
definition in those packs than there used to be.
Perhaps, maybe.
I don't know, maybe it's just me.
You're not sure you can do multiplication, or you're not sure that you can count up that?
Well, again, I don't know if those denominations were listed on the bag or not. I just know what the video clearly shows me.
So your entire, so let's ask that question. There was 8 hours of body cam footage. How much body cam footage did you watch?
I watched all of the body cam footage, but focused my attention on the money count.
You watched all 8 hours?
I watched, well, I didn't count how long it was, but I reviewed I had the entire body cam footage. I reviewed the body cam footage, but I focused my attention on the money count. Now, if it was 8 hours, I couldn't say.
Okay. So, but you never put in your report anything about the money being left unattended or anything like that you saw on the body cam?
It wasn't my concern if the money was left unattended because, again, after reviewing the body cam footage and the count, and it was listed as $4,390. That's what was listed on the bag when the homeowner came to collect his money, and I believe to be $4,000 in that bag, and $4,000 was returned.
Okay. So there was a number here in your report. You talk about do you recall what the total amount that was listed on the bag one was? You said it was how much?
I don't know if it was listed on the bag or not. I know that he was writing down in the body cam footage on a piece of paper, and I couldn't tell what the number was, but I could hear what he was writing because he was saying it as he was writing it, $4,390.
Okay. So he wrote $4,390 on a piece of paper with the bills.
Yes.
And that was put in an evidence bag?
To my recollection, yes.
Okay. And so your investigation, it's off by $390?
On that money count.
On the first
count. Item 1, yeah.
Okay. And then the second count is off by how much?
It was written as $641 or listed as $641, and I believe the money that was returned was $631 when they counted it, so $10.
Okay. But you can't determine today what happened with that?
That $10, no, sir, I can't.
But you do make an allegation in your report what happened to it, correct?
I indicated in my report that confirming the miscount of monies of $390, it would not be so far to believe that it was a miscount of that money, but again, I couldn't come to any conclusion of what happened to that $10.
So when you said in your report, therefore, due to the history of proven miscount of money with item 1, it would not be so far as to believe a miscount of money occurred in item number 2?
Correct, that's what I wrote.
But you never put anything in here after that that said that you could not determine that, and that was just your guess?
Well, I certainly couldn't determine it, but I didn't. That's not written in my report as word per word what you indicated.
Well, if your report's open to the public, shouldn't it be accurate?
It is accurate.
You're saying today, though, that you can't determine, but you said here in your report that you can determine. So explain to me what's accurate about that.
I indicate that it wouldn't be so far to believe that it was a possible miscount of the $10.
But it doesn't go on farther in that same paragraph after that to say that you could not determine it.
No, it doesn't say that.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So that's
Okay.
not. This is not accurate to your testimony.
But that's exact. I mean, that's the fact. I cannot determine.
And so that should be in the report here.
I believe by reading that, you can believe that it cannot be determined.
That's how you read it.
That's how I read it.
Okay.
And you went and interviewed Mr. Foreman, correct?
I didn't interview Mr. Foreman.
Who did you interview in relation to this?
I didn't interview anybody in this situation.
Not even Dee Russo, the evidence technician?
Yeah, she was with us when we did the audit.
So you interviewed her?
It wasn't an interview.
Well, what was it then?
Just indicating of what, providing what we needed as far as the audit concern and the money count, and she was with us when the money was being counted.
So not to be mean to Dee, but so she was what, just fetching and carrying the evidence for you?
Well, she's in charge of the evidence property room, and that's how we made contact with her.
But you didn't sit there and ask her what she saw when she counted the money when it was returned to Mr. Foreman?
I didn't ask her that, no.
Okay. I'd like you to look at the second to last paragraph. I submitted a subpoena for the raw footage from Channel 19. Why would you submit for the footage of a news agency when you could have interviewed one of the people standing in the room there because she was with you the whole time as the evidence technician?
Well, I thought the raw footage may involve some assistance in while counting money, so that footage was in reference to the money being counted or returned to the homeowner.
So that footage is more important than a witness who stood there, who had power over it, whose duty was the responsibility to watch that?
I think video and audio are just as important, just as in this case where it's clear for item number 1 with a miscount of the 390.
Okay. But your audit showed a discrepancy of over 10%
of all of the money and evidence, correct?
I think it was 66 items and 7 discrepancies, the largest one being $5. So whatever that percentage is.
Okay. So roughly about 10% then?
Roughly.
Okay. And each one of those was only off by less than $10 either way, correct?
Yes, less than $10, $5 and less, yes.
Okay. So even by your own audit, the second count, which is off by $10, is actually even an anomaly compared to the other 10% that was miscounted.
I'm not sure what you mean by anomaly, or are you saying it's unusual? Or
No, let's not get to unusual yet.
So let's go back to your testimony. Okay, so you testified during your audit. You had 3 that indicated less, with the most being indicated missing $5 as a miscount, correct?
That is correct.
You then found 4 that had more money than listed, with a highest being $2.40, correct?
Correct.
So $10 is more than you found in the 10% audit, correct?
Yes.
Who did you send a copy of your report to?
I can't recall if I sent any copies. I may have.
Let's
I
skip
just
the
don't
rest of
recall.
this guy's testimony. This isn't going anywhere.
You sent a copy of Mr. Foreman, though?
I don't recall sending a copy to Mr. Foreman.
Okay.
All right, let's skip to Afroman testifying. I don't really care about the money issue. Let's get the flag. Let's get to the flag.
Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and
I cannot believe he was allowed to testify with those glasses on. That is amazing.
nothing but the truth, as this you shall answer unto God?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. And then seat.
Go ahead, Mr. Plaintiff.
Thank you, Your Honor. For the record, would you give us your name, please?
My name is Joseph Edgar Foreman.
You are known under the stage name as Afroman, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you create music videos and do performances, is
Yes,
that right? How many states of the United States have you performed in, do you think?
All of them.
All 50?
Yes, sir.
And how many countries have you performed in?
I don't remember, but not all of them, but I've been to a few.
How many live performances did you do last year, roughly?
I don't know, possibly 250. I don't know, but I don't know. It's a lot of days, but I don't know exactly.
And you have a residence here in Adams County, correct?
Yes, sir.
Beautiful Adams County.
You have been performing for 20 or 30
I mean, not that he, necessarily has to live anywhere in particular, but Adams County. And, it's like, I mean, if it makes them happy, it's fine. Just, if you ask me, where does Afroman live? Adams County would not be my first choice, but okay.
Years, is that right?
All my life.
All right.
I guess that goes a long way to explaining it. He's lived there forever.
And is it fair to say that one of the first big hits you had was But Then I Got High?
Because I got high.
Because I Got High? And do you think it's accurate to say that that song has had over 300 million views on YouTube?
Sounds right.
You have a large presence on social media, obviously, correct?
Depends on your definition of large. There's bigger people than me, but I'm all right.
And on Instagram, is it fair to say that you have 200?
Why are we asking like the most leading questions ever on direct? Or is this cross? Or is it hostile? Did I miss a trick? Was he called as a hostile witness by the plaintiffs? So they're asking leading questions. Is that what we're doing? I guess that must be what it is. It must be he's a hostile witness called by the plaintiffs. Okay, fair enough.
47,000 followers?
Yeah, I just got some of them the other day.
You got new ones coming all the time?
Yes, not all the time, just here lately.
Because the trial's coming up?
Yeah, all the publicity from the officer's lawsuit and me is running up my numbers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And on YouTube, you have almost 1 million followers, 983,000. Is that right?
I haven't looked. It was 977 last time I looked.
And on TikTok, you have about 392,000 followers?
I haven't looked at it, but that sounds kind of right.
You know when you post something that a lot of people are going to see it, don't you?
Yes.
When this search happened back in August of 2022, Mr. Foreman, you weren't at home?
No.
You were driving home from Chicago?
Yes.
And you got an alert from a family member that the sheriffs were there searching your home, is that right?
Yes.
And you were able to turn on your phone and watch through your home security system what the deputies were doing for a period of time, weren't you?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you were angry and upset about this search?
I wasn't happy.
Yeah, no, it's fine. Yeah, it just took me a second to figure it out. Yeah, so the plaintiff can call him, obviously, because it's not a criminal case and he's an adverse witness, so they're allowed to make him hostile and therefore ask leading questions. So they get to ask leading questions on direct. So that's what they're going to do. So far, he hasn't been particularly hostile, but, whatever.
And is that why you posted the things we've seen this week, because you weren't happy?
No, I posted it because the sheriff's never supposed to raid in my house in the first place. The whole raid was a mistake. All of this is their fault. If they hadn't have wrongly raided my house, there would be no lawsuit. I would not know their names. They wouldn't be on my body. They wouldn't be on my home surveillance system. And there would be no songs, nothing. My money would still be intact. Nothing. So all of this is their fault.
And because they executed a search warrant on your home, that gave you the right to post the things that we've seen this week on the internet?
Because
Is that right? Is that right, Mr. Foreman?
Yes, for tearing down my door, not paying for it, not being apologetic, me being a sport, doing something peaceful to raise the money to pay for their damages, me having the right of the freedom of speech as an American to talk to my family, friends, and fans about what the sheriffs did to my home. Yes, I had...
What the fuck kind of ring is he wearing, by the way?
The right to my freedom of speech after they left.
Is it like an octopus or what is that? Is it like a fan? Is it a fan ring? Okay, I don't know. You think it's weed? I'm not getting weed from that, but I'll take your... you think it's a marijuana leaf? I'll take your word for it. I can't tell that, but I'll take your word for it. That's a marijuana leaf. Okay, fair enough.
Left, I had the right to kick the can and to do what I had to do to repair the damage they brought to my house. Yes, I did.
That includes the right to post the videos that you've just been posting up until Friday and beyond, right?
Yes, I have freedom of speech. I'm a rapper. I entertain. I write fiction, comedy. Yes, I mean, I entertain for a living like you practice law for a living. So I have to go to work.
Fair. Love it. Don't be too cute. So the key here for Afroman is 1, don't be too cute, and 2, don't be too hostile. So far, he's doing okay. He's being a little bit cuter than he needs to be, but, you know, just keep it cool. Just keep it cool. You'll do fine. But so far, so good.
The deputies left a warrant return at your house, didn't they?
I think they left something with my ex-wife. I'm not sure.
Well, you saw, as soon as the search was over, as soon as you got home, you saw a document that showed exactly how much cash had been taken from the house, correct?
I know I got paid $5,000 for the show that suit was in. I forgot that money was in that suit. But, I heard, I don't know what piece of paper I heard. I knew they took some money. I just knew they took some money. I knew it was 4,000-ish. I knew they took some money and they seized some money and some weed and some, I don't know what else, just minor stuff.
You knew how much money was in that pocket when you came home.
Also, I want to live the kind of life where I have $5,000 in a pocket and forget about it. That sounds like a pretty nice life.
Home and saw the warrant return, didn't you?
It was $5,000 from back when I did that show. I remember it was $5,000. But anyway.
So is it your testimony that they actually took $5,000 instead of $4,390?
No, I just know. I know when I did that show, it was with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa at Red Rocks in Denver. The balance of that show, for me, they sent in a deposit, but the balance was $5,000. I put the $5,000 in my coat pocket. I got drunk, I got high, and I forgot to get that money, and I hung that suit back up. And that's where they got that money from.
So it was $5,000 they got?
Yes, it was $5,000 that was in my suit when I got paid in Red Rocks. Now, after all of this stuff, whatever, it's I don't really know the complete number. It's 46, it's 430, the number bounces up and down. But all I know is I got paid $5,000 at the Red Rocks with Snoop Dogg and Wiz Khalifa when I played the Red Rocks in Denver.
And you got $4,000 returned, right?
I don't know the exact amount.
Well, you were there with the news when you got it.
Right, and the lady at the sheriff's station admitted that the sheriff was short. You can go watch the 19 News.
You knew when you saw the warrant return, didn't you, that the amount that they were saying was taken was actually more money than was in that suit pocket?
I didn't warrant.
That's why you brought the news to the sheriff's office when you got the money back, because you knew that they had miscounted the money and the number on the evidence bag was actually
I didn't know nothing. The lady at the sheriff department just volunteered the information. I was sitting there, if she had been, I might not even known I got ripped off. She admitted it live on Channel 19 News that the money wasn't right.
You remember in your deposition when I asked you, why did you bring the news when you picked up the money?
Yeah, I didn't want to get beat up or Epstein at the sheriff's station after I seen him running around my house with AR-15s. So that's why I brought the news and my attorney, so to make sure I got out of that place with my money.
You brought the news to protect you physically? Yeah, you didn't bring the news because you already knew there was a miscount and you were going to make.
I didn't know nothing about the discount. I didn't know. I figured they stole my money. They turned my cameras off. So if you turn my cameras off, you must got something bad in mind. So yeah, I'm accusing them of it. They turned my cameras off. I can't see what they're doing.
So your testimony under oath here today to these 10 jurors is that you brought the news when you picked up your money to protect you physically from being beat up or shot by the sheriffs, right?
Yes.
All right.
And they volunteered the information that the money wasn't right. That's just an extra something we found out. But I came with my attorney and the news to make sure the people running around my house with guns didn't take me into jail and do something.
You had a safe in your home, correct?
2 of them.
2 safes. Did the sheriffs look into those safes, to your knowledge?
Yes, they did.
Deputies?
Yes.
And how did they get the combination?
I gave it to my ex-wife so the sheriffs wouldn't pull my safe out the floor, take it to the station and put something in it and try to say that whatever they put in my safe was mine. So I went ahead and gave my ex-wife, who I didn't want to give my combination to, it was just safer. I went ahead and gave her my combination so they could open up the safe and realize that they just vandalized somebody that don't even have nothing in the safe.
And do you know what was in those safes?
It was absolutely nothing in the safes.
Don't you keep jewelry in those safes?
No.
Didn't you tell me that in your deposition, that you keep jewelry in those safes?
I do.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home after the search?
I didn't put nothing in the safes.
Was anything missing from the safes when you got home?
Nothing was in them, so nothing was missing from the safe.
This is going super duper productively for the
You
plaintiffs
talked
so
to
far.
Randy Walters on the phone.
I don't know what point the plaintiffs are trying to make. I honestly am having a tough time trying to figure out what point they're trying to make right now. But whatever they're trying to do, it isn't working so far. So I don't know. Keep going, I guess.
Before you got home that evening during the search, or right afterwards, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
He told you that they were taking some money and some vape pens and a small amount of marijuana. He told you that?
Yes, sir.
You knew, didn't you, Mr. Foreman, that there had been an investigation by the Claremont County Sheriff's Office into the discrepancy about the cash that was missing from your home, correct? You knew there was an investigation.
Yeah, I knew the sheriffs was investigating themselves.
Nice.
Oh, that's how you saw it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did you ever ask for...
Isn't that just true? The sheriff's office was investigating themselves? Was it somebody else? Did I miss a memo? I might have missed a memo. Was it anyone other than the sheriff's office?
So you could see how bad this investigation of themselves really was.
Yes, I was trying to get involved any way I can. The investigation was going on without any of my participation.
Did you ask for a copy of the report?
I did. I asked for everything. I was trying to be involved. I didn't.
So you've seen the report?
No, I have not.
Okay.
I just saw it a few minutes ago.
Well, you had an attorney when you got the cash returned, correct?
At the station?
Yes.
I had an attorney. Yeah, my attorney was present.
Did your attorney ask for a copy of this report?
It wasn't when I got my cash back from the station, it wasn't an investigation until we realized money was missing.
Well, did you contact your attorney and say, hey, get me a copy of that report?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Well, Mr. Cooler wants to talk about his client's attorney-client privilege and maybe waive it. Mr. Foreman does have attorney-client privilege with his attorney at that time. And we are going to assert that privilege because it's a privilege he has of right.
And so far, he hasn't asked anything privileged. So I appreciate the sensitivity. Overrule the objection. Thank you.
I'm pretty sure that was a privilege. I'm pretty sure that he just asked, didn't you tell your attorney X and X? Which I'm pretty sure that was a question going to privilege. That he just asked just now. Maybe the judge missed it.
Thank you, Judge. Your testimony is you never saw a copy of Detective Robinson's report until today.
Yes, sir.
And that's because you didn't want to see a copy of the
I
investigation?
did want to see it. You don't know what I want. I did want to see it.
You did?
I wanted everything that had something to do with my money coming.
And that was 3.5 years ago, correct? And you haven't seen a copy of that report that you wanted to see until this afternoon. Is that right?
That's right. I never had my money taken by cops. I didn't know how this go. I don't know about reports. All I know is live on Fox 19 News, the lady admits that her department is short $400 of my money. That's all I.
You know, that's a pretty good basis to make the statement that they stole from me. Right? And all the reports in the world are going to have a really hard time overcoming that because it's a party admission, right? Oh, we stole $400 from you. Then there was a report. Oh, no, we didn't. Okay, well, now you've told me two things. You've told me you stole from me and you told me you didn't steal from me. Well, guess what, fucker? I get to choose. I can believe either one, right? Are you lying then or are you lying now? Right? So it's like, you made a statement. You stole $400 from me. Then you're like, oh, I didn't steal $400 from you. We did a detailed report. Yeah, but you said you stole $400 from me. So I'm choosing to credit that statement and not credit the report. So how can it possibly be knowingly false? Particularly when it's against, well, first of all, you can't defame the government. So there's that. It's not possible to defame the government. You know, that's the lesser known holding of New York Times versus Sullivan. In case you want to know something legally, that comes straight out of New York Times versus Sullivan. Everyone remembers New York Times versus Sullivan for the public figure standard, which certainly is New York Times versus Sullivan. But New York Times versus Sullivan had a second holding, which is you can't defame the government. Can't be done. You can say whatever you want about the government. You can just make up lies. You can say whatever you want because you can't defame the government. Right? So there's that. And then and to the extent I'm defaming any individual, well, you know, you made a statement, now you're making a different statement. So guess what? I get to choose which ones to believe, fucker. Unfucking believable.
I don't know how to investigate police officers taking money.
That's all you know, and that's all you know today, isn't it? That's the whole basis of your claim that your money was stolen, is that the amount of money that was in the bags is different from the amount of money that was written on the bag.
Yeah, my whole thing is they never should have raided me in the first place.
That's your whole thing.
That's my whole thing.
That's the point,
That's my whole
isn't
thing.
it?
If they never would have showed up, there would be no songs about them. I wouldn't know who they are. Their faces would not be on my video cameras.
You can't defame the government because it's not an individual? Well, no, it's not quite that simple. You can defame groups. Yeah, you can defame a group. Like you can defame a company. So yeah, you can defame a company. And yeah, so you can defame a group. It's not because it's a group. It's because specifically it's the government. Specifically because the government. Government, you can't defame because it's the government. End of analysis. All right, so First Amendment, baby. First Amendment. It's like, yeah, we could say anything we want about the government, fuckers. Fuck you. Yeah.
None of this, we wouldn't be in this room right now if they hadn't raided my house and didn't press no charges, didn't even know what they was doing. This whole thing is their fault, and they're suing me for their...
Could all Jews sue Alex Jones? No, because all Jews isn't a organization. Right? There isn't an organization. But if there were an organization of Jews that Alex Jones defamed, yes. For example, AIPAC would be an example. Can you, in principle, defame AIPAC? Yes, in principle, you could defame AIPAC. Could you, in principle, defame a synagogue? Yes, you could. Could you, in principle, defame, some other group of Jews? Yes, you could. So if there is a particular group of Jews that Alex Jones defamed, then yes. But all Jews isn't a group. They're not together acting in concert. We're going to go with that. We're going to go with that conception. They're not all together, all acting in concert. They're not a group. So you can't defame all Jews any more than you can all Christians or all Muslims. It doesn't make sense. Or all this or all that. You need a group. You need a defined group of people that you can defame the group. And if the group is small enough, you might be also defaming the individuals within the group. That, although there's not firm case law on that, it's usually about 50. So if there's less than 50, you might be defaming people in the group if you defame the group. But that's a lot of nuance on case law you didn't need right now. Does that encapsulate Trump? To the extent that he's the government, yes. To the extent he's a private person, no. Although he's a public figure. So you have to distinguish. So if you're saying things about Trump in his capacity, let's put it this way. You can't defame the president of the United States. You can defame Trump. Because those are not quite the same thing. You can't defame the president of the United States. You can defame Trump. Yeah, that's correct. The president of the United States is the government. Trump is not as such. It's not quite the same thing. Yeah. Good questions, though.
They're a mistake.
And so you don't really care if they stole your money or not. You're just mad about what they did.
I do care about if they stole them. Police officers shouldn't be stealing the civilians' money. So I do care. All of it is an outrage. But this whole thing is an outrage.
You have no evidence that they took your money except for the amount on the bag isn't the same as the amount.
How about the lady admitting that she took? She admitted that she took my money on live Fox 19 News. Go argue with the film clip. Go argue with her admitting that she took my money.
Nobody admitted that they took your money.
Well, whatever. Go look at her admitting that the bag is short because it stayed open all weekend long or 2 weeks after Brian and Officer Culie just left it and just mishandled it and didn't do right.
Just so we're honest with the jury here, Mr. Foreman, nobody admitted that they took your money, did they?
They admitted it was short.
Yes. Nobody.
You want to parse the difference between took the money and short? That's really, you want to get defamation out of that? Oh, I didn't say I took your money. I said it was short, but it was in your care and custody. So if it's short, well, geez, how could that possibly be? Really? This is what you want to hang a defamation case on? Get wrecked. Get fucked. Get fucked on you trying to slice that nuance. Fuck no. Also, it's worth noting, by the way, as long as we're here to learn something of legal value, right, there's this concept that that defamation does not apply if there is no difference between the defamatory claim and the pleaded truth, right? So if I tell a lie about you and you say, that's not true, this is true, right? If there's not really much daylight to that, you can't sue for defamation for that either because no one gives a fuck. My personal example I use to illustrate this point is, let's suppose that I say, hey, you killed 5 people. And then you say, that's not true, I only killed 3. I'm going to sue you for defamation, Kurt, for saying I killed 5 when I only killed 3. Okay, well, how much daylight is there in the mind of the reasonable, ordinary person? Geez, how much difference do you think it has when they're contemplating your reputation, right? How do they feel about you? It's like, you know, I was okay with the 3 murders, but 5 is right out. You know, is there a lot of daylight between those 2 statements? No, there's not, right? The average person on the street's going to be like, oh, geez, 5. Jeez, I thought you said 5. It was only 3. Damn. Well, my opinion's really changed now. That is not a fucking thing. So if there is no difference between the defamation and the pleaded truth, no one gives a shit. So if you're saying, oh, it isn't that she said they stole it, it's they said they short, well, I'm over here like, well, those sound a lot the same to me. I can't be bothered to fucking care. So no defamation for you either. This is surprisingly good legal education that you're getting from me right now on the nuances of defamation law. I hope you appreciate this education you're getting. We have covered some great topics today so far in defamation law. We've covered the difference between defaming a group, defaming people, defaming the government, defaming individuals within the government. We've covered differences between the pleaded truth. We covered all kinds of fun things within defamation law. You guys are getting top quality education out of this. I hope you appreciate it.
They took your money, correct?
It was short. She admitted, she said that it was short. And usually it's 10, 5, $2 missing. How does $400 even come up missing? Odd.
Or if you want another way of expressing the same concept when it comes to the pleaded truth thing, the law does not concern itself with trivialities. There's an expression in Latin for that I should probably know, but I don't remember it, which is unfortunate. But it's in Latin because, you know, it goes far back. The law does not concern itself with trivialities. Oh, it was 3 versus 5. We don't fucking care. Get lost. Yeah, that's basically where we're at right now.
You posted videos about Brian Nuland doing hard drugs and snitching on his friend, and you posted those based on rumors, didn't you? We can look at your deposition, but before you argue with me, but isn't that a fact that you made those allegations based on rumors you said you heard?
It's a fact. William Nuland is a convicted pedophile, and Brian Nuland is his brother. After I zeroed in on Brian, I asked about him. Come to find out, he's a large statutory rapist that has sex with all kind of underage girls. He buys them beers and gets them drunk and all that. That's probably the reason he had to leave the Adam.
Well, holy shit then. We're just saying some shit now, right? Wow. I mean, holy shit, we're dropping some didn't see that one in my spice card. That's a lot of spice. Wow.
County Sheriff Department because he beats up his wife and he messed with underage girls and he had to get out of town and go get a job in Norwood.
All right.
Holy shit.
You don't want to answer my question?
I do. Please ask another one.
Well, let me ask this one again so I can get an answer. Do you remember in your deposition when I asked you, you have no reason to think these rumors about Brian Nuland are true, do you? And you said, well, it's more entertaining if it's true, and I can make some money. Do you remember that?
No, I don't. That's a however long that deposition was. You can read the deposition and it tells you what I said.
Do we have a copy, another copy of that? Because I'll show it to you, and I can show you my copy. Refresh your recollection.
You're going to refresh his recollection.
It's
trees.
Thank you, Judge. If I can get it working here.
Your Honor, I would object to using the screen to refresh his recollection, not publishing it to the jury. If he wants to refresh his recollection, he can show him it and then ask him a question. That's
a good technical objection. That's fair, you know, because yeah, it shouldn't be shown to the jury. That is a very sharp technical objection. I'm not sure I would have thought to make it, you know, in his place. I think I would have let that issue pass me by without even noticing the difference. So +1 lawyer point to this guy because he caught an issue that I probably would have missed. So nice one. Good job.
We would do in criminal law with the police report. So if an officer didn't remember, we wouldn't show the report. We would show it to the officer. He would refresh his memory by reading it, and then we'd re-ask the question.
Do it that way. Just make sure you think he reads it right. I'm just trying to get through the verbiage. Just make sure you think he reads.
Who's that actor that plays that like assassin guy? He's like very sort of quiet. I think it was like a TV show, and he plays a sort of very quiet kind of assassin. Because this guy looks like that actor. Who the hell am I thinking of? I'll get back to you.
Read it right. Otherwise, I have to
no, not
wrestle with
Dexter.
you about whether he read it right. Sure. So just read it. And then if we want to move it as an exhibit, you can do that.
Remember your deposition being taken, Mr. Foreman, in your attorney's office on...
Is it Billy Bob Thorne, maybe? Might be.
September 3rd, 2024.
I remember the deposition.
And that deposition was taken in D.J. Osborne's office?
Yes, sir.
That's the same office that you used to film that video that we saw last night with the actor playing Lieutenant Lisa Phillips and that actor was sitting in the same chair that Lisa Phillips sat in during her deposition, wasn't she?
Yeah, the actor played Lisa.
Yeah, it might be a Billy Bob Thornton who I'm thinking of. Is this Fargo I'm thinking of? It might be.
Because I wouldn't have known her if she hadn't came to my house and cut off my camera.
Yeah, right. That's the office we're talking about, and that's the office where I took your deposition, right?
Yes, sir.
And in that deposition...
Yeah, that's who I'm thinking of. Billy Bob Thornton in Fargo. That's it. Yeah, I checked with ChatGPT. ChatGPT says, yeah. Yeah, so the judge looks like Billy Bob Thornton. That's who I was going for. Okay, all right. I figured that one out. Great.
I'm referring to page 84 of the deposition. I had asked you about...
Object, he's testifying.
No, he's getting his deposition to refresh his memory. He's doing it right, so sit down, please. Go ahead.
Did I ask you this question, and did you give me these answers, Mr. Foreman? Question. Would it be fair to say these are rumors? Answer. You know, Stephanie said it, and you know...
It's from the TV show Fargo, not the movie Fargo. Yeah. Okay. Yep. That's it.
Some other people that don't remember, you know, I'd be in a hurry in Walmart or something. They shake my hand. Yeah, Brian used to do this, used to do that. Then something, I didn't know him, but this is what I've heard. Question. You don't have any particular reason to think that it's true or not true, right? Answer. Well, it's more entertaining if it is true, and I could probably make some money and capitalize on it if it's true.
What are the line numbers?
Starting with line 7 and ending with line 21. Did I ask you those questions and you give me those answers?
I don't remember. That was a long time ago.
But that's my question.
I've always put Brian Nuland next to his brother, so that's my basis, and I've always...
We noticed that.
Yeah.
And your attorney's going to be able to ask you whatever questions he wants. Right now, I'd like you to focus on my questions, Mr. Foreman. You have no evidence that Brian Nuland ever molested little boys, do you?
If you look at the picture, he's holding the little boy's butt. It's too much for me. So if you use your eyeballs, and then his brother's a convicted pedophile.
That's your evidence for posting that pedophile stuff.
Hey, I'm just trying to figure out what kind of guy is kicking on my door. What kind of guy is walking around my house reading my bank statements? It's a dude that's possibly a pedophile, got a convicted pedophile brother, deputized by the sheriff, walking around possibly stealing my money. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on as I zoom in with my cameras. That's not the type of guy I don't think should be on the police force.
I'm going to refer you again.
These answers are not necessarily legally helpful in any way. As your hypothetical lawyer, I would strongly recommend that you not answer these questions this way. But apparently it worked out well for him. So I guess, there's that. So, okay.
To your deposition. If you don't trust my reading of it, I'm happy to give it to you, Mr. Foreman. But on page 98 of your deposition, on that same day, beginning at 9/11, did I ask you this question and did you give me this answer? And again, the only evidence, you don't have any evidence that Brian Nuland is a pedophile or plays with little boys. Answer, no, sir. Did I ask you that question? Did you give me that answer?
I don't remember.
What are the line numbers?
Beginning with line 11, ending with line 14 on page 98. You have no evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money, do you?
I know if she hadn't raided my house, we wouldn't be having this conversation. Nor a lawsuit or nothing. They never should have been at my house.
Since you're not going to answer my question, I'm going to go back to your deposition again, Mr. Foreman, page 102.
Your Honor, if I may, can I just enter a continuing? objection, so I don't have to object every time he does the deposition.
No, it's too important, so please be specific. Thank you.
So I would enter a notation of objection at this point. He is now testifying for the witness. He is no longer refreshing his recollection.
That's a good objection, too.
I'll be sensitive to that, so you can rephrase, I'll sustain that. You made the conclusion that it's memory, so you've got to go back and fix that.
All right, Judge, I will. Thank you. Do you remember telling me in your deposition, Mr. Foreman, that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
Yeah, she cut off the cameras, but I didn't know who took them. So, all the officers was a suspect at first, because I didn't know where. After the deposition, I realized that Brian Nuland was in charge of the money, and I knew where to focus everything. But at first, all the cops was a suspect, especially after they cut off my cameras, and I couldn't see what they were doing.
All right. Well, so you don't remember? Is that what you're telling me?
I remember telling you that Lisa, probably didn't take my money, but I just didn't know. I just knew it was missing, and they cut off my cameras, so all of them were suspects until I figured it out.
So until you figured it out?
Until everybody figured it out, until it was solved of where the missing money was.
All right. So just to clear this up and move on, you admit that you don't have any evidence that Lisa Phillips stole your money?
No. But I know if she wasn't there in the first place, we wouldn't be having this conversation or be here.
Nice.
And is it true that one of your big motivation, really, in making all of these posts is to make money?
To pay for the damage that they brought to my house under the circumstance that they shouldn't have even been there in the first place.
Okay. So the answer to my question is yes, your motivation was to make money?
To pay for the damages that they brought to my house under the circumstances that they shouldn't have been there in the first place.
Have you made enough yet to make up for it?
Not really.
How much have you made on it?
I don't know exactly, but it wasn't hardly $24,000.
$24,000.
It wasn't that. It wasn't that.
You're still making money on today, right, with the new posts and advertisements and things?
It's publicity.
You're still selling merchandise, aren't you?
No. Publicity, just everybody, thanks to them bringing publicity to this, it's just an opportunity to run numbers up and be an entertainer.
Facts. Nice. Good job.
The more lies, outrageous lies you tell about them, the more money you can make, right?
Fact. They never should have came to my house in the first place. Fact. If they hadn't came to my house, they wouldn't have put themselves on the video camera and in my music career. All of this is their fact. All of this is their fault, and they have the audacity to sue me. These people and you are the predators and the victim at the same time.
So what they did, searching your house, gave you the right to do everything you...
Under the circumstance that I got freedom of speech, after they run around my house with guns and kick down my door, I got the right to kick a can in my backyard, use my freedom of speech, turn my bad times into a good time. Yes, I do. And I think I'm a sport for doing so, because I don't go to their house, kick down their doors, flip them off on their surveillance cameras, then try to play the victim and sue them.
Nice. That's very good. I like that. I like that. That was a good answer. I like that. It's like I'm not turning around and kicking in their doors. Uncivil approves. Uncivil approves. I'm not sure if I would approve in my capacity as his lawyer, but I feel proud as an American right now. So that's worth something.
Phillips's deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
In your lawyer's office?
Yes, sir.
Same office where you filmed part of that video last Friday?
Yes, sir.
And you saw how upset she was when she was answering your lawyer's questions about how this had affected her, right?
Yes, yes,
And you saw your attorney say, do we need to take a break?
yes,
And you saw her say, no, let's go on and get this over with.
yes, sir.
You saw all that.
Yes.
You knew she was upset.
Just like she knew I was upset when she was standing in front of my kids with an AR-15 with her hand around the trigger ready to shoot me. Just like she knew I was upset when she cut my cameras. But I'm not a person, she is. So I'm sorry for being a victim. Let's talk about the predators.
Okay. So you saw all that. You saw how upset she was. You heard the testimony about her children. You heard the testimony at the depositions about Randy Nuland's daughter who came home upset.
Randy Newman? How did Randy Newman get? Are we talking about a different Randy Newman? It's like, how did Randy Newman get into this story?
You heard all that, but you're still posting stuff about it.
Yeah, because I understand it was Randy's fault and all of their fault for coming in my house in the first place. So if they hadn't came to my house, their children wouldn't be saying nothing. None of this would be going home if they did their research and did things right. So all of this is their fault. And now they want to sue me for their mistake.
Is there anything that could change your mind about what you're doing to these deputies?
Is there anything that can change my mind about the fact that they shouldn't have been at my house in the first place? Is there anything that can change my mind about how my money shouldn't have been touched in the first place? No.
That's all the questions I have. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was a good fuck you as a welcome. That was a very good fuck you. I'm here for it.
I'm sorry, Ms. Robinson. Do you want to continue the direct examination of your client now?
Your Honor, I was going to actually ask for a sidebar so we can talk about that.
Okay, so let's just talk about it.
Okay, so I was actually going to not do cross.
What just happened? I was going to ask for a sidebar. Okay, let's do that. And now we're just having an open discussion. Are we doing sidebars by, like, not coming to the side of the bar? We have a new exciting definition of sidebar, apparently.
Mr. Foreman, this time I was going to hold off until our case in chief.
Yeah, I just offered you the chance to do that. So do you want to do your direct examination on your case in chief right now?
Not right now, Your Honor.
Like the pogo stick of witnesses up and down is what I was talking about. If he testifies on his own direct case, it could be now or it could be later. I just gave the lawyer a chance to do it now or later. These are later. So you'll likely see Mr. Foreman again. This was an examination on the plaintiff's case. You get a chance to hear his testimony on his case. There's your explanation. Thanks, Mr. Foreman. You can stand up.
Okay. I think, strictly speaking, he could do both. I'm not sure why he'd want to, but I guess because it's technically cross. I think. Anyways, what is the next video in this wonderful sequence of stupid? Where are we on this thing anyway? Okay, so, I think we just saw that one. Is this the video we just watched? Yeah, okay, so that's the video we just watched. Okay, so we need day 3. Okay, we're moving on to day 3.
Play some of Mr. Foreman's music from time to time?
They do.
Okay, now we're just starting with a random woman in the middle of testimony on day 3. Okie dokie. Random woman, day 3. Go.
You've worked with kids for how long?
30 years.
You got into the mind of kids pretty well.
Yes.
When they would play Mr. Foreman's song Lemon Pound Cake, did they take that as a literal fact from your observations?
No.
Were they laughing and joking about it?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Are you familiar with the song W.A.P.?
I think I've heard
it. No, strike that train.
Really? I'm pretty sure I know what you're going to do. Really? This is the way you want to go about this? I know what you're going to do. Fine, do your thing.
I'm going to give you the complete song and then summarize it because I only say it once. Are you familiar with the song Wet Ass Pussy?
Yes.
Is that a rap song?
It is.
Has your students played it in class?
Once, and I asked them to please turn it off.
When they were listening to it, did they think that was fact?
No.
So they didn't think that that was depicting anything in real life?
No.
Yep, I knew that was the question. Yeah. I think that might have been a step much, counselor. As hypothetical judge, I might whack you over the back of the head for that one. That's a step much. Tone it down.
So you didn't have to teach him that wasn't real?
Right. No, I did not.
You've heard the song, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you believe it's a literal interpretation?
No.
Would you agree it's derogatory to...
Also, not for nothing, and I can't believe I'm making this argument right now, but are you sure wet ass pussy isn't a statement of fact? I mean, I'm not, it could be a statement of fact. It could be true. I don't, yeah. Okay. Come on now. I mean, I'm just saying, if you take out the metaphorical elements of the song, because metaphor, yeah, if you take out the metaphorical elements, it could be a statement of fact. I mean, I don't know what's going through the singer's mind. Presumably it's expressing some, okay, never mind. Let's press on.
Towards women?
No.
Even though it says nasty things about them?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the artist's opinion, I guess. That's the way I feel.
Maybe not an opinion you like, but...
Yeah.
Your Honor, if I may have one. Go ahead. So, Ms. Grooms, has Mr. Foreman's posts about Shawn or any of the general posts about the Adams County Sheriff's Department as a whole affected your life any at all?
No.
Would you believe it would have affected your life while you were married to Shawn?
If it had any effect, I guess that would be the time it would have an effect.
But as his spouse, you would have expected it?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't want you to go into too many details, but is it fair to say that Mr. Foreman, the posts about the police department and everything had not a damn thing to do with your relationship between you and Shawn and why it came to an end?
No, it did not.
So the posts never affected your life, never affected your marriage?
No.
Okay. So any statement to the contrary would be false?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. No further questions at this time, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Morning, Ms. Grooms.
Good morning.
I'm sorry you have to be here.
I am too.
Thanks for coming. Where to start? You never sought a protective order against your ex-husband, did you?
Yes, I did when we divorced. The divorce, yes. I had a restraining order.
You got a restraining order?
Yes, I did.
Were you aware of the posts that were coming out after 2022 about the sheriff's deputies and calling them thieves and that sort of thing? Did you ever see any or hear any of the songs?
Some of my students referred to it, and they would say, I saw your husband in the video. And I would say, yeah, that was him, and turn around and walk away. I didn't elaborate on any of that, no. And they didn't either.
Why didn't you elaborate on it?
Because I didn't think it was the student's business.
Okay. So they had seen your husband in videos?
Yes.
And did you tell your husband about that?
About?
That your kids had mentioned it?
No, it was just a mention, and that was it.
Okay. Did you ever, you saw the posts yourselves or videos yourself, or did you just hear about it from kids?
I saw part of it, and then I heard about it.
Okay. And did anyone else in the community ever say anything to you about these videos or posts?
No.
Just your kids?
It was my students and the students.
Okay. The song that Mr. Osborne asked you about, does that song refer to a specific identifiable person?
I don't think so.
Those are all my questions. Thank you, Matt.
Rhonda, Mr. Klingler asked you about your students. Your students saw the posts?
Yes.
And they articulated it to you?
Yeah, just say, hey, I saw your husband in this video.
Students can, would it be a fair statement to say children can be mean?
Absolutely.
You've seen instances of them being cruel?
Absolutely.
Are they cruel to both other students?
Children are bastards.
And teachers?
Yes.
I don't like bringing up sensitive subjects, but has any of your students ever been cruel to you in the past?
Oh, yes, definitely.
Would it be fair to say they've said some pretty mean things?
Yes.
Okay. You see, I'm trying not to ask you what they are, but are they shocking names?
Coming from my students, I mean, in all honesty, it's, you know, when they're mad at me because they didn't receive an A, yeah, they get mad.
And they lash out?
Yes.
But they're not calling names of fact or anything to
No, no.
And they've seen these posts?
Yes.
Did your students treat you any differently?
No.
So, could you point to any instance where a student treated you differently due to the posts?
No.
I'm going to ask this question. You said you're sorry to be here. Why are you sorry to be here?
Because from my recollection, my ex-husband had said that this was part of the reason we got divorced.
No further questions, John.
Klingler? No further questions, sir. Mr. Osborne, am I right to understand this witness was a lay witness?
Pardon?
This was a lay witness, not an expert, right?
She's a lay witness to testify to what she would have experienced in this.
Right. And the only reason I did that is to explain to the jury that people sometimes have training experience and can make opinions as experts. A doctor comes in a medical malpractice case.
I don't care. I don't need you to talk, Judge.
Short 10-minute break so I can talk with the other dudes. I have no objection to that. That's why I want to strategize, see how we can hopefully...
Yeah, well, I appreciate what you're saying. Take a break, go back to the jury room, stay there if you would.
More talk. See, the nice thing about not being live is we get to skip all this bullshit, so that's nice. Man, we get to skip like an hour of bullshit. That's good shit, man.
When this trial started,
apparently we've moved on. Have we moved on to closing arguments? Oh, that was quick.
We're back on the record.
Okay, so 2 points came up. You wanted to renew your motion for Rule 50 dismissal.
Why is the judge standing in the middle of the courtroom right now? Please make it make sense. Why is the judge? Guys, this is not like me trying to trick you. I'm actually asking, why is the judge standing in the middle of the courtroom right now? What the hell is happening? Can anyone explain to me what this is, please? Are there any other lawyers or paralegals in the chat? Does anyone understand what the hell is happening at this moment? Ohio? Also, why does the judge have a pencil behind his right ear? I have questions which are not being answered.
Which the court overrule. Mr. Klingler responded to your inquiry about the Access Incorporated.
What is happening?
Just for the sake of the record, we had a telephone conference on this. We had discussed this issue. They had not pled. They are technically in default of the answer. During that telephone conference, which was not on the record, we discussed what would happen with that. Mr. Klingler said he would evaluate it. We are now about ready to do closing statements. No evidence has been presented against him. Mr. Klingler has not asked for a default judgment. He seems to be wanting to put everything on my client, which is very strange why when he has a default he wanted to make a motion for such. But we would ask that the record be cleaned up in that issue. Yeah.
What the fuck is happening? I don't understand.
I'm going to clean up the record, and we are going to dismiss that party from the case.
Help!
Yes.
Help!
We've registered an objection to
send in backup lawyers.
Do a default verdict on that, and therefore increasing damages upon my client if they should be found.
No, I think he gets to own his own complaint, so I just have to follow his lead. But I get what you're saying. And
I can argue for mitigation of attorney fees and stuff that he has done.
No, if it gets to that, if it gets to that, that's not a part of the jury's deliberation.
I just have to. I'm trying to think of step ahead.
And also, there looks like there's like 20 bottles of water there on the ledge. Is that where we store the bottles of water now, just on the ledge of the gallery? Apparently, that's the water storage spot. Are we sure this is actually really a courtroom and not like, a TV drama or something? Who? Okay. Which actor brought in the water bottles and left them in the middle of the shot? Okay, fess up.
Off the record, please. Go get him. Do it, Mr. Miller. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience. Have a seat. That actually was about 45 minutes, so I didn't gauge my time very well, but thank you for your patience. We are moving ahead, as you know, so most people don't growl about that, but I try to at least respect your time and tell you what we're doing. We made it through, like, the corrections to the jury instructions. Like I've been trying to educate you all the way through. The jury instructions are the textbook at the end.
So the defense just doesn't put on any case at all? We don't get to hear more from Afroman? I mean, not that they have to, obviously, but, I'm disappointed. No more Afroman. I'm sad. My sadness is complete. Lame.
Yeah.
Also, we decided that's a camera, that thing on his desk with the orb. I don't know, man. I don't know. The orb's sketchy, man. I don't know.
So the lawyers had a chance to drill this down. As I said before, closing arguments are the attorneys' argument about what they think the evidence means and how you should do it.
Defense only called the ex-wife for no particular reason that I could understand. Don't really quite understand why but okay. Did Afroman get divorced in the interim because of this case? Was that Afroman's former wife? that testified that we just saw? And if so, they got divorced because of this? I've lost the plot a little. Help. Type faster, chat. Type faster. Is the ex-wife of one of the cops? So for damages? But why the defense call her? Because they claimed it caused the divorce. Okay, all right, I'm moving on.
Whatever it is they think you should do. So they go first, Mr. Klingler, then Mr. Osborne, then Mr. Klingler. There's like a total of 35 minutes. So I'm going to think 20, 35, 15. But Mr. Klingler can kind of manipulate his time depending on how he wants to do it. So in an hour, you'll be talking to me for about 30 minutes of instructions.
I don't want to talk to you, Your Honor.
Deliberations. That's what's ahead of you. If you take notes, just write down argument, not evidence. Go ahead, Mr. Klingler.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, folks. When this trial started, I told you it was about intentional lies that are designed to hurt people. It's not about freedom of speech. It's about defamation. It's about false light defamation, intentional lies designed to hurt people.
I don't know, man. I think I qualify as an expert, and I'm not sure this trial was really about many of those things, to be quite honest. But sure, whatever.
You've heard all the evidence. You've seen the witnesses. I'm not going to go over it.
Well, you really should if you want to try yourself on
But
your
I
case.
will say a few things to underscore what I think is most important for you to keep in mind as this case is turned over to you from me, from the plaintiffs.
Also, why did the audio suddenly go from tolerable to absolute potato? It was already bad, and now it's absolute potato. I'm trying to boost the audio, and it's not really working. So we're just going to have to, I don't know if I can boost it enough to make this work. And if I do, if it ever goes back, it will blow your ears out. Well, actually, no, it won't, because I'm limited. It won't blow your ears out, but it'll blow my ears out. So that's good news for me.
To you. Mr. Foreman perpetuated lies intentionally, repeatedly, over 3.5 years on the internet about these 7 brave deputy sheriffs who've lived in this county for years, risked their lives for this county for years, done their job, been in the community for many, many years. Mr. Foreman did it intentionally. Mr. Foreman knew that what he posted on the internet were lies. He knew there was no theft. He knew there was no sex with Randy Walters' wife. And he certainly knew all of the stuff he's repeatedly posted about Lisa Phillips up until Friday and probably later were lies too. What are we going to do about that? Mr. Foreman told you from the witness stand there's nothing we can do to stop him because he has freedom of speech.
He does.
To lie about people intentionally. During jury selection, we talked about that. And you all agreed that it's not okay to tell an intentional lie about someone that hurts them. We all agreed. And the judge is going to tell you that in the law that he gives you. So Mr. Foreman is legally wrong when he says he has free speech to tell harmful lies about people and get away with it. That's just legally wrong. You also told me in jury selection that even if somebody does something to you that hurts you, that you think is wrong, like a search warrant execution that you think was unfair, even if somebody does that to you, you told me, we all agreed, that that doesn't justify telling intentional lies designed to hurt people. That's what you think. That's what the community thinks. It's what decent people think. But Mr. Foreman...
This guy looks a lot like the bad lawyer from My Cousin Vinny, and doing arguably marginally better than that. So our guest appearance is by Billy Bob Thornton and whoever the attorney, guy who played the attorney in, My Cousin Vinny, has been interesting.
Thinks it's okay to do what he's done over 3.5 years because they executed a search warrant that broke down his door and disconnected his cameras. You heard from the witness stand, from Mr. Foreman, the callous indifference that he showed to what he's done, the harm he's done. It's imprinted in your minds, I'm sure, like it is in mine. The tears, the agony from some of these witnesses, don't forget that when you're back in the jury room. That's what this case is about. You are here because you agreed to be here. You showed up on the first day. Not everybody does. A lot of people don't respond to their summons. You did. I asked you, do you want to be on this jury? And you all said, yes, I agreed to be on this jury. You're all here now, in this place, in this courtroom, for a reason. And I believe there's a power higher than us that brought you here today to do this job, and that you are the chosen people to do it. Nobody else is going to do it. There's not going to be another trial. There's not going to be a second chance. This is the day to decide whether Mr. Foreman gets away with what he's done and whether these plaintiffs deserve something to make up for what they've been through, and whether the community is told that what he did is unacceptable. It's not okay. We talked about different kinds of damages. There's not going to be economic damages in this case. There's no doctor bills. There's no damaged property. There's damage to reputation. There's pain and suffering. There's public humiliation. There's everything you saw and heard from these detectives from the witness stand. And the only thing you can do as a jury to decide this case is to render a verdict of money that somehow stands in, somehow represents the harm that these deputy sheriffs have been put through.
The jury's
over
got you
3.5
covered on that.
years.
They've got a number
That's
that will.
all you can
They've got a
do.
number in mind,
You
man.
can't issue an order that says stop. You can't issue an order that says, say you're sorry. All you can do is issue a verdict for an amount that fairly stands in, represents what they've been through, what they've lost.
The jury has the number. Good
No one else
news.
is going to do it.
The jury knows exactly what number will make it all better.
Court of Appeals isn't going to do it. It's your job. And you're the people meant to do it.
Thank you for that insightful, powerful close. I really hope this guy didn't take contingency, because he should know right now that he's not getting paid. This guy looks like a guy who took a case on contingency. Yeah, it's not going to end well for you, my friend. Yeah.
Now, I told you in jury selection, if we got to this point, I'd try to give you some ideas about how to evaluate what kind of verdict might make sense in this case. I told you then, and I'll tell you now, there's no formula. There's no easy answer.
There's a very easy answer.
But there is an answer. And it's the answer that you folks decide among yourselves fairly represents the injuries that these deputies have suffered. And
I can't decide if it's more fun to decide. I can't decide if it's more fun to decide in favor of Afroman or decide against him and award $1. I don't know what's more fun. Oh, well.
Start by posing this question. Do you think...
Then they could fight over the dollar.
Do you think that if there had been an advertisement in some newspaper that said, we will give you...
Okay, we have now moved from super potato to ultra potato. The potatoing of this audio quality continues to potato with every passing moment. Now brought to you by Ultra Potato.
$2 million.
Holy shit.
If you are willing to go through what Lisa Phillips has been through for the last 3.5 years, would you take that deal? Do you think she would have taken that deal? Yeah, $2 million, that's a, maybe I'll go through that. Of course not. Do you think Randy Walters, do you think Brian Nuland, do you think any of these deputies would have accepted some amount of money in order to go through, in exchange for going through what they've been through? I don't think so. And I think you know nothing is worth going through what they've been through. And, of course, he says he's not going to stop. He says nothing can stop him.
Can't stop, won't stop.
Maybe something can stop him if you tell him through your verdict that he needs to stop. I'm going to tell you what I believe is a fair verdict for these plaintiffs.
What number did you have in mind?
And it's up to you.
Let's see. What number did he come up with? Oh, I'm going to say he said $10 million.
Of course, again, to make the decision. But I would ask you, I'm going to ask you, and there's a verdict form which, excuse me 1 minute. Folks, I'm going to show you these forms that you're going to be filling out, just so you're familiar with them. This is just an example. You're going to have a different form for each of these plaintiffs, okay? This one happens to be a verdict form for Lisa Phillips. And I believe the evidence is overwhelming that you'll find in favor of Lisa Phillips. This happens to be her false light claim. There's a separate claim for
I am not sitting through an hour of jury instructions. I'm not doing it.
Judge Hine has already talked.
I know. I'm not doing it.
So this is just an example of the verdict form that I'm going to ask you all to sign in favor of Lisa Phillips and all of the plaintiffs on their false light and their defamation claims. Now,
I was going to listen to the closing argument, but I will not listen to jury instructions.
Form called an interrogatory, and I'm just showing you Lisa Phillips's form. And it says, we, the jury, find damages for plaintiff as follows. And then it gives a little description of the kind of damages. And there's a line for your decision, and there's signature lines for each of you to sign.
Every single member of the jury has to sign the forms? Okay. All right.
I'm not going to show you every form. For Lisa Phillips, folks, I'm asking you to put $1.5 million in that verdict form. $1.5 million for Lisa Phillips from what she's been through for 3.5 years. May be going through for who knows how long.
I have a better idea.
For Brian Nuland, I'm asking you to issue a verdict for $1 million.
Only $1 million. So that's 2.5.
For what he's been through with his family, the loss of his dream job here in Adams County. For Randy Walters, I'm asking you for a verdict of $1 million.
Okay, 3.5.
For what he's been through with the allegations and vile videos about his wife. For the other 4 plaintiffs, Shawn Grooms, Shawn Culie, Justin Cooley, and Mike Estep, I'm asking you for a total, for all 4 of them, of $400,000 divided among them however you see fit based on
so $3.9 million
their testimony.
Okay, so that was less than the 10 million I had projected. Okay, 3.9 is his ask. All right.
You, of course, can award less. You can issue a verdict for more. That's what I'm asking you to say in your verdict form based on this testimony. Now, let me close my remarks by looking into the future here. And
let's do our best future impression.
Looking at the future, if there's a verdict for the plaintiffs, and you award the plaintiffs a fair amount of money, what happens?
If they awarded a lemon pound cake, that'd be hilarious.
The plaintiffs are vindicated.
$5.
The court of public opinion out there, the press, which I know you haven't been looking at, they don't know the facts. You know the facts. And a verdict for the plaintiff will say they were wronged, he was wrong. A verdict for the plaintiffs will make up in some way for what they've been through. A verdict for the plaintiffs will say that we don't condone, we don't approve, you can't get away with what Mr. Foreman's done. Not in this community, not in this country. That's not freedom of speech where we live. That's what a verdict for the plaintiffs will say. Let's look at another.
I'm liking what you guys are laying down and like trolling them by awarding like such minimal damages. I'm liking what you guys are selling. It's like, yeah, let's award them like $20 each. That's a nice pound cake, right? They can go to the grocery store and get some pound cake for $20. You know, hey, you know, let's award them $20 each. $100. Right? There's how many of them are at this point? 10 of them. All right, so that's $200. Yeah, they can get some nice pound cakes with that. Yeah, well, not really, because the lawyer will take all of it easily in costs, but you know, well, at least in theory. So yeah.
Another possible future, if there were to be a verdict for the
pound cake of the month club. You guys are speaking my language.
If there were to be a verdict with a small amount of money attached to it. In that case, in that world, in that future, the world is told what he did is okay. What they went through is no big deal. We don't really care. We think it's fine. That's what a verdict for the defendant or a small verdict would say. They would go home subject to even more ridicule. Yeah, you took him on and you lost. See, what he did was fine. I don't have to tell you, you know, that's not the message we want to send.
Apparently it is. Apparently it's exactly the message they want to send. I don't know what to tell you, counselor. It seems to be precisely the message.
I'm done. I've done all I can. These folks called me 3 years ago now and asked.
Have you been doing this 3 years on contingency? Dude, man, if this lawyer's been doing this for 3 years on contingency, he's about to be very, very sad. That's rough, man. That's a rough go. Not only and he would be out, by the way, because he would have had to pay for fees and everything and like costs and all that shit. So he'd be out. Yeah, it's not fun.
What can we do to stop this? And here we are today. I've done what I can. They've done what they can. They've suffered through the publicity. They could have stopped this case at any time if they would have kowtowed to the pressure, public humiliation that Mr. Foreman continued to put them through, but they didn't. They bravely stood behind their case and their right not to be dragged through the mud with lies in the media. They've done all they can. And now I am giving their case and this decision to you. It's out of my hands. You have to decide.
Thank you for the $1.99
what
super chat.
To say to Mr. Foreman and what to say to the community about what he's done and the effects that it's had on these folks. I have full confidence. I fully trust.
This attorney may have a video done on him by Afroman, as well as the judge. I wouldn't be surprised.
To make a fair decision and to come back with a verdict that's fair for each one of these plaintiffs and that tells the community what you really think about this case. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Clinton. You have 11 minutes after that. Final. And Mr. Osborne.
Okay, Nick Offerman is now going to give a closing argument.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being here. This has been a long 3 days. It took a second for me to even count the number. It's been so long. A lot's happened.
I may go to the grocery store and buy a pound cake.
You've done your duty
No, I'm going
as
to make
jurors.
one.
You've
I'm going
paid
to make
attention
one.
to the evidence. I'm proud
I'm not
of
going to
that.
buy one. I'm going to make one.
What makes our country great is you have
From
the
scratch.
right to have a jury trial. You have the right to people in the community to see this, weigh the evidence, and make a decision. And I'm proud that you guys are here and doing that. We started this time, I talked about this case was about freedom of speech. But let's talk about what it's also about. It's also about music. Not all music is tasteful. Not everybody likes all music. There's some songs I hate. I think we can find plenty of people that find songs they do not like. But Mr. Foreman, Joe, is a rapper and comedian. It's what he's done his whole life is rap, make songs. We got to think of what rap is, because music does not exist in a vacuum. Music evolves over time. Take a look at jazz. It's evolved. At one time, it was distinct in a certain subculture, and it has now expanded. Rap is the same. Rap started out as a means for people to express social commentary, opinions through entertainment. Look at the song by NWA. Or they call it Fuck the Police. I think I said that right. It's a social commentary on what was going on in their lives. Their personal effect, the personal things happening to them, combined with entertainment, which unfortunately is exaggeration. Opinion, nothing of fact in that song. It's a commentary on society. And so when you look at rap, you see that over and over again. I had my secretary print me a couple songs, rap songs. Wow.
Okay. I'm here for it. This is good. Recite us the lyrics of some rap songs. I'm down. I'm down like a clown, Charlie Brown. Yeah, let's go.
I was pouring a cup of coffee. And the first one is Carly B, WAP. I find it bad to say what WAP means, but it's a popular song. I think it's somewhat derogatory. But then again, I'm not the audience for that song, and I know that. I know nothing in that song. Nothing talking about is true. I know it's not. I know it's entertainment. I know it's social commentary. Miss Grooms testified even her students knew that at a young age. The same thing I knew when I was watching Johnny Carson, The Late Night Show, and SNL, Saturday Night Live, with my grandfather when I was a kid. That's all entertainment. They make fun of everybody for entertainment. And some of it is a social commentary. But it is not fact. And everybody knows that. Nobody looks at Lil Wayne's song Pussy Monster and says there's a monster in that song. Everybody knows it's exaggeration.
Okay.
For entertainment. Is he commenting on something? Sure. But it's not fact. And I can keep going. Megan Thee Stallion with sex talk. I mean, it just goes on. They use derogatory language. It's designed to entertain. Drew Hastings, former mayor of Hillsborough, was a comedian. I got to go to one of his stand-ups. Some of it was funny, some of it wasn't. Some of his jokes, like those of Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor, some of them are not tasteful, but they're still jokes. They're not facts. And we know that. That's what a reasonable person listening to that would understand.
Yeah, now I'm just imagining like the English papers. Pussy monster, the monster that lies in all of us. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, he's got my mind going in some strange directions right now. Or pussy monster, the contradiction. Can the monster also be a pussy? Pussy monster, the duality of man. There's so much potential here.
And that's the point. This is not a vacuum. We don't live in a vacuum. Let's face it, we lived in a vacuum.
Pussy monster, my cat Spot and his journeys.
We'd all be dead because we couldn't breathe. So we live in a world full of everything, where we see things. We watch SNL. We know it's entertainment. We know it's going to pick on people. We understand that they're picking on public officials. Well, they picked on Joe. They pick on Donald Trump all the time, Sleepy Joe. I mean, go down the list, even Teflon Ron was made fun of. So as you go back, nobody thinks that's fact. Nobody's going to take it that way. When they post their clips on YouTube,
if you have symptoms of pussy monster, you may wish to talk to a doctor. Ask your doctor if whatever is right for you.
When they post their clips on Facebook, people don't look at it and go, that's the truth. No, they understand it's comedy. They understand they're going to talk about it going forward. And if you look at his posts, you see the little signs of that too. Iteration. Things that you see in a song. I mean, because after all, you know, a song's catchy, right? It has a beat, song, you know, words rhyme. You know, she thinks my tractor's sexy, and, you know, it sticks with you.
Is that what they mean when women say slay? Are they referring to slaying the pussy monster? I think I finally understand the language of our times.
We listened to Lemon Pound Cake. You heard the iteration. You heard how it came together as entertainment. So we don't exist in a vacuum, and a reasonable person doesn't exist in a vacuum. As the judge has said, you are a reasonable people. You get to decide what's reasonable, which means you get to use your experience. You get to use your understanding of what those are, of your understanding of Joe, of your understanding of rap music, music in general. I'm not going to sit here and say that these 7 people were happy about what happened to them. I'm not going to say that. That'd be stupid. But what I am going to say is they are public officials. We see it on the news all the time, public officials made fun of. Let's go back to voir dire. During my voir dire, we talked about, with the one jury that's gone, we talked about that, yes, I ran for public office. She agreed I put myself out as a public official. She agreed that it was an opinion when someone called me a baby killer. Even our witnesses on the stand, I asked that question. They said a crooked defense attorney is not a vine, it's a matter of opinion.
Pussy monster as an alternative name for Medusa, maybe. It's more snakes, though. Which Greek god is most akin to pussy monster? Is the pussy the monster? Is it the consumer of pussies? Does the monster belong to the pussy? Is it the predator or is it the prey? It's ambiguous, isn't it? Yeah, it's ambiguous. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Crooked cops, dirty defense attorneys. Oh, wait, one witness did want to say I might not have taken a shower. But those are all opinions, exaggerations, not statements of fact. And we know that. And that's why public officials are held to a higher standard. Because that standard is what is expected of them as subjecting themselves to public scrutiny. They all testified that people criticize their work. I mean, after all.
Is it a riddle?
We look at the search.
The riddle.
Even Mr. Nuland admitted it wasn't perfect. I think we can see from how the money was handled, the investigation. I would have liked to have seen a more thorough job myself. I mean, we have the chain of custody, the money that just leaves it laying there. Mr. Nuland didn't know that. We have an unsealed evidence bag. We have 10% of all evidence, money evidence in the Adams County evidence locker miscounted. And then keep in mind that miscount on those is less than what is alleged to miss here. We got people saying we had a miscount, yet they can't even bother to notify the court in an official document that they made a mistake. Just let it ride. As far as the public record knows, which they never corrected, Mr. Foreman never got back all of his money. They want to talk about an investigation, but they can't even put in a single piece of paper to correct his mistake. I don't know if I call that lazy or what. But I think it goes to what you consider a fact. Because what is a fact? We can't always know what a fact is. A fact is something you can disprove, right? But can we truly disprove that? Looking at all the evidence, there is questions. If there's questions, it's not a fact. Now, people will form opinions based on that. I formed an opinion. I imagine everybody here's formed an opinion. We know that they formed an opinion because they didn't like being called a thief. So that was their opinion. But people are allowed to have opinions. People are allowed to express them. What people are expressing when they call them thief is not a literal statement. It is not a fact. It is a social commentary on the fact that they didn't do things correctly. And they can't even articulate how they could fix it. That is a social commentary if I ever heard one. They don't like it? That's not their choice to like it or not. They're public officials. They're going to be held to a higher standard. Their work's going to be criticized. I mean, that's just what happens when you're a public official. No reasonable person would expect a police officer not to be criticized. They've all been called names before. Has it affected them personally? Yes. Ms. Grooms testified it made no difference in her life. Her kids didn't take it seriously. And she's taught for damn near 30 years. But they seem to take it seriously. And I come back to Mr. Grooms. He's worried about going out on a call and being shot. Now, maybe I'm old-fashioned, But if I'm going out on call, I'm worried about getting shot, I'm going to call my wife and tell her to be safe. Not sit here and go, I'm worried about me. That's not what you do. You take care of your family. Mr. Walters wanted to point that out. That just goes to show us he didn't take it seriously. Now, I'm not going to say they're not afraid. Anytime they go on a call, the highway patrol will tell you scariest thing's a traffic stop. You know nothing about the person, you're there by yourself, and things can change in an instant. Is that scary? Fuck yeah. I'd be scared. But if you're truly scared, you take the steps for it. You start having your family do stuff. You start doing that. If you believe what you're saying, you take the steps towards it. You didn't take the steps. No one else talked about how they took the steps either, did they? And why does that matter? Because a reasonable person is going to look at that. After all, let's go back to me not taking a shower. How would you know I didn't take a shower? Hair clumpy, probably matted, probably got dirt all over me. That's how you would see. That's how you would prove if that's an opinion or fact. Now, even then you might say Dave just fell in the mud. But no reasonable person would take it in the vacuum. And I want you to think about everything in context. What rap is music, how it's entertainment, how the language works on it, how jokes are made. I want you to think back to that, because that colors how you see it. I love picking on Joe. He's a good sport for it. Look at that suit. Does this look like a man who thinks that everybody's going to assume that everything he's saying is fact? I mean, he's like a comedian. He exaggerates for the sake of entertainment. That's who he is. I'm not going to say it's tasteful to everyone, but some people do find it entertaining. I asked an important question about them. I said, do you believe everything in the newspaper? No. Do you believe everything you read on the internet? No. We all know that to be true. A reasonable person knows that. People can post opinions, social commentary, and hurtful things all over the internet. And it is just to be expected. That's why we are supposed to use our own filter, use our common sense, use our experiences in life. So while hurtful, it was not fact. It was music, entertainment. Stuff that no reasonable person would understand, especially not a public official, because we see it on TV all the time. We see it on the internet. You see it on Facebook. Sometimes people want to turn off Facebook because there's so much political commentary and stuff. But that's expected. Do I expect everything I read is fact? I don't even think most of it's fact. I think it's everybody's opinion, and opinions are like assholes. Everybody has one, and it stinks. But that doesn't mean they can't have them. That doesn't mean they can't express them, and that doesn't mean they can't make a song about it. Truth is a defense. That's why we talked about the theft. That's why we showed all that. Because I wanted you to see how the money was handled. There's a lot of confusion around it, and for that reason. Before I get to another point, I want to address something that's bouncing around my head. Bob says, what does this message send if you find for Mr. Foreman? I rephrase that question a little differently. What does this message send if we find that music and social commentary, while maybe not the most tasteful thing in the world, is silenced because a public official, while hurt by it, yes, unhappy by it, yes, pissed off, yes, emotional, yes. What opinion does that sound? I mean, if you can sue people, music artists, comedians, to shut them down, that's what we're looking at here. I'm sorry they feel the way they do. But there's a certain amount that you have to take as a public official. It's part of the duties as a job. As we talked about during voir dire, as I've talked about them being called a baby killer, there are certain things you take and you move on. It's part of the job. The plaintiffs, or I should say Bob, talks about how They wanted it to stop. Where was the certified cease and desist letter? Where was all this done? None of that was done until after they started the lawsuit, until after they brought it to court to make it stop. That's what they wanted to. They wanted to make it stop, yet they asked for money. The commentary on them is nebulous at best. You can see that when you look at it. We have Beetle Bailey, Gomer Pyle, Colonel King Kong Bundy. Some of these names are not as bad as others, yes, but they're all for artistic purpose. They're all for jokes. They're all for entertainment. This is not to paint them in a real light. No reasonable person would think that. It's kind of interesting because even Mr. Nuland agreed that when he was called a pedophile by Mr. Foreman, yes, that is a horrible thing to call a person. But even he said it was Mr. Foreman's opinion. So he didn't believe it was a fact. If your own witness doesn't believe it's a fact, how can a reasonable person find it's a fact?
True. Very true. They did sabotage their own case a lot. That didn't help. They weren't on great ground to start with, to be honest, though.
Bob went to great lengths to say nothing will stop him. Shows us where we're at. We got to stop his expression. We got to stop entertainment. We got to stop exaggeration. That's what Bob's talking about. What chilling effect does that have on the world we live in? Think about it. You don't like what a commissioner does. You don't like what our prosecutor does. You don't like what any public official does, and you make a joke, and you're drugging the court. It may not have been a tasteful joke. It may have been a bad joke. It may have been the greatest joke ever. But what we're saying is if they don't like it, we're back here. What does that say to freedom of speech? What does that say to the world we live in? That's what this case is about. And Bob knows that. That's why he mentions it. That's why when you look at defamation and the jury instructions, you'll see that the first element of it is a statement. Portrayal of fact. Has to be portrayed as fact. No music video portrays as a fact. I don't watch Fuck Those Police and turn around and say, you know what, that's a fact. No. I say that's a song, and it's entertainment, and move on. Sometimes I try to figure out what the words mean, what kind of they're getting at, but I don't expect them to present a fact. Fourth element is the proximate cause. It's an interesting question there, because you'll get the definition of causation and proximate. And we never talked about that really during the trial, and it's going to be something that I want to discuss. They talked about getting phone calls. None of those posts, Joe never said, call them and tell them this. Mr. Culie testified that they mailed pound cakes to the office. Joe never said send them a lemon pound cake. These are things that other people have done. Joe never directed them to do it.
That's it, baby.
He made a joke.
Yep, no causation.
He cannot control how people take it. What they do, he's not that. All he can do is make a joke, make a song. So that's something to consider. Was he the proximate cause, or was it someone else? I want you to understand when they get to the question of malice, if you get that far, it has to be actual malice. Public officials, it's a higher standard. Why? Because we hold public officials to a high standard. Let's talk about the false light. That's their second cause of action. that says that a reasonable person would be justified in the eyes of the community feeling seriously offended and aggrieved. I want you to go in on the eyes of the community. They want to say people's humiliating them, calling them names. The reality is a reasonable person in the eyes of the community is going to say, it's a song. It's a joke. I was flabbergasted to hear it myself, that they even thought it was a joke before they brought the lawsuit. Go to a Halloween party and bring a lemon pound cake. That, I almost have no words for that, honestly, because we're hurt, but it's a joke. Which one is it? So a reasonable person in the eyes of the community would understand it's a joke. Mr. Estep testified about the joke of the shirt. We got the pound cake joke. There's various jokes for this. This was not as negative. This has not changed their view in the eyes of the community, because your reputation, which is what they claim is hurt, your reputation is like a shirt. You eat a hot dog, you drop mustard on it, you get stains on your shirt. Nobody's reputation is clean. Everything you do affects your reputation. The way you perform your job affects your reputation. They all admitted to that on the stand, because I asked that question. They all said it does. How they counted that money affects their reputation. People can form opinions based on how they did their job and criticize them on it. That's a right we have. You have to forgive me, I have to flip through these some. We didn't have a lot of time to prepare as things change on the fly. I think as you go back and deliberate, take a look at all the exhibits, analyze it in the context of music, entertainment, opinion, social
Yep,
commentary.
we've reached ultra potato.
It's not a fact.
Ultra potato.
And if you look at it, you can see
This
that.
potato
Like I
will
said,
rule
it may
for
not be
1,000
tasteful.
years.
May not be nice. But even SNL's not nice. South Park's not nice. These things are social commentaries, jokes, entertainment. And some of them are not nice. But you don't have to like everything. You don't have to like everything said about you, and you don't have the right to tell everybody that everything said about you should be sued for, especially if you're a public official. As such, I ask you to deliver a verdict in Joe's favor on all claims. I ask that because when you look at it, no reasonable
Maybe I should
person
start
could see it as a
transmitting
fact.
this in
No
like
reasonable person could see it
240p
as even
so you can
false
get the
light.
full experience. That'd be good. Just
The
drop the
community,
bit rate like nothing.
if they called them, if people called them, that's because
Let's
the social
see, where's the
commentary
settings for
resonated with someone, resonated with what people experienced in the world.
Stream. Can I change this on the fly?
We've lived through a turbulent
Well, I can
year,
change the bit rate
so
on
we've
the
all
fly.
seen on the news what people are experiencing all over the country. Social commentary resonates because
What if I
of that.
change the bit rate from say 6,000
That
to
doesn't make
say
him the proximate
6
cause.
to say
That shows a
6?
deeper concern in our country that we should be addressing. Not sitting here trying to decide if a music video is a fact or not. That's what's at issue here.
Oh yeah.
And I'm confident as you go back in deliberations, you'll come to that conclusion too.
That's good. Yeah.
And with that, I thank you again for your service, because it is not easy, and what you're about to do is not easy. It takes time and deliberation. It takes hard work. And I appreciate that you guys are willing to do it. And I reiterate again, that's what makes us a great country. Thank you very much.
That was fun.
Thank you, Ron.
Let's return to something better.
Nothing Mr. Osborne said about sexually explicit songs out in society.
All right, that's enough of you. I can't be bothered to hear what you have to say anymore, and I'm definitely not going through jury arguments. So let us turn our attention to the verdict.
With you, yes. With
I'm watching. I'm watching.
I'm assuming it'll be that's what we want. Yes.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate it.
I think Mr. House. Yeah, later. Now you're not going to.
Yeah, I'm watching for the reactions. I'm watching the judge. I'm watching the plaintiffs. I'm watching as much as I can watch. I'm here for it.
They just told me.
Comfortable, see, I like this stuff. So you know more than I know probably, but the jury's ready.
That's all I know.
That's all I know too. So process-wise is that they'll bring him out. The verdict forms go to me also.
You just want to move that note, don't you? Just wait until the judge starts to get it to
Okay, go ahead and have a seat. So the court was informed the jury reached a verdict, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So if you'll hand the verdict forms to the bailiff, he'll hand them to me so I can take a look at them. I looked at the form of the papers, essentially to see if they're properly signed. Well, that's the next thing that happens.
All right, I'm watching the judge's reaction. He doesn't look super happy. Yeah, a little sadness, I think.
With regard to decorum, I don't expect any responses from anybody. It's been an emotional case. It's been a well-tried case. The lawyers do what they should do. The parties do what they should do. I just want to remind everybody that how the verdict comes out isn't something of public comment. So if you have an emotional attachment to the verdict, don't express it. Wait till you get out of the building before you let your emotions out.
Keep licking your fingers. Maybe the answer will change.
So the verdict forms are properly executed, properly completed. Copies will be made available to the parties.
Keep checking. Maybe the answer will change.
In all circumstances, the jury finds in favor of the defendant. No plaintiff verdict prevailed. So the matter will be concluded with defense verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Klingler. Thank you, Mr. Osborne. Thank you to the court staff and the Sheriff's Department for security in the building. And we'll go ahead and stand in adjournment.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys want to go on into the jury room?
Go ahead and relax, whatever it is you need.
I'll get your pose.
Yep. Have the jury go that way. Have them go back into their room.
If you guys don't mind to hang out in there for a little bit, I can get you, okay?
All right.
Maybe he thanks the jury in private. One can only hope. Yeah, maybe thank them in private. Okay, I thought maybe there were some more faces or more reactions. So that's it? That's the end of the case? Okay. Well, that was exciting. So Afroman wins, as he should. Well, I can think of only one way to end this, and this is by watching the Lick It Lisa video. Oh, Afroman made a statement. Okay. We'll watch
jury has sided with the rapper Afroman in the civil lawsuit filed against him by Adams County deputies. WCPO 90's reporter Jay Shakur is live outside the courthouse tonight. This verdict, Jay, was read right about 30 minutes ago, and you spoke to Afroman as he was leaving. What's his reaction?
That's right. Afroman had a very emotional reaction. The jury, as you mentioned, siding with the rapper Afroman, whose real name is Joseph Foreman, in this case. Here's video from inside the courtroom as this case went on. During closing arguments, the attorney representing the deputies in this case claimed Afroman intentionally lied about and defamed the deputies in his songs, but Afroman's attorneys maintained throughout this trial it is his right to say what he wants to say. This goes back to 2022 when Afroman's home was raided following search warrants related to possession and trafficking in drugs and kidnapping. Though he was never charged, the attorneys for the deputies suing say Afroman used security.
I didn't win. America won. America still has freedom of speech. It's still for the people, by the people.
Afroman becoming emotional there as he says this fight was bigger than him. It was about free speech and what he describes as corruption in this sheriff's department. I
feel it.
To one supporter who came all the way from Dallas. I have more on that and more reaction from the rapper.
Okay, well, that was, short, sweet, to the point. All right, so let's watch this 13 minutes of glory. All right, we're doing this now? Okay. I'd like to note for the record that this video is 13 minutes and 44 seconds long. It currently has 380,973 views. I guess I'll be 974. Let's do this thing. He said, do you love me, love me, love me, girl? Yeah. He said, do you love me, love me?
come
Incidentally, by the way, was there like is Lisa like was there a factual basis at all for the claim that she muff dives, or is that just pure artistic expression? Because I might have missed that memo somewhere along the way. So was there a factual basis for it, or were you just using it metaphorically? I'm just rawly curious at this point.
Lick 'em low, Lisa. Came to town. She ate all the pussy all around.
Just because she has a husband and kid is not dispositive, and you should know better.
From Adams County to the 275. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Licking every pussy alive. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Sometimes she won't. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Pussy like pizza. Man or a woman, you really don't know her. I notice her voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she might whip out something that's bigger than mine. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Eating pussy like pizza. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Lick 'em low, Lisa. Eating pussy like pizza. Lick 'em low, Lisa. She raided my house. She disconnected my cameras. Then she went down on my spouse. I just don't know what I'm gonna do. Y'all keep on laughing. She gonna eat your wife's pussy. Lick 'em low, Lisa.
All right, I think that's enough of that. I cannot do 13 minutes of this. I'm sorry. I just cannot. I cannot. 13 minutes. I think we got it. But I might listen to it during my workout. This is a lot. Well, for whatever it's worth on the legal analysis, I agree with the jury's verdict. I believe that these are a bunch of cops who got their feet hurt because they did some wrong things, and they got their feelings hurt because of the fees, and they deserve to lose. And I'm glad they lost. And now Afroman can sing these songs forever because res judicata, right? Right? He can never be sued over this ever again. So he can play these songs forever and ever and ever, and he can never be sued anywhere else ever again. He can republish it and re-sing it forever, and he can never be sued because it has been decided. Res judicata. The thing has been decided, and it is gone. So your music is protected for the rest of time. Congratulations. That's exciting. I'm going to miss the deposition footage. You think the deposition footage is where it's at? I mean, it did go on forever and a day. But I can skip to the deposition footage. Hold on. How does this affect other states, man? Full faith and credit, baby. So unless there's a substantial difference on law, which there's not because public figure status is controlled by Supreme Court, I think he's immune everywhere. Yeah, I think he's immune everywhere. Would be my thought, but
The client dancing in the driveway, singing how I lick pussy. And I need to learn how to count how many pussies I've licked. You know, and this has made it on to where I have to swallow it.
Double jeopardy? No, it's not called double jeopardy. We call it something else. We call it, well, you call it two things. You call it collateral estoppel and res judicata, right? Because you got the same parties suing over the same thing. So the same parties can't sue over the same thing in another jurisdiction because they're collaterally estopped. And they can't sue over the same subject matter because the issue has been decided, res judicata. So we don't call it double jeopardy. We call it something else. We call it res judicata and collateral estoppel. Ooh, fancy, right? Yeah, I know. That's good stuff. Yeah.
Because things that's being said. Are you Lieutenant Licking Low, Lisa Phillips, Pussy Licking Phillips? They like to go to Walmart and be called a guy because of your voice. Or ask you if you got a pecker. How would you like that? Would you like a female or a guy ask you if you got a vagina? Probably not. Unless standing and having me on their gate. Obviously, I haven't had a sex change. I have a child. I mean, I've had that, yeah. They didn't make money off of me. They didn't say I should have to prove
Precedent is the wrong word. No, it's not precedent. There's no precedent. It's no legal precedent. It's not precedential. There was no change in law. It's the same law. Yeah, it's not precedent. Yeah, see, this is why we have all these different terms. We have all these different terms to confuse you. And sometimes me, to be quite honest. Yeah, but it's not a precedential issue. It's not double jeopardy. It's collateral estoppel. Because the same parties suing over the same thing. So they are collaterally estopped. And because the same fundamental issue has been decided, since res judicata, the thing has been decided. So no, not so much, no. Yeah, so not happening. That's what I think. Yeah.
I was on my way to work one morning, right in Panhandle, stopped at the stop sign. The commissioners had a contracted crew that was working in Panhandle. I get hollered, Lieutenant Lickum Low, Lisa Phillips. You want calls, or you don't even have to be working to get a holler from Lieutenant Lickum Low, Lisa Phillips, pussy licking. I'm not a crooked cop. I'm not a thief. And I sure don't have a penis. Like, there's been times that videos have been sent to me that I've had to go home because I can't handle it. You know? We're gonna get You know, I'll tell you what's sad is the fact that, number one, that I have to be emotional because your client lies. I've had a deep voice in my entire life. I did not wake up one morning and beg God to have a deep voice, all right? I have not had a sex change. I do not have a penis. I shouldn't have to prove I don't have a penis. Or about having a penis bigger than the rest of the guys that I work with. And pulling people over and licking pussy. I mean, come on.
You can't hear me. Okay. So, all right. I was going to say, all right, let's try this again. Let's try this again from square one. So first of all, I've been a lawyer for 18 years. That's the answer to that question. I'm going to tell you a story about a case that's happening right now. Okay. And I'd be interested to see about how you think about it. Okay. Because it's a very interesting fact pattern to me. All right. So it's a teacher having sex with a student, but there's some details in it that matter. Okay. So first of all, the student was over 18. I think she's exactly 18, but not that it matters for the purposes of this exercise. She's 18. Okay. And they only started sexting with each other after she graduated. So I think I forget exactly the full details. High school teacher, high school student. He's obviously over 18. I'm not sure by how much, actually. I'm not sure how old he is, but I don't think he's actually like super duper old. So but whatever. Anyways, he was her teacher. She was her student. She was the student. She's 18. She graduates from school. And after that, they start sending text messages. And they send something like 20,000 text messages. And then they have sex with each other. They're charging him on the basis that he was a teacher of a student. And the law is written such that student is defined as anyone who's been enrolled within 90 days of the operative date. So although she had graduated and she was 18, they started having sex apparently within the 90-day period. Okay? Now he's facing 20 years. It's a 20-year felony. And I'm interested to see how you guys think about that because, you know, it's a lot. So, I mean, it's like if they had waited another 60 days or something, it would have been fully legal. So it's just something about that that's kind of a little fucked up, right? It's like if they had waited another 30 days or 60 days, it would have been a 100% legal. But because they didn't, it's a 20-year felony. I don't know, man. I'm having problems with that one. I'm having problems with that. Yeah. So yeah, consent is irrelevant. It's considered statutory rape. So consent is irrelevant. So yeah. Are there grooming laws in that state? I don't know of a grooming law in any state. What do you mean by a grooming law? I don't know of what you mean by a grooming law. What's a grooming law? I don't know of a grooming law in any state. What are you talking about? So no, there's no grooming law in this or any other state to the best of my knowledge. What the hell are you talking about? So anyways, it's very, very interesting. I think it's very, very interesting. Yeah, the age of consent would have been 16 too, which she was over 18. So I got to blow past the age of consent analysis because it didn't matter because she was 18. So I got to blow past the age of consent analysis. But consent's irrelevant, so it doesn't matter. Yeah. So yeah. No, this is a state law. It's obviously a state law or it wouldn't be a crime. So it's not a rule. It's not a rule at the school. It's a rule by the legislature. It's in the state law. So it's a crime. Facing a 20-year felony. His age would matter, but his age wouldn't have mattered in 60 days. That's the thing. That's why it doesn't matter because it wouldn't have mattered in whatever time period. So if they had sex at day 30, it wouldn't have mattered in 61 more days. So he could be 25, he could be 30, he could be 60, he could be 80. It wouldn't have mattered in 60 days. So why does it matter now? Right? So that's part of it's just a very interesting question. To me, I find it ridiculous. I find it absurd. But, that's what I think. I find it absurd. She could have had sex with him if he wasn't a teacher, obviously, because she's over 18. She could have sex with anyone over the age of majority. So she can sex with anyone over the age of 18. So it's only because he's a teacher and only because of what, like 30 or 60 days difference. I think it's kind of fucked up. And it's a 20-year felony, and to which consent is relevant. I think it's pretty fucked up. Am I going to cover it? I don't know if there's anything for me to cover. I mean, from the letter of the law, he's guilty. So, like, there's nothing for me legally here to do, because I assume they're going to be able to prove all these things. They have the text messages and all the rest of it. I assume they have confessions. So he's guilty as a matter of law. There's nothing for me to do. I just think it's fucked up. I just think it's kind of fucked up. Is she going to testify against him? I don't know whether or not. I assume the state's going to prove its case one way or another. Maybe he confessed to it when they asked. Or she did in a sworn statement to the police. Or he did, right? If he told the police, it's like, yeah, we're having sex. And, you know, I just assume they can prove the factual predicate. If they can't prove the factual predicate, then, you know, obviously that's a thing. But it's like, I just assume they can prove the factual predicate. It's like, yeah, there's nothing for me to do. So I think it's pretty fucked up. I think it's kind of fucked up. You know? She needed to testify she's age majority. Now we can prove it through birth records. We can prove it through official government documentation. It's not hard. It's not hard to prove her age. And we can do that through official records of the government, birth certificates and so forth. Not a problem. Whether they got married? Good question. I don't know if those law covers that scenario. That's a good question. I don't know the answer to that question if they got married first. Usually marriage kind of beats everything, because if you get married, you can drop the age of consent usually quite a bit below, depending on your state. But yeah, usually in many states, the age to get married is below the age of consent, or at least it used to be. I don't know if it still is, but it wouldn't surprise me if there are states in which, in fact, I'm pretty sure it's still true that there's ages. I'm pretty sure the age to get married is below the age of consent in many states. And so at which point you can have sex with your spouse because you're married. So, yeah, that's a thing. But marrying now doesn't fix the problem. Yeah. But like, I don't know what she would or would not do in a year. And I don't know if it's relevant either way, because why should it matter either way? What she would or would not do in a year. Right? It's like, if she would or wouldn't have sex with a guy in a year, like, I mean, people change their mind about all kinds of things. But like, so what? You know, so I don't know that necessarily goes either way to my mind, one way or another. Yeah, I think based on the information that's available, this sounds kind of fucked up. And I don't know what grooming means legally, because I don't think there is such a thing legally. How would you define that? What does it mean to groom someone legally? What does that even mean? You know, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not 100% sure what that would even look like. Or that even, I mean, you could manufacture a case just in your mind, manufacture the scenario. Let's suppose that you have, you know, let's suppose we'll make it a horror show just to make our lives collectively uncomfortable. Okay, let's make it a horror show. Let's say that we've got a 60-year-old high school teacher who picks out a girl he likes when she's a freshman. So she'd be what, 14? So let's say that he grooms her through whatever means that means. We're going to assume that this is all legal, whatever he's doing. But, you know, he does whatever it is that is grooming. Make it as horrible as you want, but make it legal. Because if it's illegal, then we can just charge him with the illegal thing, right? So it's like, okay, he does whatever grooming is, and he does it for 4 years, or he does it for 4 years and 91 days. And so 91 days after she graduates, they have sex with each other. Is it legal? Of course it's legal. I mean, what's the alternative? Right? So it's like, you know, because what does that mean? What does it mean to groom someone? You know, in a legal sense, what would that look like, right? I don't know. I'm not 100% sure. So, yeah. Mr. Holland, something like that, yeah. And not to put too fine a point on it, although I'm not sure how relevant it is today, but at least in the past, people, I mean, if two 14-year-olds fall in love and they get married when they're 18, which has been known to happen, did they groom each other? I mean, is that a thing? What does it look like? You know, if the 14-year-old does all the same things, is it different if does it matter if the guy's 14 or 18 or 25 or 60? Does it matter? And if so, why? And how is it different? And how do you quantify that? And so forth and so on. You know, once you start to really think these things through, once you start to really try to put some standards on it, the whole thing becomes very impractical very fast. Because like, how do you solidly differentiate, you know, in a way that makes sense, in a way that still gives everyone involved agency? You know, how do you make that work in a way that really, you know, that still reflects people's right to make decisions, even bad ones, even ones they'll regret, even ones with potential lifetime consequences. If you're an adult, you're an adult, man. You know, you get to make decisions that are potentially lifetime impact. That's the way that goes. It's like, so how do you write the rule set to deal with this? Well, I can't discuss it with Nate right now. Nate is not currently available, but we could discuss it at a later time. But this is one of those things, like age gap arguments are very interesting. Because like, how do you deal with an age gap in either, even in ethical sense, like even putting aside law? Because there's nothing that stops an 80-year-old from dating and marrying an 18-year-old. Right? I mean, should that be legal? Should it not be legal? Do you think it should be illegal? I mean, I don't know if you think it should be illegal for an 80-year-old to marry an 18-year-old. Should that be illegal? And so it's like, okay, so we can put aside law and we can talk about morals, but it's like, how do you define the moral question? Like, is it just the age? Does the age inherently make it immoral? Does it automatically make it immoral? And if so, how much of an age gap automatically makes it immoral? Does it matter if she is 25 and he's 70? Does it matter if this, if that, right? So like, how do you parse these questions is very interesting. You know, so it's like, how do you think about the problem? I'm single. This is true. And obviously the guy who's involved with the 18-year-old is single. But the logic shouldn't depend whether I'm single or not. Right? It's like, how do you parse through this in a logically, you want to have a position that is robust, right? You want to have a position, if you're going to say this is wrong and this is right, you want to have a moral logic to it, right? To be able to say, why is this wrong and why is this right? And how good is your moral logic? Can it stand up to moral scrutiny? Can it stand up to a position where you're like, this is wrong and this is right and this is why? So it's like, how do you address these questions in a way that makes coherent sense? You know? So, I mean, I don't necessarily know I don't necessarily know that I know the answer to these questions. But it's fascinating because some people will say, well, it's wrong. Although I really do love people who say it's both wrong and right at the same time. I've heard people say things like, not necessarily back to back, but I've heard the same people say something like, it's wrong for a 40-year-old to date a 20-year-old. And then also say, sometimes in the same breath, but sometimes not, a 20-year-old woman should be able to date whoever she wants. And if she can get an older guy, go get yours, girl. It's like these can't both be correct. They can't both be correct. In order for the 20-year-old to date the 40-year-old, the 40-year-old has to be able to date the 20-year-old. So it's moral for her, but immoral for him. How's that supposed to work? And since she's an adult, she's inviting him into an immoral act because it's immoral for him, and she would know that. So she's inviting, even though it's moral for her, she's inviting him into an immoral act. Isn't that immoral? To entice someone into doing something immoral, isn't that also immoral? So like when you try to really work through the logic of it all and really try to pin it down, it kind of doesn't work because you wind up in these self-contradictory positions that don't really square. Yeah, so it's like, how do you work on that? My position has long been, basically if you're over 18, go nuts. And part of my problem with this particular law here is that, at least the way the story's been told to date, based on the facts that are currently available, they didn't do anything sexually involved until she graduated. So I'm like, well, I'm having a tough time condemning that morally. Do I think it's wise for her to do that? Should she do it? I don't know. But should it be illegal? Should it be illegal to the point that he's going to jail for 20 years, really? Even though 60 days later it would be legal? That sounds like a very strange position to me. I do not find the law in this application to be moral. I find it to be problematic. The law is the law. And if they can prove their case, he can be found guilty. But it seems a little fucked up. So I'm talking about it because I'm trying to think it through. So I don't know. I find it all interesting because I want to live in a world where things make sense and we can establish a coherent position. Morally, ethically, legally, we can establish a consistent position so that, we're consistent and we've thought the problem all the way through and we've adopted a position that, makes sense. Thanks, Kate. That's very encouraging. I appreciate your faith in my ability to attract someone. That's very kind of you. That's great. Anyway, some stuff to think about for now. Well, anyways, I'm going to go to the gym and get my lift on before it gets too much darker. So we'll see how that all goes. And until later, I hope all's well. So thank you for, the issue is why 18, why 19, why 19, not 20. Yeah. It's like once you really try to piece these things apart, it becomes challenging. Once you really try to think it through, it becomes very challenging. And so, fun. But until later, I'm going to sign off. I hope all's well. I'm going to go to the gym and try to get my lift on. Until later, I hope all's well. Thanks for joining me during the stream. It's been a lot of fun. For later, cheers and goodbye.